car go down, Reject go down, so two teams that had so Genesis Dogma and Reject is
shooting in his direction. Jimmy runs out of bullets and some, but will still be
骑马射箭
Tapi dia sempat masuk ke dalam, maka dia masih lagi.
ngay trong game thi đấu đầu tiên sai lưng
10
หลังต้นไม้มีหนึ่ง
ini một sự khác
Gua bakal tekankan benda ni.
Hi everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the 3rd floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the 1st floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so that players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka military base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat because there are tons of random discounted items. So keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! In the upcoming version 2.2 update, we will launch a new 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa. This is PUBG Mobile's most compact and combat-intense map to date. Without further ado, let's head in for a look. Nusa is a tropical island with beautiful scenery and lush foliage. Within the compact 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, you'll find Flame Village, the Science Center, the Shipyard, Bulan Bay, Telepac Town, Regal Resort, Sunset Street, Pink Beach, Love Island, the Cavern, and Crystal Bay. These are the 11 main areas. The island is made up of undulating terrain. There are buildings scattered around, providing a unique combat experience for players. Flame Village is located at the center of Nusa. The terrain near the village is flat. Other than a few brick buildings, all it has are straw huts. Hills surround the village, so players have to think about how to hide themselves in the valley. On the hill to the south of Flame Village is the Science Center. The design of the modern satellite orbital roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Every floor is filled with supplies, with locations for intense combat. The top floor has multiple platforms. Although players there get a bird's-eye view of the area, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. It comes with a risk. The shipyard is in the northern part of the map. The ship anchored there divides the shipyard into 2. The containers in the area are packed close together, and there are elevated platforms throughout. Surrounding containers will provide cover during combat in this area. There are a bunch of buildings around the beach to the west. This area is called Bulan Bay. The area is divided into 3 parts. The buildings here are simple wooden huts. The surrounding hills end in 2 cliffs by the beach. Players can gain a bird's-eye view of the entire terrain, observe enemy movement, as well as put pressure on those in buildings and on the beach. Telepac Town is on the east coast, and it's the largest area of the map. Not only are there lots of low-rise residential buildings here, but it's home to a high-rise apartment building as well. On the whole, it gives off a more metropolitan vibe. Players entering the high-rise apartment building will find an elevator. Through good use of this feature, players will be able to plan a nasty surprise for their enemies. Sunset Street and Regal Resort are located in the residential areas to the northeast and southwest of Nusa. Sunset Street is a long, narrow stretch of town. A road runs through it, and office buildings, residences, and banana trees line both sides of the street. It makes for a good combat stronghold. Regal Resort's vibe is more residential. There are roads connecting different parts of the area together. Buildings are spread out over a wide area, which is why you'll need to use them as cover when moving around. At the southernmost tip of Nusa is Pink Beach. From here, you can see the pink sand of Love Island in the distance. Wooden beach chairs line the beach. And there is also a giant hot air balloon and a romantic Ferris wheel. If you love the sunshine and the beach, this is the place for you. But it's a vast open area with no cover, so players must be on the lookout for surprise attacks. More areas and interesting strategies await your discovery. Besides these diverse backdrops that support a variety of gameplay styles, the Nusa map will receive a lot of new game content. First, let's look at the Super Recall mechanic. This will activate when a player is eliminated within a certain period after the match begins, as long as they have remaining teammates in the match. Before the first blue zone starts shrinking, players that are eliminated can return to the battleground via helicopter with a random weapon. This greatly increases the gaming experience. In addition, we've added the NS-2000 shotgun and tactical crossbow to the arsenal. The NS-2000 is accurate to close or medium range. Hip firing uses 12-gauge shotgun shells, while slugs are used when aiming down sights. Players can switch their firing mode based on the target's distance, status, or their own personal habits. The tactical crossbow can be loaded with ordinary bolts or flame bolts, but the flame bolt can set some structures on fire and destroy them. It's both practical and fun. During combat, the tactical crossbow is rather silent when firing, making it a great stealth option. It's great for sneak attacks. When it comes to moving between areas, we added a new two-person vehicle, the Quad. Its lightweight and flexible design allows it to traverse the undulating landscape quickly and with ease. And it's great at driving up inclines. Players can use it to easily move to a different area. Additionally, at various designated spots on Nusa, you'll find many zip lines for moving between areas. Players can approach one to quickly zipline to another area. It's important to note that ziplines are fragile and are easily destroyed. You may not be able to safely zipline to your destination, but if you happen to be holding a tactical crossbow, you'll be able to fix the rope and repair the zipline to quickly escape from danger. Besides that, there are also supply crates, beach balls, a swimming pool for recovering energy, water jars for hiding in, as well as many other interactive gameplay elements on the map. Have fun playing around with them all. Gather your friends and explore this new map together.
It's here! The long-awaited new Nusa map is finally here! With a size of only 1 by 1 kilometer, Nusa is currently the smallest map in PUBG Mobile. It may be small, but it definitely offers a massive amount of content. Not only are there new firearms, what's more, there's also the highly interactive tactical crossbow. Setting huts on fire and repairing ziplines are not a problem. Speaking of map interactivity, Nusa is simply full of surprises. An elevator that lets you go to different levels of a building, a pool that restores your health, fast-moving ziplines, and crates in the wilderness can all better assist you in drawing up tactics to defeat enemies. Even if you get careless and get defeated, there's no need to let it get you down. Nusa's Super Recall will allow you to respawn once more. The small, fastest-paced map lets you rank up faster. Alright, I'll leave it to you to explore rest of the content for yourself. Hope everyone ranks up and gets that chicken dinner. The new map officially launches on September 13th. Stay tuned. You're playing the wrong game? Hold up, this is still PUBG Mobile. Feeling hot and bothered? Come cool off in the new Nusa map. Besides the various leisurely activities, there are also several practical features too. For example, elevators make climbing stairs a thing of the past. reach the 7th floor at the tap of a button. There is nothing greater than this. Don't forget to pay, or this might happen to you. Zip lines will also appear throughout the map. No need to run, just zip straight across. That's not all. There are new weapons and vehicles too. So that's the resort island Nusa. But Erangel has seen some improvements too. Guess what this is? It looks like a port, or maybe not. This is one of the ports on Erangel. A huge crane is visible in the distance, as well as a dazzling array of shipping containers. Compared to the previously vacant beach, it sure has become packed full of detail. There are still more map improvements for players to discover too.
If only I had a weapon, I would take over the punching kick.
That's nothing. I clearly took down the enemy. If we were to keep the score, we'd definitely be higher than me.
If I hadn't thrown the wrong grenade, I'd be eating chicken dinner for sure. What's wrong, guys?
If you don't agree, listen to Ultimate Arena.
Arguments don't matter. Ultimate Arena decides the victor. Stalemate? No problem. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Hey there everyone! PUBG Mobile 2.1 is officially here. In this update, we've introduced a new arena mode, Ultimate Arena. After entering the game, select Unranked Arena, and you'll see the Ultimate Arena mode. Choose between two maps, Erangel or Livik. Ultimate Arena is based on the conventional arena, with the addition of a final circle mechanic. Players from both sides will undergo 7 rounds back-to-back within a limited area, and the first team to win 4 rounds will be the ultimate winner. During the match, players can use their shop tokens to purchase weapons and equipment they require within a time limit at the beginning of each round. At the same time, random maps and weathers will rotate every round, and player movements will be restricted to certain areas within the map. For all participating players, this will be a new battle mode filled with excitement and challenge. In Ultimate Arena, familiarizing yourself with the Battlegrounds environment will greatly affect the outcome of a match. In Erangel, when you encounter a map with loads of houses, you can use the complex terrain as cover to approach opponents and catch them by surprise. Meanwhile, on a map with no cover and lots of hills, you'll need to make the most of the terrain height difference to avoid taking damage. As Livik has a relatively more hilly terrain, it's easy to get ambushed by the enemy when fighting alone. So work with your teammates and use cover such as trees to avoid taking damage. Weather is also an important factor that will affect the outcome of a match. The sound of rain and rainy weather will mask the enemy's footsteps as they move, making it hard for you to detect their movements accurately. Therefore, you'll always need to remain aware of your surroundings, stay vigilant, and make use of cover as much as possible. Of course, you can take advantage of rainy days to attack with throwables. As enemies are also hampered by the weather, they're less likely to be able to avoid sudden incoming throwables. In foggy conditions, the low visibility makes it hard for both sides to observe their opponent's movement accurately. So you can set up cover with your teammates to avoid being blindsided when you lose sight of the enemy. At the same time, you can also seize the opportunity to strike the enemy with a fatal blow together. Although twilight and cloudy conditions have little impact on players, it's no time to be careless, and a certain degree of vigilance is still needed. In Ultimate Arena, shop tokens are the most important resource for players. At the end of each round, the system will award players shop tokens based on 3 aspects: the current round, round outcome, and elimination results. The amount of shop tokens obtained from rounds is fixed, but differs depending on the current round, from round 1 to 6. Regardless of the round outcome, players will obtain
900, 1800, 1950, 2100, 2250, and 2400 shop tokens respectively.
Shop tokens obtained from the round outcome will vary depending on if the player won or lost the round. In each round, winners get a fixed 450 shop tokens, while defeated players get 300 shop tokens. However, when defeated players are on a losing streak, the losing streak reward mechanic will be triggered. A 2-round losing streak grants 900 shop tokens, while a 3-round losing streak grants 1,500 shop tokens. Losing 4 rounds means losing the entire match. If the player wins a round and breaks the losing streak shop token reward will no longer be in effect. If the player's team loses again in the subsequent round, then the previous losing streak does not continue. Players that lost the round will only get 300 shop tokens as a reward. Elimination results also impact the number of shop tokens players earn at the end of a round, with 100 shop tokens for every enemy eliminated. If a player gets the first elimination, they'll also get a bonus of 50 shop tokens. According to this rule, if a player enters a 2-round losing streak in round 3, eliminates 2 players and manages to get the first elimination, they'll obtain a total of 3,400 shop tokens at the end of the round. Meanwhile, a winning player who has eliminated 2 opponents will obtain a total of 2,600 shop tokens at the end of the round. According to Ultimate Arena shop token mechanic, players can calculate the amount of shop tokens they'll potentially earn to better prepare for the rounds ahead. As it can be difficult for players to gain a shop token advantage from winning and losing rounds, how shop tokens are spent can mean a huge difference. At the start of a match, players are given a level 2 helmet, a level 2 armor, a P92, and 750 shop tokens. If you're confident in your own abilities, you can use a pistol to eliminate players and use the earned shop tokens to purchase a level 3 helmet and level 3 armor to improve your survivability. As for weapons, you can loot the equipment from your enemies to strengthen yourself. If you don't have enough shop tokens to purchase a weapon, you can also ask your teammates for help and pool your resources to create a super combat unit. You can also choose to spend all your shop tokens on weapons at the start. All weapons purchased in the match come with their own attachments. You can use your weapon's firepower to suppress the enemy and gain additional shop tokens from eliminations and wins to gradually fill the holes in your defense. Other than a variety of classic weapons, you can also purchase riot shields to provide cover for your team. When your team is on a map with less cover, riot shields can be extremely useful. In addition to knowing when to spend your shop tokens, choosing the right firearms is paramount as well. When your team is situated on a flat terrain with relatively little cover, the open terrain prevents both parties from acting rashly. When this happens, a sniper rifle with high damage at long range will come in real handy. In maps with many houses and complex terrain, you can choose to use an SMG with a high rate of fire and stable recoil in tighter combat areas to gain the upper hand in head-on confrontations and ultimately attain victory. That's all for this video. If you wish to know more about Ultimate Arena, don't forget to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time!
Assalamualaikum and welcome everybody. We are back right now on this desk. It's gonna be the PMRC PUBG Mobile Regional Clash of the Year, which is brought to you by Tencent Games, PUBG Corporation, Lightspeed and Quantum Studios. I'll be your caster here today, which is gonna be Choo Choo and Sir Cloud. What do you feel today? How do you feel today, Cloud?
My first impression is I love the colors.
Yeah.
Just look at this. Your favorite color purple is here.
Yeah, but it's that side though.
Yeah, okay.
Oh man.
Well, but it's alright, it's alright. It's still a very nice design. I'm very impressed with the graphics this time for this regional clash. So
I'm loving it.
Loving it so much. I'm also loving the competitors today, the teams today.
Oh, that's true. That's
true.
Yeah. This is gonna be the Titans going against each other of different regions. Now, it's sort of a, how do we call it? Not really sort of global side of feeling, but kind of give you a bit of a prelude towards what's going to happen in the future if these teams manage to actually represent their own regions towards the world one day. So we get a bit of a sneak peek when it comes to regional clash, but there's only like the biggest thing for they're fighting for right now is going to be the biggest brag about who's fighting against you right now.
Yeah, it is the PMGC teaser.
Yeah.
In a way. But speaking about teasers, we're going to tease you guys a little bit on what's coming on to PUBG Mobile. And this collaboration, this is amazing. This is crazy. This is, of course, the collaboration between PUBG Mobile and Boboiboy. Wow. I'm sure a lot of people in Southeast Asia knows this animated series.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Open Even to collab as well.
Oh.
Just saying.
So, me and Jay Hunter?
Yeah, why not? Why not? But if you guys don't know, you guys can actually try to just search for Boboiboy. It's actually one of the best animation done on the region of South Asia as well, which there's so many things going on. This is very family-friendly sort of a show as well. But it's going to be really intriguing. What I say, I don't know what they have to offer, just like how Dragon Ball Z previously.
Yep.
But this time it's going to be Boboiboy, which is coming in October 2022. But we still have going on, it's going to be the Rabu Padu.
Yes, we're still at Phase 2, ladies and gentlemen. So if you follow us throughout this PUBG Mobile series, you would have known that we're currently in Phase 2. And for the Rabu Padu, it's the there will be a leaderboard that you guys can play to earn points. And of course, the more points that you earn, you guys will have a chance to stand to win more prizes. And if you play every Wednesday, you will get extra points. So make sure you play specifically on Wednesday. And today happened to be Thursday. So next week it is. Next week it is.
You missed it. It's yesterday.
Yeah, next week.
It's yesterday, guys. But still have a lot of weeks to go for Rabu Padu. Especially it's going to be extended till the October. But don't forget to try out the latest new Nusa map, which already available for you guys to actually play right now. The fastest game for you to get yourself that chicken dinner in just 5 minutes. But look at the spread of the map itself. It's so
international audience, like Lepa in Bahasa Malaysia or Malay language is
chilling.
Chill.
Yeah,
chilling.
hanging out.
Hanging out.
Yeah.
Sort of thing. So the Nusa map will only be played about 5 minutes in average. So if you haven't tried it out, you can check it out in game. It's available right now. 5 minutes per round. I mean, you can even do it now before the game starts.
I mean, like, you can try it 3 times before the game starts.
Yeah.
Honestly speaking, it's a 1 by 1 kilometer map, the smallest map in PUBG Mobile as it is. And it's going to be really fast-paced game if you want to get yourself ranked up and also you want a very short game, very short break. This is the map that you are looking out for. But speaking of which, today, PMRC, the Regional Clash of the year. We haven't looked a lot of these teams playing against each other when it comes to this year. This is the first time ever.
Especially when it comes to countries who are out of this region. Not country, teams coming out of this region. But we'll introduce them later on. Let's introduce the format. Okay, the format will be different from your regular PUBG Mobile tournaments. The point system, as you can see on screen here, winner chicken dinner will receive 10 points, second place 6 points, third place 5 points, fourth place 4 points, fifth place 3 points, sixth place 2 points, 7 to 8 will receive 1 point. 9 onwards will not get any placement points at all.
It's really brutal when it comes to the format and the point system this time, where the elimination points still the same. It's going to be 1 elimination points, but the total prize pool is going to be the lion's share of $30,000 this time. We're starting off today with only 5 matches to go. These are going to be the participating teams coming up from the time of Infinity, FaZe, Bacon Time. From China region, we have SMG, Nova, LGD, Indonesia, GD, Alter Ego, Boom. And we have from Vietnam, D Xaviers, Eagle Esports, BN United. Malaysia, we have Geek Fam, Sam9, 4 Rivals, and Myanmar, we have YG or Yangon Galacticos. Now, these are the teams. It's so hot for us to see them fighting against each other.
I know, right? I know. It's such a privilege to see, especially the Chinese teams coming in against the Southeast Asia teams. And we have yet to see this season's C League yet, which will be happening very, very soon. So this will also be a preview of what's going to happen in weeks to come as well. So expect a lot of action. Plus, with this kind of format, I've seen this kind of format before. So when this kind of format is deployed, elimination points will play a very big role. So we can expect to see a lot of action as we go through the games.
Because the rank system when it comes to the points later on will not contribute as much if you compare with the eliminations. But when it comes to the Nusa map introduction, we have on Saturday, which is going to be day number 3. It's going to be a really interesting one.
Yeah, so the teams that's going to play in the Nusa map will be SMG from China. We have Indonesia represented by GIDS, and we have the Infinity for Thailand. The Xavier, the previous C champion from Vietnam. Malaysia will be Geek and Myanmar will be Yangon Galacticos. And the other 2 spots will depend on who is the number 1 and number 2 at the end of PMRC Day 2. So they will be eyeing for the $1,000 prize pool to that chicken. It's not a prize pool. It's going to be straight up $1,000 to the team that gets the chicken dinner inside of Nusa.
Take my money.
Yeah, take my money.
Take my money.
Money.
We don't even want what prize pool. Just take my money. But the thing is, if the teams that actually got themselves a first and second place in overall, already the teams that actually partake into the map, Nusa map, I think it's going to be maybe fall into the second and third spot, right? So that's going to make it clear for you guys. But for today's matches, the schedule will be starting off from Sunhawk for match number 1, then hopping over to Myanmar for a second game, where the 3rd to the 5th round is going to be triple Erangel back-to-back.
Oh, yeah. So we're going to see a lot of Erangels as we go throughout the day. It's going to be the same format tomorrow and the day after as well. So you know what to expect right now. We're going to start off in Sunhawk. Now, because this kind of format, again, is it worthwhile to play the healing game? It might change because the placement points has been reduced. So we may see a little bit more aggressive gameplay even in Sunhawk.
And that's kind of true. I'm looking for how aggressive they can get. They can actually get for these teams. Is it still applicable? Is it viable for them to still play healing games when it comes to regions coming up from China? Example, they're so aggressive. And we have these Xaviers who love going all out, trying to find kills or eliminations quite early on. So there's no room for them to be complacent. There's no room for them to, take a bit of a reset time. There's no time for that.
Yeah. Speaking about time, this time is based out of GMT plus 8. So if you guys come in from a different time zone, GMT plus 7 or whichever, just tune it accordingly to your own respective time zone. So that will be the introduction. I cannot wait to start. The part that I'm most excited about besides the team is actually the format. I really want to see how this format will impact the gameplay inside PUBG Mobile.
There's going to be, I don't know, maybe in the future we're going to have to use this format later on. We have no clue. Because there's always a new thing coming out every single season. So this might be just a bit of a preview what's going to happen in the future. If you guys watching at home, don't forget to like and share because you guys are awesome. And I'm shouting out for all the viewers out there. We have also not just the usual English channel coming up. There's also the Philippines watching this. There's also all you guys out there coming up from the Vietnam maybe watching this as well. But you guys watching at home, if you guys are from Philippines, mabuhay! We're talking to you. Welcome to English channel. But for those of you actually watching everywhere else, we welcome you as well. But do tell us, who do you think will take away the first ever chicken dinner when it comes to Sunhawk? Because it's a very small map.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's a very small map. It's a very fast game.
Yes, it's obviously the fastest map of all. And again, what's going to be interesting is for us to see whether the healing game is still viable, whether it's still worthwhile to try to play the healing game, considering that the placement points aren't as lucrative as before. And not only that as well, on top of the lucrativeness of the placement points, there are also teams that are really, really aggressive, and that could shake up the type of gameplay that the other teams might be used to playing. So out of the list that we have today, teams like the Infinity, we're used to seeing them playing the healing game, even like Sem9 as well, used to see them playing the healing game, but that could change today.
I hope it actually changed quite a lot today because we're looking for teams. Example, we do know, well, the teams that don't like to play that much of healing game, including the Xavier, Nova, example, these guys, they just don't want to sit around, wait for the time to get themselves some points. They will go earn those points and just go for it, nothing stopping them. And how do the teams that actually used to play healing games in Sunhawk will react to that? Because they have to adapt. It's a very short amount of time for them. Just within 2 days, they have to really adapt in a very short amount of time. But we have a bit of an interview. Let's jump straight into it right now.
Well, hello guys. We got our representatives here from Malaysia. Of course, we have Yuhai, Geek Fam, and then we have Sam9. We have 4 rivals as well. How are you guys feeling about today's tournament?
Yuhai first. He's the uppermost.
Yeah.
So yeah.
The one from the top.
Yeah, starting from the top.
Kita orang excited.
That's it?
We are so excited. Yeah.
That's it.
Well, there are some content placed out there that you want to take down Paraboy. So, any comment on that now that we're on the live stream?
Mana Paraboy? Ini Paraboy kita orang.
It's in your hand.
Bantai-bantai.
I think that's cute. But coming out from Ham, how do you feel about today's clashes, Ham? Coming out from Sam9.
Rasa biasa je. Nervous saja, nervous. A little bit nervous ah.
Why nervous?
Why nervous?
First time dekat C main C, first time main C. So rasa nervous sikit.
Do you have any team that you're targeting?
Top 1 lah, every day.
Let's go. Top 1 every
Let's go.
day. All right. And Pemburu shaved his mustache within 1 second. He became Pasha. So, Pasha, how are you feeling today about this tournament?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think he's muted himself.
Yeah.
You muted yourself
It'd be
for
nice.
some reason. But it's okay. We're waiting for Pasha and 4 rivals to come back. While we're waiting for it, Ham, if you happen to actually clash into Yuhai, how do you take it? Sam9 fighting Geek Fam. Yeah.
Bantai lah.
Bantai!
Okay. Basically, they just want to whack.
Yeah, just whack it over.
Just whack. Okay.
Yuhai, how do you want to take the whack?
Semalam I main klasik dengan kawan-kawan I. Lepas tu I jumpa duo Sam9, Ham dengan Deb. Dua-dua kena bantai. Aduh. Buat apa dulu squad Man? Mana Man?
Push rank man, push rank.
Yeah. It's just a casual push rank game. Okay, so for the benefit of international audience, right?
Yeah.
So Yuhai met them in a classic game yesterday. Happened to meet Deb as well as Ham. And well, they won. I guess.
Yeah, it's like it's pretty easy. I'm like, Yuhai is like, what bantai, what whack? I don't feel anything. But coming up for 4 rivals, I'm not sure if they're with us still or not. But I think, Pasha, can you try to talk to the mic first? We miss your voice. Is it Pasha or Pemburu? I have no clue. They keep on swapping between these two guys, honestly.
Yeah, they have a substitution happening.
Yeah, Pemburu?
Okay, Pemburu.
Are you here?
Hello.
Hey!
Aduh.
It's okay, it's okay.
Apa Sorry. Apa
Alright, so Pemburu, okay, how you feeling about the regional clash? Give us a comment.
Macam mana? Tak faham bahasa Inggeris.
Apa perasaan main regional clash ni? Aduh, ya.
Apa perasaan? Perasaan happy lah main dengan player-player luar. Lagi-lagi Nova semua tu kan. Rasa happy lah. Tu je lah.
Happy? Happy nak kena bantai ke happy nak bantai?
Saya rasa happy nak bantai dia orang. Antara dua lah. Dia orang kena bantai atau saya kena bantai.
Okay, paling nak bantai siapa?
Saya paling nak bantai Team Nova.
Team Dogma, okay, for the benefit of international audience, right? So, Pemburu is feeling happy, he's hyped up for it, he's very excited to get to play against some of the best teams around, and he really wants to take down Nova.
Everybody wants to take down Nova right now. Geek Fam, Sam9 4 rivals. I mean, like, I just wish them all the best. But at the same time, if you happen to fight 4 rivals, happen to fight against Sam9, do you have anything to say to Ham right now? Apa ni, Pemburu nak cakap apa kalau terjumpa Sam9 kau berlawan nanti kan? Walaupun nak cakap kat Ham dulu tak awal ni cakap beritahu awal.
Okay, untuk Sam9 kalau nampak forever, standby lah untuk masuk lobby
It's just like, Ham is just like, what?
Pemburu is like, okay, if they meet with Sam9, it's like, get ready to go back to the lobby. Yeah.
Ham's not gonna respond. Yeah. Go ahead, Yuhai. What
Tapi kalau forever jumpa Geek Fam, standby kat awal lobby.
Bam! Alright, I like the cheer behind. I like the cheer behind there.
Okay. I think Ham is just like waiting for the right time. You guys, we wait and see.
Yeah, I'll have you guys for dinner.
Yeah. But I think that's it. Thank you so much, Geek Fam, Yuhai, Sam9 Ham, and also Pemburu Forever's. It's a very short but entertaining interview. Hope you guys all the best. Keep whacking it. Good luck, guys. Wow, everybody would just want to whack each other. I mean, like...
Everybody wants to whack Sam9. You can't think about it.
I mean, like, I feel bad for Ham. He's like, I have no rebuttal on that. I'm like, yeah, I have no rebuttal.
The guy on top, the guy below me, oh, okay, I'll be like...
I'm sandwiched in between.
Yeah. Next interview, you see Jason on screen. Ham is like, oh no, I don't want anyone.
I'm done with it.
I'm done with that.
You know, we can actually do meme on Ham's face reaction just now where he was like, everybody just bashing on Sam9. He's like,
It's like, yeah.
And nothing to say.
Nothing to say. Yeah.
But
it is his first time at this stage. At least for Yuhai and Pemburu, they have played at a sea level before.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, but let's check out our predictions then.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
There you go. It's going to be Sunhawk at first. For me, it's going to be SMG. And for you, it's going to be FaZe.
Oh, yeah.
Why so?
Because Tony K is like crispy. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Like, I mean, like he's a full package. You know?
Okay.
He's like, you know, he's young. He has the looks.
Mm-hmm.
He's top eliminator. You name it.
And that's
he got
true.
It, right?
That's true. Tony K, when it comes to play, sometimes he do something that unthinkable at times.
Yeah.
Basically, he just dare not to go for the flank side and go fight for it. But for me, I want to see what SMG have to offer because this is going to be a different SMG that we know back then and now. Maybe the one coming up from China, and they're really strong. I want to see what they have to offer us when it comes to fighting against Southeast Asia region as a whole.
And they are the first team to get a direct slot into PMGC, so they have a lot to show us on the table today.
Why they deserve it.
Yeah.
What do they have to offer? But for you guys watching at home, don't forget to drop by your predictions in the comment section as well because we are waiting for your, engagement and your how do I say it? Reaction to it when it comes to the first ever clash of the year. We never have this sort of tournament ever.
Not at all.
Never.
Even my cat is watching. Do you notice it? Yeah. Like, my cat's watching. It's like ooh. There you go. Yeah.
I don't have anything on me. But
no, I don't think you want to show, this kind of pattern there. But
I mean, I do want to see if one day we get to see a new map coming in. Since we got 3 maps right now, right?
Yeah.
Back then we had 4.
Yeah.
But now we do have a Nusa map. But I don't think is Nusa map sort of applicable to play in tournament. It's too small.
Well, yeah, you don't have 16 slots to play, so yeah, I think it's going to be kept as a show match. But I like to see the return of Vikendi though.
Yeah, I'm wishing the same thing too because you don't have any particular map that kind of have the whole cooled sort of atmosphere or the cool environment yet to begin with. So maybe, bring back Vikendi one day, hopefully. But for now, we're going to drop into Sunhawk at first. Speaking of the drop spot and whatsoever, I do know some of the teams depend on the flight path. That's going to be their drop spot.
Yeah, yes. Plus some of the regions, they are not used to like, okay, this is my drop spot, I'll just drop there every time. Some of them like to change. Depending on the flight path, depending on what kind of scenario that they want to adapt to. So we can expect to see that some very early clashes as well in some of the hot drop spots perhaps.
I mean, like, if you guys actually watch a lot when it comes to the scrims and everything, they do and had a lot of scrims between these teams. But the thing is, scrims don't really reflect everything when it comes to the tournament because sometimes you want to hide away your card and not showing off too early to make sure that all the teams can't actually read and predict how the movement of the team is going to be like. So this is where everything you put everything on the board, you put everything on the table just to set the tone to see who's the strongest here, who's the owner or dominant to a certain compound that they really want to fight for. And this is going to be it, starting off from Sunhawk. Well, we talk about FaZe, I do want to see SMG. There's also the teams in between, like definitely a lot of Paraboy. I think there's a lot of Paraboy fans out there.
Oh yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. Definitely, right?
Because of skills?
Are you sure? Okay, let's remain objective that he's a very skillful player.
That's true.
Yeah. But he'll also be...
that guy got a lot of assets, okay?
Yeah, I can see that. And whenever his poster shows up, like the comment section goes like, oh, he did his hair. Oh, he did his eyebrows. Like everyone noticed the details of his, appearance.
I mean, like, if only I mean, like our regions. I mean, like MYSG and also South Asia. We do have a lot of assets of play that have a lot of blasts.
Okay, who? Okay. Damn cutie.
Yeah, well, how about we talk?
Oh,
that
okay,
actually,
yeah, sorry. Okay,
we talk
yeah,
about the
okay.
Yuhai is okay. I mean, like Yuhai is pretty skillful.
Okay.
I mean, like, it's really skillful. I mean, like, yeah, but at the same time, we do have a lot of teams. Like, who else?
Tony K has to be there, right?
Tony K has to be there. Tony K is like, if you have to choose between Tony K and Paraboy, who would you have to choose?
That's a hard one.
That's a really hard question.
That's a hard one. so we are comparing like Tony K and Paraboy now.
And
like who would go on that list of like, you know?
What list?
The list of attractiveness.
I didn't say that.
Thank you.
I mean, like, I didn't say that.
You gotta put that out there.
But
let's not forget as well, like Lamborghini. Yeah, Lamborghini.
You know what?
Yeah.
Might as well we have a pageant for the son of PUBG.
Hey, I wouldn't mind, you know, like we gotta have a vote of like, you know, who's the most
yeah, that's
attractive.
Mean. I mean, like that's kind of mean. But at the same time, like who's the most skillful?
You know, we appreciate
God
beautiful
God
sent creations. You know? I'm helping you to put it out there, right? Come on, Lamborghini is there.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Lamborghini is quite, attractive in certain way. Yeah.
Yeah, even I'm attracted to him.
Who else?
Because he's very skillful.
No, if you actually met these players like face to face, they're way better than the actual poster.
Yeah, that's why I choose FaZe Clan, because I'm meeting them face to face. Just putting it out there.
Okay. Right now we're waiting for the players to actually load themselves in the lobby while we're waiting. Well, there's a lot of regions, definitely, so it will be taking me a bit of time. But for the time being, if Sunhawk, other than FaZe and other than SMG, who do you think that have the highest percentage of getting this first ever chicken dinner?
Besides the one that we have predicted,
yeah.
right? Nova. for kind of obvious reasons, because they're like world champions. I mean, objectively, right? They're like world champions. Even like Power Boys, like multiple world MVPs. We're talking about world MVPs here, okay?
Yeah, it's like a different tier entirely.
Yeah. That
I agree.
Even like to me, I think because there's Power Boy in there, so there's like there's some other players that's been outshined by him. But I think Order is amazing. It's crazy. It's amazingly crazy.
That's kind of true.
Like,
I have to agree.
If Power Boy wasn't in the lineup, Order would be the Power Boy.
I mean, like, for me, Order is the mastermind for the side of Nova. Power Boy is like the general of it. But the real mastermind is always Order, all the way. He always do a lot of clutches. He always know how to actually call the entire team, how to approach certain fight. It's always the first name to be popped out in the kill feed to actually get a knock is always Order first. I got finished off by Power Boy. Their duos working as so well as a team as well. So I have to say, what makes a difference between Nova and the rest of the other teams out there? Especially when it comes to South Asia, honestly speaking. Now, I'm going to give honest opinion on this as well.
Yeah, okay, so what's your honest opinion then?
I mean, like, the biggest difference for me of the China region and compared with South Asia is going to be how daring, how confident you are when it comes to certain fights. Like, example, it depends on the flight path. It's not going to be depend on the drop spot. Like, we love this drop spot. We used to be in this comfortable drop spot.
Yeah.
They are the type of team that whatever we have, we're going to work well with it. Just going to gel along and just going to bulldoze everybody along the way. That's it.
Yeah, basically they'll do whatever it takes.
Yeah.
Right. Not they won't reserve themselves. They won't be like, oh, okay, we got to respect other teams. You know, this is their drop spot. Nah. If they want to do it, if they want the points on the board, they will do it. And considering that this kind of format whereby placement points are not as lucrative, obviously elimination. If you kind of think about it, right? So if you are average in a game, like a regular game, right? How many eliminations would you get? You probably get like what, 10 or little bit lesser, 8 or that. By getting that, you get 10 eliminations. It's equivalent to 1 chicken dinner.
That's true.
So by having that theory, we might be seeing a lot of fights, and especially for the Chinese teams, they are used to the format of the first 2 circles, you get double points, meaning that they are used to fighting very early.
You're talking about PEC here?
Yeah.
So these teams, yes, true, they are coming up from PEC, which is way more brutal. If it comes to the format and all the point system is just really, really tough on them, and they used to do that. They're used to the uncomfortableness that coming up to them, and they just adapt so well with it. They gel so well with it. So how can Southeast Asia region players can actually match up to that? Are they ready to take up the fight here? Because this is going to be for me, the standard benchmark. If you want to go for the Worlds, you have to take this step even further. This is the first step of it.
Yeah, do keep your eye on to like the Southeast Asia champions, the top teams, right? Like the Xavier, like Geek Fam, like the Infinity. These are teams that naturally come with a lot of firepower in them as well. So really interesting to see if they can step up and they can match up to teams from China especially.
True.
Yeah.
If they can actually win this round, I mean, like, go ahead for the Worlds later. You definitely have a shot there, because if they can take down all these Titans right here, right now, it's going to be a big brag and a big achievement. It just shows that how ready they are when it comes to the Worlds later on. We're going to head over to Sanhok in a few more seconds, but this is going to be a heck of a match.
Yeah, this is going to be insane, ladies and gentlemen, okay? We're going to only play one Sanhok today. So whatever it is, it's only this one Sanhok. So if they want to end up, so they have a short-term goal. Their short-term goal is to be #1 by the end of tomorrow, because they want that extra match to have the opportunity to get the extra $1,000. So they definitely want to have a good start, expect a lot of action inside the Sanhok.
That's kind of true. All they need to do is right now just persevere and get themselves the point as much as they can, because the format and the point system is really different for this PMRC. Are you guys ready? Gonna head over to Sanhok for our day 1 match #1. Let's get into Sanhok.
Sanhok it is! Let's go! Game #1! And this is going to be the first Sanhok of our PMRC. The first time ever that we'll be seeing this format inside of Sanhok. Do keep your eye on whether the healing game will still be played or everyone's just going to go all out guns blazing on each other.
At the same time, I do want to hover around bootcamp. There's a lot of contenders there as well. And, well, when it comes to circles, sometimes Sanhok circles are just so unpredictable. There's so many times we saw over around cave area, around quarry, that's kind of hard to play along with the multi-terrain. But looking on the side of Chem Alpha, we do have a couple of contenders. There's Sam9, BN United. And there's one more team in between there. It's going to be a green one. 3 teams taking on Chem Alpha. For the side of the Xaviers, I'm not sure if they're going to hop over to bootcamp or just straight towards Paradise Resort. But so far, feels like SMG gonna just camp over with the side of FaZe Clan on top of bootcamp.
Oh, we already got our first knockdown. It's going to be given to MR5 from FaZe Clan. And he managed to get the first blood onto SMG. My goodness. Okay, it's going to be the king of bootcamp. Let's see who's going to get it as their first crown of the first round.
SMG fighting with FaZe. There's no one more. FaZe is dominating so far. There's going to be them trying to find around the corner, but retaliation coming up from the side of SMG. Trying to take them down. It's going to be a hard one. Oh, too many at one corner. FaZe is just doing it better.
Oh, yeah. SMG down to the last man, in fact. He's going to go and bail. Looks like beautiful. He's just going to bail this and try to hold on for placement points. That's the best I can do for now. And you know what? The team that has the best names for me in the lineup is SMG. Just look at their names. You can make a story out of it.
Beautiful memory.
Pig feet. Yeah,
and remember?
And
what's that supposed to mean?
And their sub player is love for you.
Oh, wow.
I know,
Very
right?
poetic. But here comes Ramban. We do have our Yangon Galacticos with Infinity. I'm not sure where the rest of YG, but so far we only have one player here. 17 is here alone. But in the meantime, just to refresh our minds for a bit, I love their hairs where it match up with their logos and their banners. But we do actually, I do want to see what's happening to Chem Alpha because it's a very small island. There's 3 teams there. Alter Ego, there's also BN United, and there's also Sam9 there. It feels like a bit peaceful for a very small island to be shared with 3 teams there.
Yeah, expect that to change in the next couple of minutes, perhaps. But then again, because the circle is there, right? So they still have their own, like, okay, we drop, we can chill because, like, we kind of found our area, at least for round number 1. So it's only 1 round of Sanhok. You don't want to take too much of a risk at the end of the day. But speaking about taking risks, the Infinity, they are a team that will take risks. They're known to play the healing game, but considering that this kind of format, looks like they are moving quite actively.
Very active proning coming up from Daybot, GIDS. Now Jumper open up. The compound slowly approaching toward the side of GIDS from Buru as well.
Oh,
coming
surprise,
in. It's
surprise,
gonna be
surprise!
He's not prepared for that. Should have known.
Yeah, rule number one about Sandhawk is that you must always assume that someone's in every house. But now, you focus on the YG versus the Infinity. Sando goes down, Logan gets one for himself, Nuzi will get a second one. But no, Nuzi went down, but the counterfire coming in from Logan takes down WT17. Sando goes down as well to Logan and will be finished off by Logan as well.
Monet, one of the favorite players coming up from YG, way too far off to help the rest of the team. Infinity pick themselves up. We're looking over Romeo Boy, taking down outside of Four Rivals jumper. Who finished off straight away. YG gained himself 1 point. I'll trade it for another 2 for the side of Infinity before this. At least they gained something out of it still.
Yeah, at least still. So that's going to be another point in the back. So far, FaZe Clan with 3 points. They are leading the charts. Kind of obvious at this moment. Alter Ego, one of the Indonesian teams representing, obviously, Indonesia. Together with Boom. They'll be looking at the elimination feed and saying to themselves that, okay, this is not the Sandhawk that we know. The normal Sandhawk that we know that everyone's going to play the healing game, everyone's going to play this calm and chill, but no, this ain't your regular Sandhawk.
Oh, jumping to Bacon time, taking Sami by themselves. LGD is one of the team that actually I want to watch over as well because they are very unpredictable. I started their games, they're just having a lot of drop spot, but you guys don't forget to just scan over because this is going to be your last chance to PMNC 2022 and the prize pool is huge as well. Don't forget to scan it and just, register yourself right now. If you think yourself, you got what it takes to actually be a pro, this is your time to shine for Four Rivals. One by one, the player dropping like flies. The first one to be eliminated on side of Infinity will ambush towards the side of Boom. And it's going to be one player out for the Boom side. Infinity seems like they are going for a hunt.
Oh, yeah, as I expected. It's because of the format. Makes them just go crazy, just go insane, just trying to find opponents to eliminate. Already 3 eliminations for FaZe Clan as well as the Infinity. Now, both of them happen to come from the same region, obviously from Thailand. And now there's a team to watch here. Nova is playing, and the lineup that will be starting in this round is going to be Order, Frozen, Jimmy, as well as Paraboy.
Now, for the side, if you look over to the right side, there's the team list. The one that actually in the blue zone is going to be Infinity and Boom right now. But the rest of them, Geek Fam, hovering around to Bacon time. But Nova is watching them like a hawk. So Geek Fam have to be extra careful if they want to open fire here. Snipes quite early taking a buggy. But if they want to get out from here, I don't have a good feeling about this for Geek Fam because it feels like Nova really want to pin them down. Look at how they're just swapping over their utilities. I think Yuhai spot them out.
Oh, yeah. This is the dream clash that we kind of talked about before this tournament started because there was this one content, a little bit of a banter between Paraboy and Yuhai. So now that they're going up against each other, but Bacon time happen to be behind. Style gets one onto Mika and Mika goes down, but Mika has a buggy to protect him. Yuhai is the closest, probably going to pick up his teammate.
It's going to be really sandwich position for the sort of Geek Fam, not just Bacon time. Nova is there. There's one more team hovering around as well, but Armstar wants for more. Now, where would they go for Geek Fam? They're kind of stuck in between here. Noise spotted out on Mika. He want to finish him off straight away, but having a hard time to place a crosshair. Definitely will deny the mobility first, trying to just blow the tires. Almost clip entirely of Mika just now. Jimmy coming up from the other end. This looks really hard for the side of Geek Fam.
Oh, but it's going to be hard for Hexas as well as the Infinity is coming closer and closer. They know exactly where Hexas is at. It's going to be tough for him. 21% of health left, and at the same time, he's tanking out the blue. Only 3 first aids, and going up against the Infinity, it's not going to be the news that he wants to hear.
Next up, let's go the high ground. Taking on one down. Infinity still managed to score against one more play of Boom, one more down for them, and I think it's left with only 2 right now for the side of Boom. It's kind of a hard one. No, it's only 1 left remaining for the side of Boom, and they have to really struggle this one for a very long time. Same goes for SMG. Seems to like sharing the same boat here.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Frankie from the Xavier gets knocked down by Beautiful. And let's not forget that Beautiful is the last man standing for SMG, but he's still taking that fight. Look at how far the Infinity is at.
My God.
Looks like they're just going to go and get as many elimination points as possible, and now they're going to play still the healing game, perhaps.
Well, Eagle Esports coming out from the dock side just to go on in the water area, just going to drive a bit of boat, taking a bit of a cruise towards the other end of Nakam. But for Infinity, I'm not sure if they have a boat for themselves too. Seems like they have sort of vehicles, and that's why they take their own sweet time. It's still not too much of a pain when it comes to this sort of a blue zone. It's still too early. It's not the third or the fourth blue zone yet, so it's still bearable for these guys. But look at how concentrated the pool is when it comes to centralizing Nakam. There's so many teams around this area, including Nova, playing at the center of a circle.
I know, right? Just right in front of them is Bacon Time. Nova versus Bacon Time. But Bacon Time, they have the high ground advantage. If Nova has information, they probably won't try to make those aggressive moves just yet. But we move over to FaZe Clan versus Geek Fam.
Geek Fam, kind of low when it comes to manpower. Got one more down. Snipes taking on the flank side. MR5 tried to go from the rare side as well, but MR5 going for a retreat for a bit. They need to just reassess their position as Lycan still bleeding out on the ground. 30k trying to save a bit for the side of FaZe. Ventori's taking on UI at the same time. Snipes cooking up the nade. Gonna toss it over to Tony K, but Damrit doing the same thing, just a high toss over there. Those teams are actually not inside of a circle. It's gonna be Alter Ego versus BN United next.
Oh, BN United just next to Alter Ego. Zunos will be shot at. Zunos will be gunned down. At the same time, we can see that Harm takes down Silence from BN United. Looks like Sem9's on the other side.
Alter Ego, one bit, getting on one. Gonna finish off an easy one. Shunor's already down on the ground. It's just cleaning up. Coming up from Alter Ego. One more team eliminator. I'm not surprised. You look how much sandwich Geekfam was in. But right now, dominating is going to be FaZe Clan, taking the 5 eliminations on their side. Pombi, on the other hand, tried to open up a couple of smokes there just to make sure that he got himself a safety bridge just to get into the safe zone, while Sem9 waiting to gatekeep Alter Ego if they happen to pop in this corner.
Oh, yeah. They just need to come to Dab's crosshair, and Dab will just take that shot. At the same time, speaking about taking shots, you guys stand a shot to also join PMCC, and this will be the last chance to get into PMNC. But now we move over to Alter Ego. Pawnbit gets an elimination out of Tusk, and it's going to be BN United losing another player.
Oh, Sem9 being the third party from afar. Putra spotted out where the rest of Alter Egos are. Can actually see through Fnatic, but the rest of Alter Ego kind of stuck in rut here. They really need to go for an exit. On the side of Nova, they don't want to waste any more time. They're not waiting for fight to come towards them. They are the ones who are trying to find a fight and get themselves in the safe zone in the center of the circle first. They're going to prioritize it when it comes to the ranking points, but eliminated one more team out. Was it Infinity? Not really. Infinity is still way up behind. Who was it just now?
Let's see here. So it's going to be a Boom. What's the next team to be eliminated? So the Infinity, they're still tanking out the blue, but they have Namshin from Eagles just beside them. So it's something that they need to deal with. On the northern side, we can see that Silence from BN United is still alive. He has a vehicle, and Alter Ego goes together with him as well at the northern side. So far in the middle circle, we have a Nova, Bacon Time in it, FaZe Clan's in it as well.
Back towards the center of the circle. FaZe, Nova still in the center with Bacon Time. Come out from the northern side. Alter Ego finally squeezed himself into the safe zone. But it's not going to be that much longer. While GIDS fighting against FaZe. While Bacon Time got butt in as a third party. Snizzle being knocked down straight away on the ground by Noise. Tony K taking it on Aslan. FaZe gonna rush in while GIDS don't have time to reset. Eagle Esports happen to be there as well.
Oh, Vitores coming in from the other side. Looks like GIDS is in trouble. At this moment, it's only down to Daybot. Daybot down to 50% health. At the same time, we can see that Tony K gets a grenade elimination. Tony K, the star man. FaZe Clan now has 6 eliminations, and with that nade coming from Ventores, it's going to be number 12 for GIDS. And FaZe Clan now has 9 elimination points.
With that nade, plods at DBS in the last minute before he being knocked down. This is a big play coming up from Ventores. Best for the side of Sem9, we have Lord Harm just gonna bridge camping for a bit. Alter Ego always being gatekept by the side of Sem9. Finally kills double down by Harm. Make it 3 now, but Alter Ego really need to save their necks there.
Oh, he is harmful at this moment. Looks like it's going to be hard for the rest of Alter Ego to actually cross this bridge. They'll be gate capped by Sem9. At the same time, the blue is putting pressure onto them. Almost no way for them to actually get across now. We can see that Ronaldo only has 3 first aids. That's not much. He can't last that long.
Oh, he needs to last that long. Don't have any other options there. Back to the side of Adepts. Sem9 still going to go for the rush. But these Xaviers come up from behind. Adepts try to hop onto the buggy. Same goes for Harm. They need to build this one. It's not worth waiting that long anymore. And now finally squeezing themselves in the safe zone. And they're definitely waiting for the next circle to pop up in a couple of seconds.
Bombit has been eliminated by Sem9. So that's going to be another point in the back. Sem9 this more has 3 elimination points. But now it move over to another team. Oh, the Infinity out at number 11, 7 elimination points. What just happened to them? Something happened on the outside of the zone, but I'm not too sure what it was. But this is going to be the debut of LGD on our screen at least. So far, so good for them. No elimination points though. But the circle, FaZe Clan will be right smack in the middle of it. Nova will be in the circle as well. Bacon Time in the circle, the long range coming in from Bacon Time. They're playing the gatekeeping role against Yangon Galacticos. Marnet has been eliminated. That means it's going to be out for Yangon Galacticos at number 11.
Oh man, really close. But look at Eagle Esports, how far they are staying in the blue zone.
I know, right?
They are in the blue tag, but it doesn't mean they have to tank the blue zone all the way. But look how saturated it is right now for these Xaviers. Sem9 has been gatekeep all the way for Alter Ego, who finally have one more member left, finally can get into the bridge here. But for how much longer? Look at how many teams waiting on the other end. While LGD, BAC, well, Bacon Time, they have a go with against Nova. They have been going against the same pathway, same direction for the longest time, but they haven't got themselves any sort of preemptive shot yet.
Yeah, not yet. But the blue may put pressure onto them for them to do that. But now LGD onto Bacon Time. This is the fight that we've been waiting for. Bacon Time has had the circle for the longest time. At the same time, we can see that BN United out at 10th place, 0 elimination points. That means no placement points at all for BN United. Bacon Time now have LGD to deal with. LGD have the high ground advantage. They're starting to move into the compound. LGD still a full squad. The nade will be popped out by Cute. Nade, oh! Okay, Sukik almost gunned down. Only about 1% of health left. Bacon Time tossing a nade onto the other side by Cute tag. Goes down and Cute. That is it for him. It's hard for him to be saved, but then again the counter fight comes in. 9 Noise coming from a 4. 9 Noise with the long range will not be able to take down anyone just yet.
Oh, the trade is real between these two teams. Still no clue who's winning for LGD versus BAC. Bacon Time. Ice now trying to go for the flank side. YG happens to be there as well. Wait, what? Romeo, before he eliminated, he knocked one down, giving more problems to the side of LGD. But Ice, this is going to be the bait for LGD. He's trying to just revive, but there's not enough time. The Blue Zone coming in. It's going to be the fourth Blue Zone as well. Really painful. Oh, that's it, Ice. What a wonderful nade that was.
I mean, they were all in the house, right? So it's almost like a no-brainer for Ice to just aim the nade into the compound to secure those elimination points. And that's going to be Bacon Time winning the fight against LGD. And now Sem9, they managed to find their way into the circle. And Putra having this sniper tower advantage. He has information. He knows where Nova is at.
Yes, Putra playing it very safe. For the side of Sem9, they still have 4 men. Alter Ego with 1 saying goes for Eagle Esports. BAC Bacon Time with 2 men only. FaZe only lost 1. The rest of us still have a 4. Nova and the Xaviers. We're talking about these 2 teams. The most fearsome team is still having 4 men well and alive. This is going to be a warning sign for these guys. But FaZe got themselves in the center with also an additional bonus of airdrop. But these Xaviers coming from the northern side. Alter Ego, I think Reno will be safe for now as Xavier will be busy against FaZe Clan.
Oh, FaZe Clan has the circle at this moment. The long range! Can he manage to get it? No! Looks like Bacon Time will not get it, but then again, Sem9 Put tries there to stop Nova in their tracks. Managed to get 2 knockdowns back to back. Beautiful coming in from Sem9. At the same time, we can see that Putra is not done yet. He has information. He knows exactly where Nova is currently coming from. And it's going to be 5 elimination points for Sem9. They're currently dominating this round.
Sem9 got himself the advantage of elevations and the high grounds, while Bacon time to get a shot against Nova. Noise taking a bit of a third-party situation here. Lamborghini on the other end trying to take down on the side of Sem9 as well. Now everybody wants a prize spot where Sem9 is standing here while FaZe MR5 taking a bit on Nova to Nova. They're losing men and eliminator on 7 blue. Only 2 eliminations. Alter Ego is still there with how? That one-man army coming up from Alter Ego. That's insane.
Well, it's insane as well for FaZe Clan as they got themselves 10 elimination points. And now it's going to Renare, the last man standing for Alter Ego. Not too sure how many first saves he has, but I don't think it's much. They struggle at the bridge, being gate capped by Sem9 earlier on. And it looks like it's going to be out for Renare. And number 6 for Alter Ego, 4 elimination points.
It's going to be the last member of Alter Ego. If I'm not mistaken, it was a one-man army all the way quite early on. Still secure so much elimination points coming from Alter Ego. Back to the side of FaZe. Tony K and the rest of them, the only team in the center right now. They got themselves the strongest compound to work with, while the others still outside of the circle. We're talking about Bacon Time only have left with 2 men, Eyes and Noise, but these two have been working such a wonderful duo. We're talking about since the start till the end there, while Bacon Time, Eyes and Noise have been working so well together. Frankie and Rabies tried to spread out in a wider angle just to get into the circle. But the thing is, Sem9 got the high ground. It's just so hard to pinpoint where Sem9 is.
Yeah, Sem9 in a good position at this moment, but then again, they do not have a clear entry to the circle. Just look at this. Everyone's like next to each other at this moment. FaZe Clan is the only team that's right smack in the middle of the circle, and not only that, they have a compound. Now, Sem9 just by the edge of it knows exactly where the Xavier is at, and long range from Harm gets a knockdown to do.
Here comes another one just to finish in it. A bit hard for the side of Harm. Just to translate it into one, convert it into 1 point here. Having a bit of a long shot, but quite hard. This is the terrain's not on his side coming up from Sem9. But in the meantime, Sem9 need to have a go as well because they're not quite in the center of the circle. Just how FaZe is actually standing quite strong here. The strongest walls to work with. Bacon Time start to move forward here, slowly advancing while Ice try to be the lookout coming from the back line. Noise just trying to scout things out. These Xavier's showing themselves way too early. Ice taking one down. It's a clean execution as well. 1 more elimination points come out from the side of Bacon Time. 8 eliminations in total. We're working only 2 person with it. And Noise is nowhere near stopping it.
Oh, 9 Noise. They gotta make it quick at this moment. FaZe Clan, they still have to compound together with the circle. D Xavier is currently on the other side. We got Bacon Time with a little bit of elevation. Sem9 with Adibs now. They still maintain a full squad. The only team that still maintain a full squad. That's a good chance to get into chicken dinner, but they must not forget that FaZe Clan has a compound.
Oh, the Xavier's still inside of the blue zone.
Oh,
5! That spray is just so crispy. Barely whiffed it for Tony K, and then the rest of FaZe is just standing quite strong in the center of the circle. Now Frankie cooking up the nade. Trying to toss it over. He has to make wonder here for kind of a bit hard for Frankie to squeeze in, tagging a bit of the blue zone. I don't think Rabies and Frankie will try to contest this anymore. Frankie's slowly dying out, while Bacon Time doing the same thing and now outside of the blue zone here. And the Xavier's 2 men just playing the healing game at the same time, waiting for Sem9 to take down on FaZe.
Yeah, that's their best bet right now to play that healing game because they're kind of locked in at this moment. Frankie will be taken out by the zone. Bacon Time out as well. 8 elimination points together with them. Now it's between Sem9 and FaZe Clan for their first chicken dinner on the PMRC. Right at this moment, it looks like it's going to be kind of 50-50. FaZe Clan, they still have a little bit of that compound, but Sem9, they have that elevation advantage.
At the same time, they need to move forward here. Advancing slowly, Harm and Adips coming up from the flank side. Now Venturas and MRL5. They want to play this quite slow. Tony K is the one scouting over. MRL5 just going to cross the rope to join in together with Venturas. Well, that spotted him out. But the smoke is just making so hard for the side of Adapt to actually pinpoint him out. But FaZe is just putting this chess piece so well. They're slowly advancing, taking such precaution. And now Adib's trying to flush them out, but it's just so hot. FaZe know exactly which corner to play with.
Oh, Adib's now trying to find an opening into the compound. At this moment, FaZe Clan, they are still 3. So it's going to be a 3v3 at this moment. Dab on the left, he knows exactly where Tony K is at, but can't get a good shot. Now the nade from Dab will land onto Tony K. The nade from Dab onto Tony K, down to 50% of health.
Gonna be a painful one, but at the same time, the blue zone is not on their side. Semna have to advance. They don't have any choice or options there. I did trying to actually put around Rosie, while Dep's still flushing on the other end. Tony K taking a wall fight. Well, MR5 really low. Tony K on his knees as well. It's down to mano to mano. Sem9 Dep versus Vintorez. It's only 2 guys left in this match. It's gonna be 1v1. Vintorez, last single bell. Well, Dep cannot actually be put in. Sem9 secure with a chicken dinner, taking the first match away in their hands.
Well, it's going to be Sem9, ladies and gentlemen, taking home their first chicken dinner. It's going to be Malaysia with it. Sem9, first chicken dinner for this tournament. What an amazing play there by Sem9, coming in from the north, from the areas of Camp Alpha, fighting their way through onto the areas of Ruins, and finally getting that chicken dinner. Not on a small team, but we're talking about FaZe Clan here.
That's true, and it was quite a contest for the sort of Sem9. They picked their drop, they picked their spot exactly where they need to be with Elevation's advantage, where even though they don't have much compound to work with, but because of the high ground, they can see through everything that's actually moved. They have a wider angle to cover with, and that's just well worth it, even though they took a slower time to get into the center of the circle. But looking over to Nova, Infinity fighting way early. Unlike Infinity is trying to bulldoze every single person there is, because we're not ever once looking at Infinity just to camp it out for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, they came all the way from boot camp. They had to fight their way onto the Ruins Island, and they had to meet other teams. There's no choice. But at the same time, that gave them the benefit of ranking in those elimination points. FaZe Clan, they're not here just to have fun. They're here to bulldoze everyone.
Sure, and one more person, I mean, like, that's like a huge name coming up from Ice, also Noise just now. But speaking of one player, I have to give a lot of credit for Alter Ego and also Eagle Esports. They have one man, especially coming up from Alter Ego, he racked so much point just by himself. I think I was Renare, the last person for Alter Ego, right? Just by himself.
Yeah, he was the solo player, and he was gate capped by Sem9 at some point, but somehow he managed to survive that. It was kind of amazing, the fact that he could survive that long as well. This final fight coming in from Sem9 against FaZe Clan, MR5 didn't notice that there was someone on the right, so a little bit of a lack of concentration there, but overall, what a quality fight between these two teams. It could have been anyone's game at the other day.
I have to say that was a really close one when it comes to 1v1. But that, it was so crucial for him to stand at where he's at, because if it's not because of him, they might have lost that for Sem9. But it's a really fair game for both teams. Sem9 with first place, FaZe on second just now. But look at the time in the blue. FaZe Clan has been playing a lot of the center of the circle since the start here.
Yeah, so they're not bothered about like, okay, we're going to tank the blue, we're going to come in slow. No, we're just going to go straight in the middle. If we have a prime position, whether it's a high ground, whether it's a compound, we just go straight into the middle and try to take over that area. That's how they rank in those elimination points. And speaking about elimination points, because they got so many elimination points, they actually have the same amount of points as Sem9.
This is where we talked about, you know what, you got chicken, great, nice, you got yourself extra something there. But in the meantime, we're talking about second and first place. Pretty much at a tie right now. Not much big of a difference. We look at later on how much elimination they would get. But coming out from third place, Bacon Town with also quite a number of elimination, 8 eliminations, same goes with Sem9 just now. The Xaviers, on the other hand, I'm surprised they didn't go as aggressive as we thought they would be.
Yeah, I was expecting a little bit more from the Xavier, to be honest. But Vintorez, I mean, the man, the myth, the legend himself, he has been around for the longest time. 5 elimination points out of Vintorez alone. He's the MVP for this round. 830 damage, 113 longest elimination distance, 6.2 MVP points, and 29% team contribution. I mean, you can't doubt this guy. This guy is a legendary status by now.
I mean, like, when he comes to the flank side, he always knows where to actually spot the blind spot for the enemy team. But at the same time, they work so well for the side of FaZe when it comes to the entire team. Look at how eliminations they actually get. The highest there is. I think it's getting more points than the chicken dinner as itself.
Yeah, it is. So it is just the first round that we kind of feel like, okay, get a feel of like, how this format would look like. You know, what will be the priority? Will it be elimination points or will it be placement points? I think it's quite clear that elimination points bring a lot of value with this format.
I mean, like, this is what we're looking for. The aggressiveness, like how the players don't have any other options and just go fight for the survival, fight for their own survival at this stage. But looking at how the performance of the first match just now, just to recap for a bit, what really happened. I mean, like, the flat path really more to the southern part. So there's not many teams that coming up from the northern side as a start, right? But I'm surprised how Cam Alpha, the smallest island there is, all three teams up there managed to get out from the island safe and sound.
Yeah, I know, right? At some point, it was even like Alter Ego managed to get across as well. So it was good. They know how to play that very, very tough island. In fact, if you ask me, right, that island is even tougher to play as compared to the main peninsula. Because main peninsula, you have a lot of room. You can either go through Painan, you can go through Camp Charlie. You have a lot of options to play with. So you got to give it to the teams in Camp Alpha Island, despite there are like, what, 3-4 teams inside there, but they still managed to make it through.
For FaZe, they got quite a number of eliminations in the start on the boot camp. I think it was against SMG at first, right?
Yeah.
But for Sem9, I'm surprised how they just cut across BN United and Alter Ego. They've been waiting here. If you're looking over at Sem9, they have been gatekeeping Alter Ego all the way for the longest time there is. For Bacon Time, on the other hand, coming up from Sami, which they don't have a lot of contenders, but they have been moving alongside with Nova and FaZe for quite a bit in the same direction. So they didn't actually fight against each other too early on.
But speaking about Nova, they've been pretty quiet in this first round. But then again, yeah, it's just the first round, you know. Like, we've seen multiple times like how Nova comes back in the global stage from behind to get that championship. So, you know what, Nova fans out there, I know first round may not be their round, but let's not forget that the comeback is real.
True, but looking at how FaZe, they're trying to take down on Noise first, and Ice just really hard to fight against the entirety of FaZe alone. But this is where this is really crucial. Looking at how Dap's standing there, I'm surprised they spot him out. One of the main reasons why FaZe didn't spot out Dap, not just because of the rock structure in between, but because of a smoke, kind of obliterate or kind of block their vision towards where Dap is. So their tunnel vision towards the side of what's in front. And Dap playing such a crucial role here. If he's been taken down early on, it's going to be FaZe's game. That's just how crucial Dap was in this very particular moment. And Venturas, I have to say, because he's quite far off, have to fight against 2 Sem9. He clutched 2 down, double down there. If only he just, you know, have to just pinpoint it straight towards the wall, he might actually got Dap as well.
Yeah, I felt that MR5 could have done better in his position because he was taken out by Dap without any challenge at all. He exposed himself by coming out onto the compound, but it is what it is. Anyway, we're going to check out, ladies and gentlemen, that was them playing. Now, for you guys, you have a chance to play in the PMCC, whereby it will be a qualifier onto PMNC. Of course, the format details will be explained later. But for you guys out there, this is your chance to register for PMCC. And of course, not only the chance to play in PMNC, but you would stand a chance to win part of the 40,800 ringgit prize pool.
Yeah, not just that, you are also eligible to join as long as you are a student, okay? 16 years old and above only. And also the top 4 of PMCC will qualify to end of the year PMMC, where you have a chance to qualify for 2023 PMPL. So the registration is now open for you guys. Just check out PUBG Mobile official page for more info. And also don't forget, we have more set coming for you guys soon.
Yeah, there will be a new ultimate set. If you remember the previous ultimate set, there was that guy with a girl at the side. I forgot what's that set called again. But this is going to be something new that's going to be replacing that. So stay tuned. More information in PUBG Mobile. Right now, we're not kidding you guys. That's the only information that we got. This graphic and a few lines, probably like 2 lines, and that's about it. So stay tuned. Even we don't know how it's going to look like.
Oh, it's going to be something flashy as always. But don't forget, something more flashier coming into since September, if I'm not mistaken. It's going to be the new Nusa map. You guys should have tried it. You guys should have tested it with a lot of, crossbow, with tactical crossbow, the latest shotgun there. There's so many cavern and a back cave. There's so many places for you guys to just hang around if you just want to play it as peaceful as possible, even though it's a first-person shooting games. But if you just want to hang out on the Love Island, like, why not?
Oh yeah, Love Island.
Might find the love of your life there.
Wow. You can find it in Bulan Bay as well.
Why?
Yeah, well, it sounds romantic, right? So Bulan, for the benefit of our international audience, Bulan translates as moon. So it's a moon bay. It's like, you know, when you sit there, you just like have that moon, you're dating and all that. You know, something that I haven't done for a long time.
But there's like sort of a mansion and a lot of swimming pools as well. It feels very luxurious.
I know, right?
Feel very like a posh life if you're actually playing in there. But we're done and dusted. When it comes to your Sanhok, next it's going to be the dusty one. It's going to be Miramar next.
Yes, it's going to be the only Miramar before we play 3 Erangels straight on. So, Miramar, man, that's going to be a very challenging map as well because you really need to know the slopes of that map. But let's check out the most knocked out from that previous round. Ventores, Almstyle, and Harm coming in.
I'm loving the graphics, by the way. Just the number one get a bit of a spotlight there.
Yeah.
Ventura still taking himself not just the MVP with the most knockouts at 5. And same goes for Armstar. We saw coming up from Bacon Time, quite a number. And also Harm squeezing in at 3rd place. But when it comes to most damage, Ventura is actually taking up the lead here.
Oh yeah, it's going to be Ventores, number 1. Armstar is still in it. But Ventores' teammate, Tony K, is up there as well at 713. They just invert the numbers between Armstar and Tony K, kind of think about it.
Just reverse, or just, you know, 1 and 3, 3 and 1, let's go. But Ventura is on different level entirely, 800 over just within 1 match. We're talking about only the first match. Imagine by the end of the day how much he can actually take himself that when it comes to accumulation of all total damage.
Yeah, it's just the first game, ladies and gentlemen. We have a lot more to play, not only today, but also up to, well, throughout the week. Of course, the first goal for these teams, again, is to get that number 1 and number 2 spot by the end of tomorrow because they want to play that extra match inside Nusa for a chance to win $1,000 if they manage to get that chicken dinner. But anyway, Sem9, if you just tune into a Sem9 from Malaysia, taking home the first chicken dinner with 8 elimination points. We'll be jumping to Miramar right after this.
Yep, back towards the biggest map there is, and we're looking over who's going to be the king of Miramar when it comes to day number 1 so far. Sanhok is a very sort of a World Cup map. We do know that for a fact, and it's going to be the one of the map that being played like the least amount, like always once a day. And Miramar in the future, we usually have more maps than just once, right?
Yeah.
So it's quite important to actually really dominate Miramar as well.
Yeah, but just for this PMRC, we'll be playing majority of it Erangel.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is fun. I like Erangel a lot. It's very well balanced. You have a good amount of water, elevation, compounds, loot, and all that. So it's all good. It's all good. I'm not complaining about Erangel at all. I love it so much. But for Miramar, it's normally the most hated map for the teams because it's just hard to play. You have very little cover in Miramar.
That's true, and vehicle's always an issue for some of these guys. They have to fight over it, and especially when it comes to when they first landed on the ground.
Yeah.
Whoever caught their vehicles first, if you don't get it, you get splat by it. You will be run over by these guys. If you actually got it, you get the chance to actually run over those guys.
Yeah.
I mean, like whoever gets it first. Speaking of which, I'm looking for when it comes to Miramar, possibly around El Pozo, where there's a number of teams that are going to drop there. Even though when it comes to MYSG, PH, we don't have a lot of teams dropping around El Pozo. Even Picardo is quite a number of teams that will actually be contested there.
Yeah, I think maybe because there was some level of respect with Geek fam inside El Pozo at some point. But anyway, we did see that teams, I wouldn't say that they're not respectful, but they were just like, okay, whatever it takes for us to get those elimination points, we will do it. And that is exactly what happened inside a boot camp between SMG and FaZe Clan. So if that could happen, I mean, we can expect that to happen again in the next Miramar.
I mean, like, it's all about who's the bigger boss, who's got the bigger, bigger courage or bigger confidence when it comes to fighting man-to-man. And speaking of a compound domination, it's all down to these guys to actually reel it out when it comes to day number 1. It's always a huge statement for these guys to just dominate whatever drop spot they want to get in the first day. If they lose it in the first day, it's going to be a big problem for them because they have to swap over when it comes to the second day here if they want to get themselves in a new Nusa map by end of day number 2.
Correct. Because we're only going to get the number 1 and number 2 at the end of tomorrow. So 9 more games to go before we kind of decide like who gets to play that extra match for a chance of getting extra money in the bag for the season. I mean, $1,000 it's good just for a chicken dinner. I think it's one of the highest per chicken dinner so far that we have seen for a chicken dinner.
It used to 250, right?
Yeah.
Like, it used to be 250.
Yeah, it's 3 digits for sure. But I don't think there was a $1,000 just for one chicken dinner.
Now, this is the first time ever, actually. It's really good motivation for these guys. Yeah. But speaking of the guys that are actually going to be playing Miramar, do drop your prediction as well, because we want to know, do you think we'll actually win when it comes to Miramar? And so far, we haven't seen a lot when it comes to the teams that I mentioned, quite a number, especially when we're starting off today's interview. All the Malaysian teams so far mentioned about, Nova. Nowhere to be seen yet.
Speaking about that interview, right?
Yeah.
If you remember, like Geek Fam and 4 Rivals, they say, "Oh, we want to take down 7-9, right?"
Yeah.
Just saying, who got the chicken dinner? Just say it.
Yeah.
Just say it, right? Just putting it out there.
We have to recap and relive that moment of the interview where we mentioned about he's being sandwiched in a situation where Geek Fam and also 4 Rivals said, we will actually bring you back to the lobby, but it feels like very different now. As actions do speak louder than words now.
Yeah, he had the last laugh at the other day, right? Yeah, you can't think about it. So he is proving that, hey, you know what, we'll take it during the interview.
What lobby?
What lobby? What lobby? I think the lobby is yours. In fact, 4 Rivals was the first one to go out of them.
That's true.
And then Geek Fam.
I was kind of baffled the fact that 4 Rivals feels like they have been segregating themselves and just mind their own business, each of the individual when it comes to 4 Rivals. They're not working as a team like we saw each of the teams that are working like, okay, we're working in pairs, we're working as duo, trying to scout for the front line and watching out for the back line. But for the side of 4 Rivals, feels like they are going for 1-1-1-1 formation. They work out for them.
Yeah, I guess this is also a reminder that it's a very different game now, considering that the teams that are playing are no pushovers. We're talking about the top teams around Southeast Asia as well as the Chinese region. So I think that it's more of them needing to adapt themselves and say, hey, it's not our regular PMPL, MYFGPH anymore. We got to change the way we play. We got to adapt to these teams. So we got to do things differently.
That's true. It's different, total different ball game here when it comes to the Chinese region coming into this clash of the regions. Well, we did mention a lot of regions now. But let's jump straight into our prediction here for the next match, which is going to be Miramar. For me, it's going to be Xavier. You just mentioned about 4 Rivals just now. They're not adapting. Yeah. What happened to you?
Well, they will be adapting in the next round.
Oh, that part.
Yeah. So it's
I thought they were late bloomers.
Well, true. But I guess with like 9 more games to go, it's late if you don't bloom after this.
Okay.
4 Rivals.
Fair enough.
Bloom it up. Okay, D Xavier.
Wow,
I have no doubt about your choice, frankly speaking.
Yeah. We do know. I do remember Rabies when he's crazy. He's just Rabies all the way. But at the same time,
give Rabies to everyone.
This is one of the strongest teams in South Asia.
Yeah.
Now, I do want to see how will they fare when it comes to fighting one of the strongest region in the world. It's going to be the Chinese region here. Are they ready when it comes to, even if they got themselves at number 1 seed one day or in the future, like, in the upcoming tournament, can they actually take down the teams coming out? Example, LGD, SMG, and also come out from Nova? Because, yes, you're strong in South Asia, but is that just it? Can you go even further?
Yeah, I mean, just to recap as well. So the past C Championship, they were the only team. Well, okay, they were champions. We all know that, but they were also champions by being number 1 from game number 1, from the first game up to the last game. It is crazy. I've never seen something like that before, and that just proves that they are the best of the best. Like, there's no doubt that Xavier is the best in Southeast Asia. So, like what you say, right? I really want to see a fair fight between them and also one team from the Chinese regions. How would they fare?
True. It's now the clash of the titans. If I want to see if the Xaviers happen to be fighting a team versus team when it comes to Nova. Now that's going to be really interesting. We talk about the best when it comes to South Asia, fighting the best coming up from China region. Can they actually overcome each other? How well do they adapt to each other's fight and strategy? Because in the end of the day, for South Asia, definitely we in South Asia do definitely want to see how far can we go in the future.
Yeah, they have proven it.
Yeah.
With that championship winning run in the last C championship. So now it's against these new Chinese teams, Team SMG, we have LGD as well as Nova as well. So this will be the biggest challenge. But so far, I would say that in that previous round, if we base on that previous round, Thailand in general, they're doing really well.
That's kind of true. Now, speaking of the Thai, the Infinity will not be forgotten at all. We're talking about Bacon Time. Used to have one of the legends in there, but definitely is like they are not playing now. But they're being formed by one of the legends back then when it comes to, what was it? RQ Athena back then, you know, the G9, the twins. Now they found it out Bacon Time. And now Bacon Time feels like they're sort of having their momentum, especially coming up from our style. He knows exactly what to do, but at the same time, can they get how good they used to be?
Yeah, I know, right? G9 is now enjoying his mookata, you know, in Thailand right now. So hopefully we'll be able to get to, he has a restaurant, a mookata restaurant in
I'm not surprised. I mean, like, he and D2E is like,
Yeah. What? Yeah.
I'm like, they always have plans.
Yeah, so he has a mookata restaurant. I think, obviously, he goes to his own restaurant a lot.
Why not?
Yeah, why not? He's legendary status by now. Like, apparently in the Thailand scene, he's very well respected because he has good work ethics.
Yes, true.
Yeah, obviously he's a very good player and basically a total package for G9.
They're very humble. They're very humble. I actually get to sit down and talk face to face with them for the entire team. That time they were RQ Athena with also there was Ernie. There's also D2E and also G9. Both twins are very, you know, chatty sometimes. They want to talk to you, but sometimes it's just a language barrier thing. So I always have Safer to actually be my translator in between. Always. Thank you so much, buddy, coming up from the Thai caster. Yeah,
very good.
Very good. But it's nice. But at the same time, I also want to see the rise coming up back from Indonesia. We haven't seen them to be like the world class now. They've been slowly going down, but I want to see them rising back into the scene here.
Yeah, it's very different throughout the past few years for Indonesia, right? Like at some point we see Indonesia as like, oh, that status, like especially during the PTR era.
Yeah, they
when they were world
supposed to be legendaries too.
Yeah, but it kind of fall as years goes by. So I mean, they still have another chance to actually make that comeback because we'll be seeing them in PMGC as well. They got the invite as well. Of course, it's going to be even more interesting that Indonesia is going to be the home ground for PMGC. So it's going to give a lot of these Indonesian teams boost, not only for BTR but also the other teams that managed to qualify themselves onto that stage.
I mean, I did actually have a chat with the most Indonesian players as person to person, as a team, person to a team as well. I asked them what happened to their legends like Bigatron, right? They said, I asked Bigatron personally as well, like what they told me, like even the players coming out from the other teams, they mentioned one thing: the scene has been completely changed if you compare with the dawn of PUBG Mobile. That days were gone. Like that's like 2-3 years, like almost 4 years ago. And this is how the community just evolved themselves into a different tier of players, completely different if you compare with back then. Yes, it seems like the same game, it feels like the same match, it feels like the same sort of map. But how the players actually think, it evolved in a certain way that it's so competitive that it's just so hard for a team to be maintaining their status as the champs in one certain region.
It is very difficult. Even like for the Infinity, they were big champions inside Thailand, but at some point as well, they had a little bit of a slump, but now they're kind of back. So even with the same lineup, so that's really, really impressive for the Infinity. Even there are some other teams as well from Thailand that used to be really, really up there, but we don't see them as much nowadays as well. So I mean, this is it is just what it is, right? Like even for Malaysia, we would talk about like teams like Team Secret, for example, used to be always up there, but nowadays it wasn't the same Team Secret as before.
It used to be.
Yeah.
It's like once upon a time.
Once upon a time.
Now, do you want them to stay as legends or will it just a myth? It's all down to them. Whether they can prove themselves today when it comes to Miramar, our first Miramar match of day number 1. It's the second match of the day. We're done with Sanhok now, jumping over to Miramar. Are you guys ready? Let's hop straight into it.
Miramar! The first Miramar of our PUBG Mobile Regional Clash is here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get things going as we look at the flight path here. Looks like it's going to come from the southern side up to the northern side, a little bit on the left. So teams that like to drop on the right, areas of Impala, Puerto Priso, El Azhar, Campo Militar, might find it a little bit difficult for them to get into their regular draft spot.
I mean, like this kind of flight path, I do want to see where Bacon Time actually drop themselves, because sometimes it's based on the flight path itself. When it comes to LGD, same case here. Bacon Time, they used to drop around Los Leones, but when it comes to this sort of flight path, they might contest with Legal Esports when it comes to Chumacera. So I have a feeling they might have a bit of early clashes here for GIDS. Seems like they changed. They used to drop around Montenovo, but because of the high contest coming up from the Infinity, they want to change it over to the southern part, all the way Los Higos, where there's it's going to be a no man's land, easy for them to actually take the place there. But for the teams that are dropping around Impala, maybe Alter Ego, I'm not sure if they're still going to select that particular drop spot, since it's quite far-fetched when it comes to this sort of a flight path.
Keep keeping my eyes around the areas of San Martin though. It feels like there might be like 2 teams dropping there, or even more. We do see that Xavier is there. And overlapping them, I think it's going to be 7-9 as well. So a lot of teams centered around those areas.
Oh, wow.
But we got the first few shots coming from Beautiful. Can't land a beautiful shot just yet. But the circle, Los Leones.
Really angry, Beautiful. A beautiful shot coming out from him, even though it didn't clip. But imagine if he actually land those shots, it's going to be a huge one.
Yeah.
He ended up as a solo. I think was solo a lot when it comes to SMG previous game. So you want to redeem the rest of the team's death in the previous round, possibly when the start of Myanmar. Back to the side of FaZe, yeah, seems like it's a very quiet place for Bacon. Actually, they hop over to Los Leones instead of contesting Chumacera with a Eagle Esports, but the rest of them still try to make sure that they got themselves their territory mark. And there's no clashes quite early on, except for just now where we saw, SMG try to shut down FaZe Clan.
Yeah, try to get a little bit of revenge there if they could. But, well, it is what it is. A couple of handgun shots shouldn't be a danger towards FaZe Clan. Like what you said, I'm surprised as well that we don't see that many early clashes so far.
Okay.
But this is a interesting graphic again that's still back here. It's going to be Volky taking over the place of Apple for 4 rivals. Probably a much needed swap considering how they did in that previous round.
Well, on the other hand, the other side of the circle is going to be more towards the northwest side. The Xaviers spotted out with 7-9. And Lamborghini thinking about whether to take the fight or not. I have a feeling that Lamborghini just want to loot himself up, just going to build this one, not taking unnecessary fights too early. 7-9 on the other hand, feels like they want to force this fight since they got themselves again another high ground to work with on the side of Boom. So very quiet, not too many people around Voldemort for now.
They're not booming yet.
Not booming yet.
Yeah, they're not booming yet. Yeah. Just give them some time. Fun fact. So Okta plays for Boom. Recently, I met a new friend from Indonesia as well. He goes by the name of Okta.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
but it's a real name. It's not an IGN.
Maybe that's his real name too.
Yeah. So the fun fact is that that could be his real name.
That's interesting. I'm like, that's an interesting name to start with. Don't forget to scan this, guys, while looking over to LGD. Almost take down on BN United Max. It was so lucky.
I know, right? That was super duper close. I wanted to like the Okta thing, right?
Yeah.
So it could also be known as Dr. Octavius. I'm just putting it out there.
Hey, but hey, now you kind of remind me. I mean, like, I had a chat with my Indonesian friends too. I mean, like, it was Woofy, the Indonesian caster, actually told me that sometimes they name their children based on the birth month. So maybe he's being born in October, so it's going to be called Okta.
Whoa! Seriously?
Yeah.
Man. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So Wolfie is the year of the wolf, month of the wolf?
Oh, no, I mean, like...
I don't know. Okay,
I mean,
his real name is not Wolfie, by the way, so to be fair.
He's a nice
Alan's
guy.
probably a real name.
Sorry?
Alan from
I mean,
GDGIDS, probably a real name.
That's like a very common name. Alan.
Yeah. Oh, see, our observers know that we're talking about Alan.
Yeah.
I feel kind of nice.
GIDS. This is going to be with Bang Pen, also a good friend. I'm not sure if Bang Pen will actually play for GIDS, honestly.
well, yeah.
I'm like, we got this spreadsheet coming up. Bang Pen, really? You're the support / IGL? Really, Bang Pen? You're the IGL?
Yeah.
But he's a very funny guy. He's really a nice guy. He helped me quite a lot back then.
Why is he so fun? What did he do?
He's really funny. I mean, like, the way he responds to it when you talk to him, sometimes it's just not making any sense, but it's so funny because it's not making any sense.
Okay, it's funny because it's not making any sense.
Yeah, I mean, like, he's a very funny guy. He always make a laugh of everything that's going on. Like, example, like, I told him, like, example, if we have sort of a problem, right?
Okay.
Like, I accidentally did this example.
All right.
And then the response I get, why did you do that in the first place? I'm like, that's kind of true.
He's like, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I mean, like, the way he responded is like, you know, it's kind of, we don't have a rebuttal our way into it anymore.
It's like the logic, right?
Yeah.
It's like, so if it's going to trouble you, why did you do it in the first place?
Yeah, that sort of stuff. But he's a really good friend. He's a really good friend. Back to the start of the Xavier's Lamborghini. We were hoping to actually have a fight just now. Or was it against M9 early on, but they didn't actually fight. It's going to be LGD being the target for Duke. Spotted them out. Try to transition LGD getting into the safe zone, but it's going to be a long hike. This is a perfect view for Duke.
And he? Ooh.
They got away. Really close. There it goes.
Second round? Oh, but Rabbit's got it.
But I couldn't finish it.
Yeah, I know, right? That could probably be a easy save. But hey, okay, it's somewhere else. Okay. How did that player from LGD got left behind?
It's actually Rabis taken down on Los Leones. He left behind in Los Leones while the rest of the team tried to park themselves in advance.
So
they actually found out, and that's surprising actually.
I know, right?
They were shooting the other direction entirely.
Yeah.
The one actually gaining the points is actually the one in the back.
Yeah. It's like, you guys can't do the job. I'll do it myself. Okay, it's fine. But speaking about doing the business, looks like it's going to be 4 rivals. Bamburu onto Renare. Renare was the last man standing for Alter Ego in the previous round, but unfortunately this time he's going to be the first one to go out.
On top of Chumacero, which is not inside of a circle. A lot of team actually being forced to stay in the blue zone here.
Yeah.
I'm surprised how many teams are actually taking out the blue zone. We're talking about around 5 to 6 teams there.
I know,
YG, BN United, 4 rivals, Alter Ego, and these Avies finally get into the safe zone. Almost make it 5 just now, but the circle will pop. Look at Los Leones. This is going to be an urban war fight, or it's going to be Chumacero fight all the way.
Yeah, it's going to be the high ground of Chumacero. Expect more teams to go towards that area. So far, it's going to be GIDS, Boom on the other side. But we can expect that Yangon Galacticos may want to fight their way through. Let's see if they decide on that high ground, or are they going to stick onto the lower ground. The Infinity gets onto the high ground as well.
Oh, it's going to be whoever got the prime spot here will win the game, especially when it comes to Chumacero high grounds. We do know how it actually fare if you're actually late into the party. In this case, Boom actually works out quite well, even if they are taking a very far south spot before this. But coming out on the top grounds, we have Montenegro coming out. It's going to be the Xaviers, which is going to be a bit late than the rest of the team. While Eagle Esports is going to be them. It's supposed to be their game here because this used to be their drop spot right on top of Chumacero. They should have known this better than any other team out there.
Yeah, but right now it's going to be a little bit late for them to go onto the high grounds. But speaking about late, could it be late for Nova? As Jimmy is out in the open, the long range from Remember. Won't want to make Jimmy remember this shot, but not enough to take him down just yet. Jimmy got away.
Remember beautiful memory. Pick feet.
Remember beautiful memory? Pick feet.
Then you pick your feet when you actually remember your beautiful memory? What?
Yeah, I know, right? Like, what?
That's disgusting.
Yep, I don't know how to react to that. My feet are beautiful.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I can see that right now.
Yes, my feet are beautiful.
I don't know about the band-aids. I don't think it works quite well here in this situation for the side of BN United. They kind of sort of running out of their resources for now when it comes to healing utilities, and they need to actually move forward because they need to get themselves at least better loot when it comes to compare with band-aids. It's not going to work so well when it comes to the third phase later on. Boom, on the other hand, feels like a great boom here. Seems they got themselves quite late, not really too late. They are from the far south, all the way from Los Higos earlier, dropping onto Valdemar, and then now slowly creeping into Chumasura from the back line. So they definitely have a good day. Not many contenders to fight against when it comes to getting the center of the circle.
Yeah, I think at this point, right, a lot of teams are right in the middle of the circle because of how the terrain is in this kind of circle. So teams that are coming in late may need to play on the lower ground. They don't have that many choices. But speaking about choices, looks like we got a knockdown to one member from GIDS. I believe it was from the Infinity. So it looks like the Infinity with the high ground advantage. We saw them coming in rather early. They are fighting up against GIDS to secure those elimination points.
Now, two of them being knocked down. GIDS in a trouble. Infinity Newsy just going to scout around, moving around the corner just to make sure he's safe to actually start to engage. Whilst LGD taking on BNU. It's going to be LGD taking a lot of demolition from behind. Jumper again for 4 rivals. They are segregated, they're separated all around the map here. While BNU trying to actually go for this engage, LGD will not let them go easily.
Ooh, here we have it. Another try here coming for MPM. Will it take down Silence? Silence is still alive with that last tick of health, but look at this. LGD, they're not going to let him go. These are teams from the Chinese regions. Just look at this. They have an advantage. They will go for it.
And Taurus coming up from the back line, finish off Geek Fam. Feels like Geek Fam slowly in shambles right now. FaZe tries to force a fight, but Yuha and the rest of Geek Fam just going to bail this one out. LGD on the other hand, just going to bulldoze all the way, getting himself 3 elimination points in the back already, leaving only one member of BN United left here. Now will not last long enough as Sukik just finish him off straight off the bat.
That's going to be the first team to go out. BN United, number 16, no elimination points for them. Tuan Z will be knocked down elsewhere. At the same time, we can see that 4 rivals still maintain full squad, but they need to fight against FaZe Clan, who's just right in front of them in the circle.
Couple of utilities being tossed out. Chua, Eagle Esports, Frankie managed to actually reset himself. That's really lucky for him. If he didn't actually heal himself just back then, he might actually lost himself out there. Frankie boosted him up just to make sure he's ready to take up the fight when Eagle Esports tried to push forward. While Lamborghini is quite separated. 4 rivals on the other hand. Not really showing much of rivalry when FaZe just gonna crush them over, coming in with the rest of the team. Now the whole cavalry of 4 rivals there. Appy just playing around the corner. Tony came with a DBS, shot them down. That's brutal. And another one. That DBS is just, oh my god.
And Appy didn't manage to secure that elimination point. So it's unfortunate for 4 rivals. They could have gotten another point in the back, but it's going to be FaZe Clan with 5 elimination points. Right now, they are dominating. We move to Geek Fam against Nova. This is Yuhai and Paraboy. The fight that we all want to see.
Yuhai taunted Paraboy quite a lot, and Paraboy actually responded to it. Now, how do they fare when it comes to the real fight in the match here? Paraboy managed to actually pick up his team members. In the meantime, the rest of Geek Fam have to wait for the entirety of Geek Fam to reunite once more. They lost 1 man along the way, while the circle shrinks even further. Infinity in the center. Alter Ego happens to be just passing by Bacon Time.
Oh, Bacon Time. Now taking out the blue, we have Potato doing the same as well. The nade will be caught out by Potato. By Bacon Time, they have moved away. So Potato, no chance for him to nade down anyone. But Ice is still waiting for the right moment. He's the last man standing. He's left behind for a reason, and that is why. So he can backstab onto Alter Ego.
But at the same time, chugging a lot of his HP just for the sake of the team here. But Ice still hoping for his teammate to help him. While Potato just gonna cook up a couple of nades. We're hopping over what's happening to the side of Lamborghini, who happen to be a solo fighter against Eagle Esports. It might actually be sandwiched between 2, but Bacon Time versus Alter Ego is not done and dusted yet as Potato slowly losing his HP towards the side of Blue Zone.
Oh,
but
that's it. Thanks to the zone, immediately Potato has been fried, and that means that Alter Ego, number 14, no elimination points for them. And D Xavier as well, out.
I'm surprised, actually. Lamborghini was the last member for the side of the Xaviers. No doubt they actually have to be leaving quite early. Back to the side of Infinity, got themselves in the high grounds. There is Boom slowly creeping in, while YG still far off in the compound with a low ground disadvantage. Quite too far off for them to actually get into the circle, but they are okay for now as well. They got themselves 4 walls to barricade themselves. But Boom, slowly, you have to force the fight against Infinity if they want to take this compound for themselves.
Looky here, Chu. We're only like, what, the 4th phase of the circle, 15 minutes in, but we're already 4 teams down. 12 teams left. That is just how insane these teams are. But speaking about insane teams, Geek Fam, one of them going up against Bacon Time, currently in the circle. It's going to be Yuha and Mika, the dynamic duo for Geek Fam. It's going to do it to the end. But now, boom! Guess what? But Exas will be counter-fire upon by LGD.
LGD is just looking crazy right now. 6 donations. Infinity want to butt in as a third party. They got the higher ground. They can see whatever going on. LGD still playing around alongside with the terrain. In the slope of the hill here, helped them quite a bit from being spotted out from the side of the other end. Infinity trying to butt in, but LGD flushed this one. Bobo, getting himself 1 more eliminations. LGD have to actually revive Suki, will have to revive Q-Tech. Infinity tried to just cleaning up the mess right beneath them.
Oh, Nuzi's coming in from the right. Nuzi knows exactly where Suki is, and Suki will be gunned down. It's going to be the end for LGD and number 12, but they take home 8 elimination points with them in this Mirama round. Geek Fam, on the other hand, Yuhai somehow managed to be knocked down somewhere else. Not too sure what happened there, but the Infinity, they are dominating this with 5 elimination points so far.
SMG, on the other hand, on top of Chumasera as well. Nova start to move here. They have been very quiet before. That's a very long shot distance. Came up from Nova, almost clipped on Yuhai entirely. But in the meantime, FaZe is breathing behind their backs. Now, Nova have to be extra careful. They're quite in the open, even though they got quite a terrain to work with. But they wouldn't last long as this is right at the edge of the circle.
Yeah, it's going to be Jimmy and Powerboy, the duo that's going to do it to the end of this round. The long range coming in from Jimmy, putting pressure onto Geek Fam. At the same time, we'll see the next phase of the circle. So far, we can see that at least 4-5 teams right smack in the middle of it. But will they still receive the blessing of the circle? The circle will show itself, and it will go towards the team, the lucky one that's still in the middle.
Oh, Bacon Time got the circle. Same goes for Sam9, who tried to score another chicken for today. Well, we have SMG in between. Infinity start to close in. Same goes for YG and Boom come out from the southern part. But GDGIDS, they can come in from the flank side and just surprises us. Well, a lot of these teams didn't expect them to actually push towards them, especially Bacon Time. They have no clue GDGID is actually just scouting over them.
Yeah, I know, right? Daybot has a clear shot onto Bacon Time, almost taking out one of them. 9 Nines managed to retreat and get away. Ice is still stuck on the outside. At the same time, we can see that on the other far end, Alter Ego is waiting for the right moment. So it's going to be Geek Fam, in fact. It's going to be Geek Fam, still playing by the rim of the circle, playing as a trio. But now it's going to be Nova against Bacon Time. Let's go!
Oh, picking the pole. Paraboy just going to go alongside the line. Jimmy being the front line here, really risky. Exploded that vehicle to just barricade himself for a bit. Bacon Time forcing Armstar. Take down on Paraboy, that's crucial. And now Nova left with only Jimmy standing between only all the teams coming from Bacon Times and in the center of everybody else. And Noise, I'm not sure how that reflected just now, but it's okay. Nobody actually see that one. Noise gonna finish off the side of Jimmy. Oh, burning out. It's gonna be Nova bowing on the 11th place.
There's no way he can survive that when the molly hits onto him. 11th place for Nova means that no elimination points for them. No place on points as well. Looks like it's gonna be 5 for Bacon Time. And now we move over to FaZe Clan having the high ground up against Sam9. Sam9 with Adibs just on the lower ground with Torres. Tosses the nade onto the other side. He knows where Sam9 is at. The nade will it land? It looks like it will not, but the shots coming in from Ventura, 6 no harm.
Quite a lot that he chucked out for his HP, but for Tony K, Ventura's They need to work things through, and they're quite separated with each other for the side of FaZe Clan. SMG, on the other hand, remember, just saying this quietly, SMG got himself a whole different plan entirely if you compare with the team that's still gun blazing out about the one that actually outside. You want to be the team that actually take the advantage as a third party, playing this as quiet as possible. Well, Bacon Time struggle to actually make sure 360 degrees. They have to defend this Infinity, taking slow bulldozing, finish off Boom, eliminated at 10th place. But Infinity slowly got themselves 6 eliminations already coming up from behind.
Already 6 eliminations for the Infinity, the highest so far. They really want to do catch up here with the number 1, number 2 spot. But Mika on the other side, being taken out by Tony K from afar. Mika needs to be picked up by his teammates a little bit too far for him. Remember, will be gunned down by Ventores. Looks like it's going to be FaZe Clan up against the Chinese teams, SMG, somewhere else.
I mean, a lot of fights going on at the same time here. Sam9 focus on the side of Eagle Esports, but at the same time, they have to focus 4 or 5 teams around them. It's going to be them at the center of everything. They don't have the high grounds as well. Sam9, they need to squeeze just slightly into the circle here, but at the same time, they are at disadvantage. But Geek Fam happens to actually scouting out on the side of the one on the high grounds. Infinity slowly being dropped one by one. Infinity here, never mind, they're still all 4 standing. It's going to be SM9 versus SMG. Infinity coming up from the side flanks. Sam9 still in the corner, while Eagle Esports only have left with 1 man here.
Oh, Sam9, they don't have the circle. They need to move further forward. But then again, the Infinity, they have the high ground against Sam9. Yuhai managed to get another knockdown onto FaZe Clan. Yangon Galacticos on the other side. Now needs to fight up against GIDS for them to get into the circle. GIDS. They have eyes on the Geek Fam who's currently moving. Yuhai will be shot at by Deba, but the bullets will not connect yet. Snipes, on the other hand, still left behind on the outside of the circle.
My god, this is a tricky terrain to play with. Marnet taking down Infinity Mela. YG wants to butt in as well. Infinity, they cannot be extra comfortable with their high grounds there, because coming up from their flank side on their right end is going to be YG slowly closing in. Marnet got his view straight into Infinity, while the others for YG are focusing on Bacon Time. Sam9 on the other end try to finish off whoever's actually in front of him. Eagle finished off by the side of Budget with the help of the Blues, and SMG will try to stop FaZe, who's still coming into the corner. But Yuhai, with the rest of Geek Fam, barely hanging on their last breath here. They're just having a tough time to squeeze in. 1 by 1, dropping out like flies. FaZe finish off Yuhai with 1 member left coming out from Geek Fam.
And Yuhai went on a solo mission on the FaZe Clan, managed to get 1 knockdown, but then again the counterfire on the Yuhai takes him out. Geek Fam has 1 last player left to hold on for positioning points. FaZe Clan, on the other hand, needs to get onto the other side. The zone does not favor them.
Here comes Bacon Time taken out on side of GIDS. Sam9 slowly creeping into Infinity's space. They got themselves the high ground, but they can't stay here longer because they need to get into the center of the circle. Putra want to take on the side of Infinity. They have been such a nuisance for most of these guys the longest time. Infinity on the other end still waiting for the fight to come over them, while FaZe taking the whole fight of SMG straight into the face of Ventores.
Oh, but the molly onto Ventores, unfortunately. It was a beautiful molly there onto Ventores, but finished off by Remember the beauty coming from SMG. And now it's going to be Sam9 against the Infinity. Let's go.
Waiting for them to pick themselves out first. Playing around the corner of the compound, and while Geek Fam finish off by the side of FaZe, there's going to be last member. Geek Fam plays at 8. We're down to 7. While Infinity now trying to defend their compound against Sam9. Like they're not both points out of a circle, but there was a huge nade by Tony. And now trying to go for another one. Trying to force Sam9 get out of there, because this is ours to take.
Oh, this is the home ground of the Infinity. From Bella, taking down 2 from Sam9. Half the last man standing will not be able to withstand the wrath of the Infinity and beyond.
There was one of the biggest nades coming up from the side of Infinity Mela. That was really what a wonderful space created for the rest of the team. Now back to the side of YG, who've been creeping behind like snakes behind Infinity before Bacon Time got himself the center of a circle. FaZe Tunic is on the ground. SMG taking a full force against Lycan now. Well, GIDS coming up from the flank side with YG next to them. Infinity, on the other hand, slowly try to cut across just to get into the center of circle. They are the furthest one away.
Oh, Lycan with the high ground onto SMG, but will be spotted up by the rest of them. And Lycan will be taken out. There's going to be the end for FaZe Clan, but they take away elimination points. And now, Booms will be taken out by Yangon Galacticos.
YG just going to spray over Beacon Time. It's going to be Ice. Beacon Time really slowly losing health. Thunder taking on Ice. And now Loki just going to finish off the job. It's going to be Marnet taking on Newsy as well. SMG stealing off Ice just now. But wait, what is happening? And slowly, there's only few players left for the sort of Beacon Time. Infinity same goes for them. Trading 2 into the ground, the other 2 bleeding out, and Mela trying to revive. At the same time, they don't have much time. YG start to push in here. YG and SMG still full form and well and alive too.
Well, at least the Infinity, they are playing within the edge of the circle. Right now, we have SMG. They need to move there on the outside of it, but then again, they have Bacon Time to deal with. Remember, tries to find a good angle onto the members of Bacon Time, but can't seem to get a good angle of it. And now Mario will be got down by Mela. The Infinity, they are not stopping yet.
Now, Mela tries to spot out on YG first. 2 of them bleeding out. Loki coming out on the other, and Sando is still there. Pig Fit and the rest of SMG, they're going to be the cleaning house for the entire team of SMG. Yeah, definitely stairs. Bacon Time being spotted out. Here comes Pig Fit going up front line. But it's too early. Remember, trying to play on the flank side. Going for the shoot coming up for the sprays from the rear end. But at the same time, Pig Fit is leading out. Logan finish off inside of Loki. YG plays himself at 4th. We're down to 3. SMG versus Bacon Time and Infinity. Well, 15 eliminations. Rampage is out. Oh my goodness me! It's going to be a side of Bacon Time. Infinity is actually getting a number of eliminations.
The highest so far right now for the Infinity, 15 on the board, and they still have a chance to get more out of the other teams. SMG now, they have the high ground against Bacon Time, but look at this, the Infinity, their positioning, they're far from all the other teams, and look at the terrain, they can oversee everyone else.
The circle just gonna shrink a little bit further. It's gonna be the last one. Got Tiny taking on. Remember, SMG didn't see this one coming. Memory tried to do a bit of a damage control, but it's just too far off. You know which fight to pick first.
Ooh, yeah, they definitely know how to pick their fights. But now Bacon Time, they don't have a choice. They can't fight against the Infinity. They have the high ground advantage, but SMG has that option against Bacon Time. But remember, we'll be putting on by Gartuni. Logan coming from the other side. Newsy on the left, trying to spot out one team member from SMG. The spray coming out from Gartuni as well. Gartuni can't connect the shots onto Memory, but Homestyle will be nailed out by Pigfeet.
Oh, SMG taking a fight with Bacon Time. The one's actually winning is going to be Infinity. Logan taking this as advantage, a huge one as well. And Logan just sprayed it out and he got himself an airdrop. Extra upgrade as well. What the heck is happening? Everything is just conditions on favor to the side of Infinity. This there. So take this, supposed to be their chicken. It's going to be 1 on Bacon Time and 3 for SMG. Memory spot out Infinity, but he doesn't have enough number to back him up for the side of Memory coming up from SMG.
Yeah.
If he wants to take the fight against Infinity.
I know, right? It's looking good so far for the Infinity. Now, 9 Noise being spotted out. 20% health left. But then again, there's not a good angle to 9 Noise. 9 Noise is still alive. 9 Noise could hold up for positioning points. But let's see what happens here as the Infinity. They're not stopping yet. They're not waiting for SMG to come towards them. They are taking the fight towards SMG.
Logan just gonna keep the pressure on this side, making sure that Memory will not have a pick at all when it comes to Infinity positions there. It's all down to timing. With Noise have nothing else to work with except for his band-aids. And that's it. SMG slowly shredded their vast, their gears there. Close enough to get to Noise. He's just gonna pinpoint upward for the one that's shooting.
Nice Noise!
And that's gonna be Bacon Time drop out first. Infinity definitely there to take. What a strong performance coming out from the ties.
No doubt for the Infinity here. Taking home that chicken dinner. It is theirs to lose. The Infinity. How many eliminations? I gotta find out there. I think it's almost 20, but we need to get a confirmation soon. But the Infinity, my oh my, this team is one of my favorite teams, my personal favorite teams around. They are just amazing.
So predicted for rivals.
Well, I can't doubt. I won't lie. I'm an Infinity fanboy.
I mean, like, you know, we always talk about Nuzi's eyes, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he
that's
has
one
this-
thing. That's one of the reasons why he can shoot so well. But that nade coming out from Miller was just so golden. It gives so much for the space for the rest of the team to actually advance. And it's just so crucial for him to just take so little resources to finish off the entire team. Just to recap a bit since the start, LGD actually going really all out rampage too early.
Yeah.
But because of their bloodlust, they kind of caught themselves in a trap.
Yeah, I guess in general, like we see this round, it's like a lot of teams just try to get as many elimination points as possible. That's why by the 15th minute, we only got like 46 players left. Like 20 players been eliminated by the 15-minute mark.
Very fast game, even though it's just, you know, we're up down to the last circle, but just so many teams being wiped out early on because of so many teams that expected it to be around Chumacero, where we talked about Boom supposed to be having this, and also same goes for Eagle Esports because it's supposed to be their circle to start. But they didn't expect it to be this far into Chumacero. But look at Sem9. That nade from Miller is just incredible.
Oh my goodness, the Infinity, they are just a perfect team if you ask me. A lot to offer as compared to a lot to offer in this tournament, I would say. But now look at this position. Like, how are they going to lose this? They have this high ground advantage against Bacon Time, against SMG, and everyone else is just below them. There's no way they're going to drop the ball.
And one more thing is that Bacon Time is just so close towards the side of SMG. They have to pick the fight against each other first. And this is just giving so much advantage to the side of Infinity because no teams will actually focus on them except for one person for SMG, and that's not going to be enough. There's no way that's going to be enough against the entire team of the Infinity.
Yeah, look at their travel distance. Like, it's 10,000. That means that it's not like they got the blessing of the circle all the way. They needed to fight their way through. And that also shows that we had throwables used, like 35 smokes, 22 nades, 7 mollies, the most out of everyone else. So they definitely fought hard to get into the circle. And they don't really wait. And that's why they only spent like 4 seconds out of it.
Yeah, they're dropping from Montenuevo, so it's not that far off, but there's so many teams in between that still actually demolish all the way with 19 elimination. Now, put this number in your mind because this is going to be the record they're actually holding towards the side of Infinity. Whoever breaks it, this is going to be the standard bar for this particular tournament. Now, 19 will be the standard for this match here with... This is going to be the highest today, definitely, but for the other teams, none of them actually secure double-digit elimination just yet. We're talking about in this particular match. The others are just like, what, 8? That's going to be 3 teams with 8.
Yeah. GD with only 3 placement points. Didn't manage to get any elimination points in this round. Same goes for Nova, surprisingly. BN United as well. But number 19, that's what you mentioned, right? Keep your mind on this number. Like, 19 is now the benchmark. And it's not going to be easy to get more than 19, considering that the teams playing is just insane. And speaking about insane, Nuzi, this guy is just like, my oh my. I have no words to describe. He is just insane.
Just look at the hexagon or pentagon, is that? It's actually bigger than the benchmark being set before.
Yeah, than the current average, yeah.
That's like more than the current average. It's like way off the charts there. And he got himself, what a wonderful team. Like, they've been playing tag team all the way. You saw how they just revive each other, how they open up space, and how they actually go for the flank, how the others actually try to cover, support fire, and all the stuff. I have to say, the entire team of Infinity, yes, Nuzi, we love your eyes, and definitely the eyes of Hawk knows how much damage he can actually put out with 1,000 over just within a day. I mean, like, this is just the second match, Cloud.
Yeah, I remember Zephyr, how he would describe Nuzi. He calls him a demon. Yeah, and that's absolutely why he plays like a demon. And now with that superb performance, Infinity is now number 1, 36 points. Number 2, FaZe Clan, 28 points. And Bacon Time, 25 points. 3 Thai teams currently at the top 3 spot.
Yep, reign over by the side of the Titans, we call them, used to be, and still are right now. Can they maintain an first to the top 3 spot here? Because slowly we're looking over some teams start to warm up here, but not in the case of Nova, since they place themselves at 13. I'm surprised how Nova is being very quiet. Or BN United is just always being caught in between of their transition. Same goes for 4 Rivals. There's a small question mark there. Because 4 Rivals, yes, they're known for their late bloomers, but this is just way a bit too messy for them. But boom, they were so close of getting that game just now.
Yeah. But it is what it is, right? But at least they're doing better than BN United. So far, no points at all. And this is also partly because of the format, right? It's very, very punishing. If you're like number 10 and number 10 onwards, you're not getting anything.
That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you have to get, and now this is all about eliminations.
Top 9 onwards, in fact.
Rank, like, when it comes to position, this is not an option anymore. You have to force yourself to get the elimination points. That's where you get to have a bit of a breather. But for the guys that are actually dropping, when it comes to Infinity, how they actually won it, we're just going to recap a bit. The flight path really crossed on top of Chomasera. We saw a circle pops there. But I think Infinity kind of dropped onto Monte Nuevo at first, where they used to be challenged by the side of GIDS. I'm surprised. I think GIDS kind of, you know, we respect your spot. It's kind of hard for them to actually win that, so they give it away to Infinity based on the screams. But Picardo for SMG. So all these teams really not that far off when it comes to the center of the circle here.
Yeah, not that far off. You're right as well. It's just that as they try to get into the circle, there are other teams there as well. So it's more of that rather than the actual travel per se. A fun fact as well. So our head producer, right? He's also an Infinity fanboy. If you notice, he has worn that jersey before.
Yep.
Just saying.
So I think they are celebrating right now at the back line. Yep, they're in the production room. There you go. They're happy. So we are happy for you guys too. But the thing is, right now we're looking over. I'm surprised how Geek fam. I was hoping for Yuhai versus Fireboy back then.
Yeah.
It didn't happen.
Yeah, it almost happened. But it didn't.
No, but just gonna, you know what? I don't want to I don't want to entertain Yuhai. I'm just gonna go away.
I want to entertain everyone, not just you, Yuhai. Well, there are a lot more games to go, so but at least after this we'll be getting into like the a more balanced map. So we
What do you mean? This is a balanced map. This is Myanmar.
I think that's subjective, but I do think that Erangel is balanced in terms of having other elements besides just hills and nothing else.
Nothing else.
Yeah.
Just the terrain and
hills
geography.
and Infinity.
But I look at how the spread coming out for Infinity. It's just they are so confident when it comes to their own skill, individual skill, that they dare to actually pull this off. It's kind of a hard feat to actually, you know, the only person that you should take care is just yourself. The only person you can blame at that time if anything happens to you is just yourself as well.
Yeah. Man, oh my, what a day it has been so far, right? Like, teams who are successful are teams who don't stay put, who don't stay chill. Teams who are very active. And I think this is something to take home based on this new format.
That's true, especially when it comes to recap about just to flashback when it comes to the first game. Infinity actually did the same thing when it comes to Sunhawk.
Oh yeah.
They've been very aggressive, but it didn't work out for them. Maybe because Sunhawk is a bit of a smaller map. Yeah, it's just too much people in the same crowded area. But when it comes to a bigger map, when it comes to Murama, when they play this sort of style, it seems like it works beautifully or brilliantly for them. So I'm not sure if this can also be implemented when it comes to later on in Erangel.
I expect that. I expect in general the Thai teams to do really well after looking at the first 2 rounds, how they play. They are very aggressive and their playstyle really suits this format. But you know what else that suits this format? It's also for us to take a break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be taking a short break. My name is Sir Cloud together with Choo Choo. See you after this.
Hi everyone! In the PUBG Mobile version 2.2 update, Erangel is getting an overhaul with changes to the map, vehicles, and modes. Without further ado, let's find out what these changes are. In this update, we made several changes to the map. First, the hospital. It's one of the bigger buildings in Erangel. In this update, the following changes were made to the hospital. How to get in and out of the hospital, its structure, nearby objects, and the vegetation surrounding the hospital. Veteran players should know that some of the fences of the hospital can be scaled to enter the hospital. The ones near the ridges are how most players enter the hospital. Now, 2 spots along these fences will be blown up, and players can enter the hospital area through the gap directly. The building itself also got a new entrance. Players that are on the ground can enter the first floor of the hospital directly through the newly added damaged wall. Those who parachute to the hospital can land on the roof and descend to the third floor immediately. These changes will make it easier for players to spot the entrances and streamline their movements in this area. Those attacking and defending will know where they should focus on as well. On the inside, we simplified the structure of the hospital. Originally, the 3 floors had different layouts, and there were many rooms on each floor. So, searching the rooms was very tedious, because players had to go into each room. After the update, the 3 floors are now more or less the same. Some rooms are now also connected, making it easier for players to remember and to search the rooms for supplies. As for the surroundings, we also made some improvements. We added abandoned ambulances and ruined medical crates to the areas surrounding the hospital, so now it feels more authentic. We placed some objects at the entrance of the hospital so that it wouldn't be too empty. This gives players heading toward the hospital a covered area to protect themselves, so they are not directly exposed to enemies inside the hospital. Outside the fences on the side of the hospital, we added a new climbable spot. Players can hide here, or they can scale the fence to enter the hospital. As for the fences by the ridge, since there are now 2 gaps to enter the hospital, we've reduced the number of objects in this area to make it more visible. So now, both attackers and defenders can see each other clearly. Further out from the hospital, we've added some new vegetation, so that players hanging around the hospital will have more places to hide. Milta Power also saw some changes that are mostly in the generator area. Players who are familiar with this area should already know that this section was quite a choke point and was not easy to get in and out of. Those who entered either came out the same way or had to take a detour to the other 2 buildings. In this update, we added a new entrance on the first floor to make this area more reachable and easier for players to get in and out. The layout was also modified. We simplified the complex floor plan so that players can see more and plan their routes better. When battles break out in the generator building, players will have more offensive options, making these battles more exciting. In this update, 3 new ports will be added to Erangel. The first port is by Ferry Pier. We added a port here, as well as increased the amount of resources in the area. The Ferry Pier will soon be more abundant in supplies. The 2 desolate beaches to the southwest of Farm and to the south of Sosnovka military base will also get new ports. They will both contain a good amount of resources. Players will also find boats at these ports, so they can quickly travel to another location. So, keep these places in mind, because they'll make for a great landing spot. During the previous themed modes, players really enjoyed the special crates. In the new version, we'll add special supply kits to classic mode. Players will be able to find special supply kits in buildings. There are 3 types: medical, tokens, and military supplies. The resources in these supply kits are very good, so keep an eye out for them when searching. In the new version, bikes will become a staple vehicle on Erangel. In some of the more remote areas, players will find bicycle sheds. Each shed will have 4 bikes initially, and they're first come, first served. These bikes can be collapsed and put into the backpack, so they're really convenient for traveling to other locations. In addition to the sheds, players will be able to find bikes in other areas. With a bike, players no longer have to worry about being too far from the play zone. In the new Erangel, there will be flash shops. They will spawn randomly in outdoor areas. Those who find one are in for a treat, because there are tons of random discounted items. So, keep an eye out for flash shops during matches. Running out of fuel is one of the worst things that can happen while driving a vehicle. Erangel's gas stations will become functional for refueling vehicles. For the cost of just a few tokens, you'll get a full tank of gas. Find a gas station and try it out. These are the main changes in the version 2.2 update. For more details, don't forget to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! In the upcoming version 2.2 update, we will launch a new 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, Nusa. This is PUBG Mobile's most compact and combat-intense map to date. Without further ado, let's head in for a look. Nusa is a tropical island with beautiful scenery and lush foliage. Within the compact 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer map, you'll find Flame Village, the Science Center, the Shipyard, Bulan Bay, Telepak Town, Regal Resort, Sunset Street, Pink Beach, Love Island, the Cavern, and Crystal Bay. These are the 11 main areas. The island is made up of undulating terrain. There are buildings scattered around, providing a unique combat experience for players. Flame Village is located at the center of Nusa. The terrain near the village is flat. Other than a few brick buildings, all it has are straw huts. Hills surround the village, so players have to think about how to hide themselves in the valley. On the hill to the south of Flame Village is the Science Center. The design of the modern satellite orbital roof feels really high-tech. The Science Center has 3 floors. Every floor is filled with supplies, with locations for intense combat. The top floor has multiple platforms. Although players there get a bird's-eye view of the area, they'll also be exposed as there's nowhere to hide. It comes with a risk. The shipyard is in the northern part of the map. The ship anchored there divides the shipyard into 2. The containers in the area are packed close together, and there are elevated platforms throughout. Surrounding containers will provide cover during combat in this area. There are a bunch of buildings around the beach to the west. This area is called Bulan Bay. The area is divided into 3 parts. The buildings here are simple wooden huts. The surrounding hills end in 2 cliffs by the beach. Players can gain a bird's-eye view of the entire terrain, observe enemy movement, as well as put pressure on those in buildings and on the beach. Telepak Town is on the east coast, and it's the largest area of the map. Not only are there lots of low-rise residential buildings here, but it's home to a high-rise apartment building as well. On the whole, it gives off a more metropolitan vibe. Players entering the high-rise apartment building will find an elevator. Through good use of this feature, players will be able to plan a nasty surprise for their enemies. Sunset Street and Regal Resort are located in the residential areas to the northeast and southwest of Nusa. Sunset Street is a long, narrow stretch of town. A road runs through it, and office buildings, residences, and banana trees line both sides of the street. It makes for a good combat stronghold. Regal Resort's vibe is more residential. There are roads connecting different parts of the area together. Buildings are spread out over a wide area, which is why you'll need to use them as cover when moving around. At the southernmost tip of Nusa is Pink Beach. From here, you can see the pink sand of Love Island in the distance. Wooden beach chairs line the beach. And there is also a giant hot air balloon and a romantic Ferris wheel. If you love the sunshine and the beach, this is the place for you. But it's a vast open area with no cover, so players must be on the lookout for surprise attacks. More areas and interesting strategies await your discovery. Besides these diverse backdrops that support a variety of gameplay styles, the Nusa map will receive a lot of new game content. First, let's look at the Super Recall mechanic. This will activate when a player is eliminated within a certain period after the match begins, as long as they have remaining teammates in the match. Before the first blue zone starts shrinking, players that are eliminated can return to the battleground via helicopter with a random weapon. This greatly increases the gaming experience. In addition, we've added the NS-2000 shotgun and tactical crossbow to the arsenal. The NS-2000 is accurate to close or medium range. Hip firing uses 12-gauge shotgun shells, while slugs are used when aiming down sights. Players can switch their firing mode based on the target's distance, status, or their own personal habits. The tactical crossbow can be loaded with ordinary bolts or flame bolts, but the flame bolt can set some structures on fire and destroy them. It's both practical and fun. During combat, the tactical crossbow is rather silent when firing, making it a great stealth option. It's great for sneak attacks. When it comes to moving between areas, we added a new two-person vehicle, the Quad. Its lightweight and flexible design allows it to traverse the undulating landscape quickly and with ease. And it's great at driving up inclines. Players can use it to easily move to a different area. Additionally, at various designated spots on Nusa, you'll find many zip lines for moving between areas. Players can approach one to quickly zipline to another area. It's important to note that ziplines are fragile and are easily destroyed. You may not be able to safely zipline to your destination, but if you happen to be holding a tactical crossbow, you'll be able to fix the rope and repair the zipline to quickly escape from danger. Besides that, there are also supply crates, beach balls, a swimming pool for recovering energy, water jars for hiding in, as well as many other interactive gameplay elements on the map. Have fun playing around with them all. Gather your friends and explore this new map together.
It's here! The long-awaited new Nusa map is finally here! With a size of only 1 by 1 kilometer, Nusa is currently the smallest map in PUBG Mobile. It may be small, but it definitely offers a massive amount of content. Not only are there new firearms, what's more, there's also the highly interactive tactical crossbow. Setting huts on fire and repairing ziplines are not a problem. Speaking of map interactivity, Nusa is simply full of surprises. An elevator that lets you go to different levels of a building, a pool that restores your health, fast-moving ziplines, and crates in the wilderness can all better assist you in drawing up tactics to defeat enemies. Even if you get careless and get defeated, there's no need to let it get you down. Nusa's Super Recall will allow you to respawn once more. The small, fastest-paced map lets you rank up faster. Alright, I'll leave it to you to explore the rest of the content for yourself. Hope everyone ranks up and gets that chicken dinner. The new map officially launches on September 13th. Stay tuned. Think you're playing the wrong game? Hold up! This is still PUBG Mobile! Feeling hot and bothered? Come cool off in the new Nusa map! Besides the various leisurely activities, there are also several practical features too. For example, elevators make climbing stairs a thing of the past. Reach the 7th floor at the tap of a button. There is nothing greater than this. Don't forget to pay, or this might happen to you. Zip lines will also appear throughout the map. No need to run, just zip straight across. That's not all. There are new weapons and vehicles too. So that's the resort island Nusa. But Erangel has seen some improvements too. Guess what this is? It looks like a port, or maybe not. This is one of the ports on Erangel. A huge crane is visible in the distance, as well as a dazzling array of shipping containers. Compared to the previously vacant beach, it sure has become packed full of detail. There are still more map improvements for players to discover too.
If only I had a weapon, I would take over the punching kit.
That's nothing. I clearly took down the enemy. If we were to keep the score, we'd definitely be higher than this.
If I hadn't thrown the wrong grenade, I'd be eating chicken dinner for sure.
Smoke! Smoke!
What's wrong, guys?
If you don't agree, let's play Ultimate.
Arguments don't matter. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Don't go there, don't go there.
Stalemate? No problem. Ultimate Arena decides the victor.
Hey there everyone! PUBG Mobile 2.1 is officially here. In this update, we've introduced a new arena mode, Ultimate Arena. After entering the game, select Unranked Arena, and you'll see the Ultimate Arena mode. Choose between two maps, Erangel or LIMAX. Ultimate Arena is based on the conventional arena, with the addition of a final circle mechanic. Players from both sides will undergo 7 rounds back-to-back within a limited area, and the first team to win 4 rounds will be the ultimate winner. During the match, players can use their shop tokens to purchase weapons and equipment they require within a time limit at the beginning of each round. At the same time, random maps and weathers will rotate every round, and player movements will be restricted to certain areas within the map. For all participating players, this will be a new battle mode filled with excitement and challenge. In Ultimate Arena, familiarizing yourself with the Battlegrounds environment will greatly affect the outcome of a match. In Erangel, when you encounter a map with loads of houses, you can use the complex terrain as cover to approach opponents and catch them by surprise. Meanwhile, on a map with no cover and lots of hills, you'll need to make the most of the terrain height difference to avoid taking damage. As LIMAX has a relatively more hilly terrain, it's easy to get ambushed by the enemy when fighting alone. So work with your teammates and use cover such as trees to avoid taking damage. Weather is also an important factor that'll affect the outcome of a match. The sound of rain and rainy weather will mask the enemy's footsteps as they move, making it hard for you to detect their movements accurately. Therefore, you'll always need to remain aware of your surroundings, stay vigilant, and make use of cover as much as possible. Of course, you can take advantage of rainy days to attack with throwables. As enemies are also hampered by the weather, they're less likely to be able to avoid sudden incoming throwables. In foggy conditions, the low visibility makes it hard for both sides to observe their opponent's movement accurately. So you can set up cover with your teammates to avoid being blindsided when you lose sight of the enemy. At the same time, you can also seize the opportunity to strike the enemy with a fatal blow together. Although twilight and cloudy conditions have little impact on players, it's no time to be careless, and a certain degree of vigilance is still needed. In Ultimate Arena, shop tokens are the most important resource for players. At the end of each round, the system will award players shop tokens based on 3 aspects: the current round, round outcome, and elimination results. The amount of shop tokens obtained from rounds is fixed, but differs depending on the current round, from round 1 to 6. Regardless of the round outcome, players will obtain
900, 1800, 1950, 2100, 2250, and 2400 shop tokens respectively.
Shop tokens obtained from the round outcome will vary depending on if the player won or lost the round. In each round, winners get a fixed 450 shop tokens, while defeated players get 300 shop tokens. However, when defeated players are on a losing streak, the losing streak reward mechanic will be triggered. A 2-round losing streak grants 900 shop tokens, while a 3-round losing streak grants 1500 shop tokens. Losing 4 rounds means losing the entire match. If the player wins a round and breaks the losing streak shop token reward will no longer be in effect. If the player's team loses again in the subsequent round, then the previous losing streak does not continue. Players that lost the round will only get 300 shop tokens as a reward. Elimination results also impact the number of shop tokens players earn at the end of a round, with 100 shop tokens for every enemy eliminated. If a player gets the first elimination, they'll also get a bonus of 50 shop tokens. According to this rule, if a player enters a 2-round losing streak in round 3, eliminates 2 players, and manages to get the first elimination, they'll obtain a total of 3,400 shop tokens at the end of the round. Meanwhile, a winning player who has eliminated 2 opponents will obtain a total of 2,600 shop tokens at the end of the round. According to Ultimate Arena's shop token mechanic, players can calculate the amount of shop tokens they'll potentially earn to better prepare for the rounds ahead. As it can be difficult for players to gain a shop token advantage from winning and losing rounds, how shop tokens are spent can mean a huge difference. At the start of a match, players are given a level 2 helmet, a level 2 armor, a P92, and 750 shop tokens. If you're confident in your own abilities, you can use a pistol to eliminate players and use the earned shop tokens to purchase a level 3 helmet and level 3 armor to improve your survivability. As for weapons, you can loot the equipment from your enemies to strengthen yourself. If you don't have enough shop tokens to purchase a weapon, you can also ask your teammates for help and pool your resources to create a super combat unit. You can also choose to spend all your shop tokens on weapons at the start. All weapons purchased in the match come with their own attachments. You can use your weapon's firepower to suppress the enemy and gain additional shop tokens from eliminations and wins to gradually fill the holes in your defense. Other than a variety of classic weapons, you can also purchase riot shields to provide cover for your team. When your team is on a map with less cover, riot shields can be extremely useful. In addition to knowing when to spend your shop tokens, choosing the right firearms is paramount as well. When your team is situated on a flat terrain with relatively little cover, the open terrain prevents both parties from acting rashly. When this happens, a sniper rifle with high damage at long range will come in real handy. In maps with many houses and complex terrain, you can choose to use an SMG with a high rate of fire and stable recoil in tighter combat areas to gain the upper hand in head-on confrontations, and ultimately attain victory. That's all for this video. If you wish to know more about Ultimate Arena, don't forget to follow the official PUBG Mobile community. See you next time!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our PMRC, which is the Clash of the Year, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Choo Choo. This show is brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, as well as Lightspeed and Quantum Studios. What a banger before we went on to the break.
A benchmark set being quite high for the first two matches. 19 elimination, that's the benchmark. And also, speaking of which, chicken or not, doesn't matter because all that's important by the end of the day is going to be elimination based on this format.
Yeah, based on this format, because of the winner chicken dinner only gets 10 points, so it's not as lucrative as before. So you can see like the top teams right now, those are teams that actually go all out to get those elimination points. So far, 1, 2, 3, all of them are Thai teams.
Yep, we mentioned about how Infinity have been gaining quite a number of volume just now. And also, speaking of which, Bacon and also I have to say FaZe really has been splendidly performing quite a lot today. But here comes for you guys as well. It's going to be the first local animation collaboration, which is going to be Boboiboy, which is going to be announced and is coming soon in October 2022, which is going to be next month.
Yeah, I know, right? So stay tuned for this PUBG Mobile x Mobile collaboration. Just like you, we don't know what's going to come out, like what kind of graphics or what kind of skins. We don't know yet. So just stay tuned. It's not too far away. It's going to happen in October, so in about 2 weeks' time. Do keep your eye on the game itself, PUBG Mobile itself, to get more information about that in the future.
But one thing that we definitely know that's been ongoing for quite a bit, yeah, it's going to be Rabu Padu. It's going to be every Wednesday. For Rabu, it means Wednesday. So second phase already begun. So you guys, how much you already gained yourself so far? Don't forget the new leaderboard is already launched. Keep playing PUBG Mobile to earn more points and win prizes weekly. You can get 2 more points and climb faster, especially when you play PUBG Mobile on especially Wednesday. And the event lasts from now until the 31st of October 2022. Everything is going in October 2022 now.
I know, right? It feels like after that there will be something else, but then again, that's for later. Right now, the Nusa map is currently available, so let's Nusa, my friend. That's the tagline for this. So do log in, check it out. It's only 5 minutes per round. It has new weapons, NS2000 shotgun, together with a tactical crossbow, so you want to check that out as well. And it comes together with a new vehicle called the Quad too. And of course, you can explore around this. Just look at this. From this map itself, it's pretty, it's beautiful. There's the Love Island, the Sunset Street, there is the Regal Resort. You know, it feels like going for a getaway inside the game.
Feels like a vacation here.
Yeah.
And if you happen to be feeling like learning a lot of stuff, you can go with the Science Center. If you have a lot of family, you can go over to Flame Village and put something on flames. If you don't like one of your family members, just put them in shipyard and ship them away.
Yeah, I know, right? Just ship them away. Or, I don't know, just send them to a cavern. We have another cavern though. So we have a cave inside now, and now we have cavern in here. So yeah, do check us out and let us know how you feel. What's your experience playing that new map? I mean, 5 minutes, to me, it's a good time killer. It's great. It's great for just like those quick games where you want those quick fix of PUBG Mobile.
And like example, like when your mom is like shouting at you for 5 minutes, just get into Nusa map for 5 minutes as well. But here comes our recap regarding our last match in Miramar. With most elimination, we did mention about Infinity getting themselves 90 eliminations out of the 19. 7 of it just coming out from New Zealand alone.
Yeah, I know, right? And followed by Tony K 6 and Mela 6. So we got 2 representatives from the Infinity there. And most damage, again, a Newsy is on the charts with 1,057 damage. Got Tootie coming in second place with 899. Tony K representing FaZe Clan is still there. And if you didn't notice, all of them are from Thai.
Yep, and one more thing, the only person of the Infinity haven't popped themselves in the charts when it comes to top players is going to be just Logan left. That's it. The rest of them actually make their way onto the spotlight for one of the best individuals when it comes to the second match just now. Next, we're going to hop back towards our original Erangel. This is going to be a tough one because it's going to be 3 consecutive matches of Erangel back to back. And whoever get the first Erangel right, whoever actually manage to dominate whatever compound they want for their first drop spot, it's going to be crucial because the next two match will actually be almost the same sort of it.
Yeah, and we're going to play a quick round, so it's going to be 2 Erangels before we have a little bit of a break before we enter the final Erangel for today. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere. The moment a round finishes and the scores come out and you're happy whatever that you see, it won't be too long before we jump into the next Erangel. So it's going to be 2 games back to back before we head into a short break. So for now, I do look forward to seeing again a lot of firepower, a lot of fights happening inside of Erangel. And we did see that if you want to get into that number 1, number 2 spot, that is what you need to do.
That's kind of true because we noticed that most teams that actually survive and can't survive Chicken Dinner are the teams that actually will not actually slowing down their movement at all. But here comes our prediction for our third match. Wow.
Okay.
How?
I didn't know. I mean,
really?
I did my own. I was like, oh yeah, I'll pick this.
We were doing our predictions separately, by the way. How? Why?
Yeah, how? Why? But yeah, okay. Just to justify our answers, right? So I mean, it's Nova. Despite them 2 rounds not doing so well, but we've seen them before. The Kings of Comeback at the global stage. They can definitely do it. They can definitely come back. Probably the break is what they need.
I just wish we don't really jinx them way too early. But today is only the first day. You have to put that in your mind as well because there are some teams, when it comes to the first day, they are a bit slow or just want to revise about the other team's performance. Then they start to come back in the second day.
Yeah.
So in Nova's case, this might just be it. But the thing is, we're waiting for Nova to actually do something about it. So far, they haven't popped under any spotlight or whatsoever. They're being eliminated quite early. Didn't gain themselves that much of a point, but I'm looking for Erangel because this is going to be one of the maps that they are really comfortable with.
Yeah, Erangel definitely. And plus, they are used to playing that in their own leagues as well. Yeah. Because in their own leagues, they play mostly Erangel and only Miramar. They don't really play Sandhawk. So we can expect them to be like, okay, this is our map. Like, we can forego like 2 games, and if we can do really, really well in these 3 games, this could be a big comeback for Nova.
Do you think there's any team that might have a chance? I mean, like, I think I know the answer now. It's going to be Nova. Actually going to get back-to-back triple chicken dinner by end of the day.
Wow, you're banging on triple chicken dinner for Nova?
I mean, like, it's not surprising if that happens as well. But I'm looking for the other teams, including China regions. The Chinese are really strong, and China region really strong when it comes to firepower, including SMG and also LGD. Now, SMG almost got in the second game as well.
Yeah.
That's really close. They survived long enough to actually got himself in quite a number of elimination and also certain points. But I'm waiting for LGD to actually make sort of a, debut for their chicken as well.
Some sort of like an impact, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So far, out of the Chinese teams, SMG has been doing the best. Based on the previous round, they got number 2. So it was just the circle didn't really favor them, but for them to get a second place finish, it's good. I do agree that LGD, we haven't seen the best of them just yet. We did see a little bit of action for LGD, but really not the best yet.
Well, we'll have to wait and see him because next one is going to be Erangel. There's no more excuses for these guys not having enough high grounds or whatsoever because this is going to be the map that everybody start with a tutorial in the dawn of PUBG Mobile itself. So there's no way for you to not knowing this map like the back of your hand. Now, speaking of the drops, definitely I have a feeling around Jogopol might be a bit saturated for a bit. Same goes for, I'm not sure who's going to take Pachinki because based on our experience, usually the Xaviers love Pachinki, right?
Yeah.
In this case, SMG also drops a lot of Pachinki. So who will actually give Pachinki away?
Yeah, that will be a tough one, right? Unless if the situation is like, okay, again, it's going to be like the boot camp thing.
Yeah.
FaZe Clan against SMG, they still drop in there and they still fight it out. Maybe it could be the same for Pachinki.
SMG, based on their performance, they really love to play in the center of a map, no matter what kind of circle it is. If you notice, like example, boot camp. When it comes to Miramar, I think they drop around close to, I think it's around Picado, around there somewhere. It's still in the center of a map. So in this case, it's going to be Pachinki. So I do want to see if they can actually have a fight against the Xavier. Previously, it was against FaZe, who's really actually quite strong when it comes to fight. They actually won that fight against SMG for FaZe.
Yeah, but let's see if they can do it again. So now we're going to get ourselves prepped up for the classical map of Erangel. Now, besides the Chinese teams, of course, let's not forget as well, the Vietnamese teams, Xavier have been doing okay. There's still room for them to improve, of course. But then again, in general, I would say that Xavier is still the formidable force, and I do see them improving as time goes by.
I feel like they are warming up towards the teams that are actually playing in this PMRC at the same time, because it's always, yeah, they have scrims, but this is the first official tournament they're actually fighting against each other. So there's going to be a lot of mysteries to be answered for these guys. Are you guys ready to drop into our first Erangel coming in our match 3?
Erangel! Let's go! The first Erangel on the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. This will be the classical map, and this will be the map that will test the teams. It's a well-balanced map. The fly path isn't too bad as well. Most of the teams able to get to their regular drop spot. But like what you said, Chu, keep your eye onto Pochinki.
But at the same time, this fight is going to be a bit of a problem for Eagle Esports, since they love dropping themselves in the shooting range of Severny up north all the way. Singers for those love dropping themselves in Yasnaya. In this case, maybe LGD will drop quite early on, since they, you know, maybe they want to drop later, but I'm not surprised VNU and also maybe also Eagle Tiki Sonos coming to a base early on. So this is going to be their bases when it comes to the southern part of the island. But GIDS definitely going to drop around Primos. Ferripier is going to be taken by the side of Geek Fam. I think Car will be Nova where they will stand. So I want to wait to see whoever drops around Pochinki is one thing. Whoever actually be challenged by the side of Nova coming up from Gatka towards Pochinki, based on the circle, if they're gonna interrupt the fight that's going on in Pochinki as well.
I'm keeping my eye on the Nova though. So Nova, look at their spread there, just on the outskirts of Ferry Pier. Like Frozen is on somewhat of the military base island side. His other teammates spread out onto areas of Gatka. But this has been a normal drop.
Oh my god!
For Nova. They like to spread out early on, but like what you said, the circle. Well, we love these kind of circles, right?
But straight first matchup with Erangel. Now this is brutal for the
I'm
players.
not complaining.
I mean, like, this is insane. We got straight. That's like 60% of water in that. Geek Fam taking on Nova. Frozen on the ground and finish off by Mika all the way. It's going to be first blood coming up from Geek Fam, who happens to be dropping around Ferry Pier. I'm not sure. Nova, I think they were just passing by to get around Gatka, but it's just they have to bump into the sort of Geek Fam. YG taking a fight against Sem9 as well. Putra, I think that finished off YG straight away. The Romeo boy just now.
Oh yeah, Romeo boy went out as well. Now Rabbids, he has a higher advantage, but not too sure if he has weapons. Putra going in for the buggy, and he's going to be happy with that, unless he wants to go in for more. But now Nova, again, another round where they struggle. Frozen being taken out first. It's now down to Order, Paraboy, as well as their other teammates, Jimmy, for placement points and for more elimination points if they can.
Bacon time. They used to drop around Jogopul, but because of the flight path, whoever dropped around Jogopul will actually put a halt, because you saw the circle just now. It's not worth going up north right now because of the circle is really down south. Even the flight path was around down south. So a lot of teams who happen to be dropping on the north were actually just gonna saturate and crowd themselves where all the players around Gatka Ferry Pier is at right now. In this case, Paraboy, he doesn't have much work. He doesn't have anything to work with.
I know, right? Like, he only has probably like one weapon, and his teammates is a little bit far. It's going to be tough for him. 1v2, he has to do it. Shotgun, okay, close range. He stands a chance.
Enough bullet?
Yeah, let's see if it's going to be enough. But okay, that's going to be the answer. It's going to be 9 noins with the nade onto Paraboy. And Paraboy will be the next player to be eliminated.
Nova have to sacrifice Paraboy just to get out from there. The other teammates going to survive, but Lamborghini coming from Xavier with Micro Uzi. Finish off Marnet straight. It's going to be a clean execution. 1 elimination points will be in the back coming up from Xavier's. Having a good start. I'm not sure why YG. It's only Marnet there, while the rest of the team is nowhere to be seen. Now, the teams are actually dropping on Jogopul. Bacon and YG, both teams will fight the team on top of around Gatka region here.
Yeah, but speaking about fighting though, so the fight's not over yet here. Chew, what's happening here? It's like we're the first 5 minutes and we are seeing fight after fight after fight. Now it's going to be 7-9 against Xavier, a team that was the Southeast Asia champions, going up against 7-9, who's decently hard today with that first chicken dinner in our PMRC.
You know, this, okay, 7-9 is always dropping around shelter, right?
Yeah.
And this Xavier is actually not taking Pachinki this time. So they're dropping around shelter. It's surprising because it's unusual for the Xavier to actually give away Pachinki in the first place.
Yeah, you have a point. So we haven't yet seen who's inside of Pachinki, so we're not too sure yet. And it obviously is in Nova, so we that's definitely out. Maybe it's still SMG.
Possibly. Feels like it. It feels like I'm surprised nobody. Rosshawk. Oh, okay, Rosshawk is going to be 4 rivals. This is something that we are not. I'm waiting for FaZe to actually start to move, coming up from school towards Rosshawk if they want to take up a challenge, and coming into the circle from Rosshawk area and towards the Gatka Mountains if they want to go for their options. But right now, I'm surprised that nobody trying to actually contest Pachinki in this case. Like, it feels like SMG being given for that Pachinki here.
Well, to be fair, we haven't seen visual onto Pachinki yet, so we can't really be sure whether it's SMG there or some other team, or maybe there's a clash, but just that they haven't really fought. So probably it's best if we get a visual later on. If we do, if not, then I guess it's totally fine because there's a lot of action happening elsewhere. 7-9 is not over yet. Yangon Galacticos, WT17 sharing the same compound.
Are being forced to actually share this compound. They lost quite a lot of men earlier for YG. They're trying to go towards the northern side, but being stopped straight away from the side of, I think it was 7-9, who happened to be around shelter. But they tried to actually take a longer rotation, but YG didn't work things out for them. WT17 now being chased and hunted down by the side of 7-9.
Oh.
They're going to need a tough 1-2v1 there. It's going to finish off straight away. Down to only last member here for YG.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. I mean, one against the entire 7-9 is going to be super tough. So now they're down to Loki, the last man standing, to hold on for positioning points. That's the best that they can do for now. Boom, on the other hand, they are tanking out the blue. They've been playing this rather safely as well. We haven't seen much action coming in from Boom. Maybe a little bit, but so far, whatever that they've been trying to do, it's not really working out yet. But Yummy, okay. A good thing he still maintains the vehicle.
Lipovka is sort of Boom waiting on Milta power. It's going to be Infinity, but I have a feeling Infinity already start to move towards the circle because they're quite far for whoever is actually on the right side of the map of Erangel here. They have to move quite early, even though it's just the first phase, because they have to go through the longest journey if you compare it with the other teams on the west side of the map.
Oh, Order is still alive though. I think it's only Order. Yeah, Order and Jimmy right now. Jimmy, not too sure where he is, but this is a trend for Nova inside of Erangel. They always drop open and far early on, and then they'll meet up and rendezvous later on once they're done with their loot. But unfortunately, in this case, that strategy didn't work out for them, obviously, because they lost 2 players very, very early. So it might be something they want to consider to change coming into the next Erangel.
I mean, like, is it really because of them, or is it because of a circle in the first place?
It's because of the caster's curse, you know.
I mean, like, the circle was really, like, harsh for the players when it comes to the first Erangel just now. Look at what we're looking over right now. Definitely, it's going to be a crowded bridge with Geek Fam waiting on top of Ferry Pier. Same goes for GIDS around the Primorsk.
Ooh.
Bacon Time split it into 2 teams here. We're talking about the other 2 still waiting in Jogopur, while the other 2 going for the front line, getting the safe zone first. But Eagle Esports might bump into the other 2, actually those behind for Bacon Time. So I'm not sure how they gonna give extra aid for those for Armstar. But in this case, SMG taking the field of Gatka as their war zone, taking down on Ventura's face, who's just crossing by. Gonna be a bit of a high. Oh,
that's it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Oh, splat.
Yeah, splat. But let's see if we can do anything. If we can get one back at least. But a couple of shots onto SMG, but not enough to take them down. But we have Tony K on the high ground. can't get a good visual as well thanks to the trees. So FaZe Clan, they will lose Winters, but no trade back for them.
It's a big, how do I say it? Loss coming out from side of FaZe. SMG, there's a lot of accidents here today.
But four players in one
I mean, this
car,
is
you know.
really risky. There's so many teams around the corner too.
Yeah, the way that they're playing right now is as if they're playing a classic game. Like
Feels like it.
Yeah, like in a proper tournament, you won't get 4 people onto one
no.
vehicle. But it looks like Sem9 is making the same moves. 4 onto one vehicle, and Xavier is going to take advantage of that.
It's a happy day for the side of the Xaviers when all people just put themselves in a can of sardines inside of that UAZ. Lamborghini with the UMP just going to finish off the job here with the help of the blue zone. At the same time, it's not going to be that tough. Sem9 down to only one more person left. I'm not sure where's the last man standing, but it's going to be an easy execution coming up from Lamborghini. Just going to secure just another extra 2 points there. I think he's the only one that got eliminations from the side of the Xavier so far.
Yeah, Lamborghini so far 2, the Xavier 2, so it's only him. So that was the last man standing for Sem9, managed to get away. He is in the circle though, but being the last man standing is super tough. But speaking about super tough and the last man standing order being gunned down, that means that Dova down to only one player left, Jimmy.
Well, is the terrain of Primos and PMPL, who usually dominated by the sort of GIDS and also Geek fam. They definitely waited for the right opportunity to open fire, waiting for the other teams trying to take away their compound and just gunned them down. Back to the side of FaZe Clan. Feels like the next contender is going to be 4 rivals. Surprisingly, 4 rivals. They used to be the one that actually just care for themselves, each individual for themselves, but this time they work so well in a team when it comes to Erangel.
Yeah, looks like they're starting to switch up their ways, which is great. But what's great for Loki, almost got him one onto Infinity Mela, in fact, being gunned down, but immediate counter back coming in from the rest of the Infinity, and they managed to secure the elimination point, and looks like the first team to be out is Yangon Galacticos.
It's going to hurt quite a lot when it comes to overall rankings later. Plays himself at 6. I'm not sure how much they will be pushed down later after this game. And sort of Infinity, they've been running and gunning quite a lot. Infinity Mela definitely will have a bit of a time to reset. Still on second phase of the blue zone, will not chuck quite a lot of HP for these guys. BNU on the other hand. There comes Xavier, gunning them down.
Whoa.
Oh, there's a bit of a drift there, and lost out for the blue zone. Oh man, I'm not sure if he can survive it. Can he actually heal himself up? No way.
Yeah, too bad. Took too much damage from those shots. And now Zunos may be taken out by the blue. Sukik on the other side will be taken out as well. Looks like it's going to be a high ground, long range coming from Snissel. And the zone on the areas of the lighthouse.
Bridge fight. Bridge fight. Bridge fight.
Bridge fight. Bridge fight.
Evil casters. Back towards the side of LGD. They got quite a bit of a scuffle to fight across the other team, which is going to be Eagle Esports. I think they have only a lot of team dropping out quite a number of men just to get inside of a circle. There's so many teams losing more men they can actually count, left with only one solo player all the way. In this case, it's going to be Eagle Esports with 1 man as well. And I think there's also example here, Nova, and also a Sem9, yes. There's 3 teams going to have to solo all the way here.
I mean, we're like, what, 13 minutes into the game? And we already lost like 20 players. Again, this really the trend of this format. It's like teams are trying to get as many elimination points as possible. These Xavier, they're realizing that's why they got 4 elimination points in the bag right now. But the Eagles, unfortunately, they will be the next team to go out.
We didn't mention about LGD, waiting for them to make an impact. Now, definitely they will show us what they're made of. But back towards Infinity versus the Xaviers. Now, Infinity just won themselves one of the best round, last one, which is going to be Muroma. This time they want to show they have more when it comes to Erangel. The Xavier's having a bit of a problem to have a breather there as Sem9 butting in as a third party as well. Infinity gunning down the Xavier. There's so much target on the Rabies' head and also the rest of the Xavier. They're being eliminated at 13.
Just look at what the Infinity they are doing. They're like, okay, we move from point A to point B to point C, and anyone that we see in front of us, we just take them all out. Then they're not done yet. Now BN United may be the next victim of the Infinity.
waiting for that to happen. I'm like, they will surprise us for BN United. They can actually do a lot of, firepower too. It's all about the timing. Whoever see the other first. Now, BNU kind of spread out, but Sem9, though, one person can actually steal away a couple of eliminations along the process. Bacon Time taking on GIDS while BNU start to move forward. They have another alter ego person like on the other end of the bridge. Or Bacon Time taking on still GIDS. Bacon Time start to move against them at the same time on top of Ferry Pier. Is it going to be a bridge fight? It's taking a far-fetched one, but it's going to be really interesting on top of this Ferry Pier.
But as long as Soko still has a bridge, I'm hopeful. But unfortunately, can't say the same for Sem9 as they're out. Depp was the last man. So it's going to be number 12, 3 elimination points for Sem9. But look at this. Look at the movement coming in from the Infinity. They're not stopping it. Boom is just right beside them. Let's see where will the Infinity go. I'll expect them to at least cross the road. Yes, they will. And who else is going to be in front of the Infinity? Right now, you see the Infinity, you better run away.
They're squeezing straight into the center of the circle unharmed. GIDS taking on 4 Rivals. I'm surprised because I thought Infinity going to fight against 4 Rivals who happen to be behind them. FaZe, on the other hand, have to get out from the blue zone, but LGD waiting them at the other end. Alter Ego taking on 4 Rivals. Infinity just parked themselves, taking a bit of a peek towards Geek Fam in the warehouse, while LGD just wiping off everybody off their feet here. We're talking about FaZe Clan, who happen to be marching right in front of LGD. They got themselves 4 eliminations so far, and they want to go for more. Next to them is just going to be FaZe here. They're going to stop FaZe from moving forward.
Yeah, they're going to try to get into the circle first. Now they have the high ground against FaZe Clan. Shots onto Tony K. But it's going to be boost for GIDS from the other side. Looks like it's going to be FaZe Clan. The team that has been sandwiched between 2 other teams.
It's a lot of the similar situation for the other teams as well. In this case, FaZe wanting to run from who? There's almost every team in every single compound right across them. And Geek Fam waiting for MR5. It's going to be the last member of FaZe left here. Geek Fam, on the other hand, want to go just finish it off straight away. Boom on the other hand. Bit of a peek here against BN United. Geek Fam finish off FaZe. Another team be eliminated just in the 4th phase.
Oh, and the fact that FaZe Clan is out, that means that the Infinity can pull away. Bacon Time could catch up onto them as well. But now we move on to Boom. Boom is going against BN United. BN United down to Max. The last man standing, 3v1. Can he pull off a miracle?
Oh, Max!
Oh!
Couldn't actually clutch it. Just too much to handle. Boom finally secured that one and eliminated couple of more in the back. Bacon Time, on the other hand, who do you want to challenge first? Is it going to be GIDS or Geek Fam on the other end? But LGD is on the move too. Now, Ferry Pier, all of these teams who want to vacant it is not inside of a circle, but Bacon Time have to cut across so many teams just to get in the safe zone.
Oh, yes, including LGD as well. LGD, they had to land right in front of GIDS. Looks like Alan, he has a high ground advantage. He knows exactly where they are. GIDS will be sieged out by LGD. LGD will evade those nades. Nades onto them. Down to 50% health. They need to reset quickly.
Oh, here comes a couple of smokes being tossed out from the side of GIDS, but losing quite a number of men for LGD. What kind of nade is that? How do you make a snake nade like that?
Oh, and they're not done yet though. So Alan almost got inside. Another knockdown through those nades, but couldn't connect the last one. But looks like another nade from GIDS will manage to take down one more player from the side of LGD. And Alan starting to move in, trying to do the mop-up crew. And looks like it's going to be LGD almost out. Alan, Alan, there you go.
Finally secured, but LGD bowing out at 9th place with 9 eliminations. At least they got some points to work with. But Bacon Time spot out GIDS before their reset. And now GIDS having a bit of a problem to have a grasp what's going on, but almost got entirety of Bacon Time's member just now. Snizzle tried to reposition himself in a better angle.
Oh, Snizzle now trying to find a good angle to stop Bacon Time from coming forward. Bacon Time, they want those elimination points in the back. They currently have 3 of them. They're playing by the edge of the circle. 9 Noise tossing onto the 2nd floor, but no one's there. Snizzle is on the other side.
Waiting for Geek Fam to butt into this business too. Ice cooking up the nade. Infinity start to move against underside of Boom. on the northern side, on the upper side of the circle, is quite crowded as well with Infinity, GIDS, and also, Infinity. Definitely Logan is just there, but it's going to be quite far off if you compare with GIDS. The last member there is going to be Booms fighting the entirety of Bacon Time. Now, this is a really scary prospect.
Oh, but it's going to be scary for the Infinity now. They're going up against Boom, but it's going to be Nusa taking one down back. Now, Booms, the player named Booms from GIDS. Looks like it's going to go up against 4. Can he actually pull off a miracle clutch here? 1v4, the lower grass, not going to be easy for him. But Boom's not going to give up just yet. But finally, Ice takes out Boom. It's going to be the end for GIDS.
Now, speaking of Boom as a team, not as a person, he's going to fight against Nusa Infinity. Oh, Alter Ego. They have to make such hard situation for the Infinity. Nusa caught up in between the crossfire. When Boom sandwiched on the other end, it's going to be Alter Ego also.
Oh, nade! Whoa!
Tony!
God, Tony, my goodness, it's going to be Mela. Only 2 nades to rule them all. Looks like Boom. They went boom.
That was the right moment where Alter Ego got themselves that domination. They just stopped it with one Mela nade again.
My goodness, again, their nades is just insane. Whoa, what a nade they're coming from the Infinity. But now we give focus on the Bacon Time. Bacon Time sharing the same compound together with Geek Fam, who's just right beside them. But the Infinity, they're not done yet. Mela goes down. Looks like it's going to be Alter Ego onto the Infinity.
Oh, feels like they have this for the win. And back to us, the side of Potato spotted out on Logan. That's going to be last member of Infinity. They were winning back then, but that one nade just now, yes, ruled them for a bit. But in the meantime, they're giving away too much of the position. Back to the side of Bacon Time versus Geek Fam. Next is going to be a lot of the other solo players just swimming around this bridge.
Oh, and Jimmy managed to slip himself onto the
He's
dock.
so happy.
Yeah, Appy is currently in the waters. Jimmy probably has a good angle onto him, or at least he has visual onto Appy. But now it's going to be a Bacon Time. They need to move forward. That means they need to fight against Geek Fam, just right in front of them.
Oh, at the same time, damn rude. If you just go to the right side a bit, you can spot both solo players. Geek Fam, they have been sitting this very, very quiet. I mean, like, there's so many times they can actually take the advantage of being the third party, but didn't take that window of opportunity on the side. We have Gillis on the side of a pond bit. Alter Ego, they got themselves 7 eliminations so far. But everybody's been quiet, a bit of a peace before this storm here. But like it or not, they don't have that much time because the circle will shrink even further and Bacon Time start to move first against Geek Fam.
Geek Fam, they currently at the fortress, but then again, it's going to be Bacon Time coming in, and Bacon Time still has a full squad. Now at the same time, Alter Ego is on the other side, but they're not currently in the circle. Appy is still in the water. Jimmy is on the other side as well at the docks. And now Denver spots out Renare. Being spotted. Jimmy knows exactly where Appy is at, but the long range from Danroot does connect.
Okay, but I didn't actually just knock down the entirety of that play, but Jimmy just want to shoot so bad. Just take the shot here. Come on, Jimmy, you can do it. Back to the side of Fnatic. He saw the... Oh, that's nice tap coming out from Fnatic.
Logan?
It's really risky from Logan, the last member of Infinity. Out in the open and only have 2 first aid. Here comes the cavalry of Bacon, just rushing to the side of Geek Fam.
Oh, and Jimmy finally been taken out. So Jimmy didn't actually shoot Appy. Appy survived thanks to the other side. But now it's going to be Nova out at number 6. And it's going to be Geek Fam versus Bacon Time. Bacon Time for eyes. Gun down. But then again, he takes out Dabru at the same time.
Geek Fam dominated that kind of fight just now. The CQC open up by the side of Bacon Time at first. A failed rush, a failed flush, as we can see. Geek Fam back towards just defending their fortress there. Would take a bit of time. Alter Ego, on the other hand, spotted out Appy. Appy, he survived so long against Jimmy from Nova before, but for how much longer?
Well, thanks to the vehicle that somehow was there. He climbed onto the vehicle and he probably like healed just to buy time for himself. And now, at least he's a top 4 finisher at this moment. Alter Ego, on the other hand, they do not have a circle. They need to fight forward, but it's going to be Logan they're talking about here. But Logan, anyway, he's the last man standing. It's going to be tough for Logan to fight up against the full squad of Alter Ego.
Alter Ego got himself 8 eliminations, 7 for the side of Infinity. All he needs to do is just hang on, but Yuhai spot him out. Yuhai will go for the rush. You're going to cook up the nade at first, but Logan cancels it. Then last minute,
Logan,
Yuhai.
can he?
Oh, it's going to be him winning the fight for Yuhai. Finish it off with 3 elimination in total. With 9 elimination for the side of Geek Fam. We're down to the top 3. 4 rivals. Well, it's going to be 1 man all the way. But Damn spotted Alter Ego at first. Not one doubt. Do they want to go for the rush here for Geek Fam?
Oh, are they going to go in for the rush? Do they have enough information, especially where Appy is? That Appy could be the kingmaker if he comes up onto shore and tries to shoot them down. But look at the circle. Appy could still go up on the shore, but Pompey knows exactly where he is.
He saw him taking over. And now Pombit will not live this anytime soon. Definitely he will got the entirety of 4 rivals Appy on this side. But Appy happily swimming. Not going to be contested whatsoever. Potato try to actually pin down on those vehicles. Here comes the whole team of Geek Fam. Rushing straight in Potato's face. But damn rude. Getting the fang side. What ingenious call from these guys.
Yeah,
they're playing the bait. Damn is the real one.
Yeah, Damru, I mean, his positioning, he always knows that, okay, you guys go front, I'll stay behind, I'll give you cover fire, and that's exactly what he's doing at this moment with 2 knockdowns back-to-back for Damru. Pombe will be the next one. Appy still survived.
Appy, all he needs to do is just keep on swimming. But at the same time, it's still inside a circle. It's gonna do fine. It's gonna do fine. All it needs to do is just wait for one of these teams to go down first, which they've been very frantically trying to take over each other down. But Fnatic, he's trying to save one of his teammates on the Mushroom Tower. But at the same time, Damru is not giving him any leeway to do so. And Damru is just too far into the blue, so he needs to move forward.
Oh,
he
no!
dropped himself.
Oh, no, that damage for the fall. Unfortunately, Damru will be down, but then again, Snipes is there to pick him up. There should be enough time. Then again, no. Okay, still trying to push Damru, but then again, it's not working out. Damru needs to move for the fall, but Mika is there to take down Potato. Alter Ego not in a comfortable spot as well.
Oh, damn, it would be left at the back there. Well, they don't have any choice. Unlike Snipes is contemplating whether to save him or not. He tried to drag him with a buggy. He tried to drag him faster with a buggy. I don't think that buggy works as a trolley. My friend, I don't think that's working.
Yeah.
That's gonna work.
Yeah, that's how you do it, guys. That's how you do it.
This is the real saving scene coming up from UI. That's how you should do it.
Yeah, that's how you do it. That's saving Private Damru there, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, he remembered that, oh yeah, you can actually pick him up like that. Okay, you don't really need to like use the buggy to push him. But anyway, Appy is now up on shore, but he's definitely not going to be interested to take any part in this fight. It's going to be either Alter Ego or Geek Fam trying to fight each other, and let's see how Appy jabs in.
Snipes. Can't even, I mean like, here comes preemptive shots. Renore, ready to cook up the nade here. Pombet still guarding on top of this tower. But at the same time for Alter Ego, they don't have the circle. Geek Fam actually get a better part of it. As Snipes trying to take down Potato from afar. Renore kind of thinking which way he should shoot first. While Appy is happily swimming, he needs to dock himself up because he's not inside of a circle anymore. Appy slowly trying to be the bane for the side of Alter Ego. It's really risky. Whoever they pick for the side of Appy, it's going to be the bane for the team here. Geek Fam try to take down on one, but they don't have the opportunity yet.
Well, right now, at least Geek Fam, they have the circle, so pressure is going to be onto Alter Ego. Appy is just going to sit out of this. Geek Fam, they are still a full squad, while Alter Ego is a trio. And now Mika will be gunned down, but nope, not yet. They try to take it on to Renare, but Renare still survives.
And nobody spotted out Appy at first. Slowly crawling outside the play zone. Alter Ego's losing more men here. Feels like Geek Fam got this in the bag. All they need to do is just finish off. And one more knockdown. It's going to be Snipes. Try to circle around with his buggy. Try to spot where are the players. Damn right spot out those coming up from the bridge of Alter Ego. Bombit. Try to finish off Snipes, but he spotted out Damn right. One nice shot. He didn't whip. Perfect spray from Pawnbit.
What an amazing long range split coming from Pawnbit. Wow, how did he do that? But anyway, to pick up Damru shouldn't be a problem for Geek Fam, but now the problem for Geek Fam is going to be time. 5 more seconds on the clock before the zone closes in, and this zone will close entirely. Pawnbit finish off Damru, and that's going to be another point for Alter Ego, but Snipes got down as well. Renare gets it onto him.
This is going to be that game changer for the side of Alter Ego. Pombit makes such a big difference for the side of the team here. While App is slowly creeping towards the side of Yuhai, coming from the back line. Yuhai is too busy focused on what's in front. Pombit, we finished off. But on the other hand, 4 rivals. Nobody spotted him out just yet. App is still playing this quietly. Pombit finished off by Yuhai. Oh man! Fnatic, that nade towards Miko was huge one.
That is crazy for Fnatic coming in from behind. Now they have information, they know exactly where Yuhai is at. Fnatic has the high ground, 2v1, spring on the Yuhai. Yuhai 50% health, Yuhai 20%, and Yuhai goes down. MP 1v2, can he pull off a clutch?
Here he goes.
Get it?
Happy, just go for it, Happy! He got one first aid there, that's it. He have double nade. He's kind of, oh no, there's no time. The Blues are closing in. Oh, Renault! What a nice turning of events!
Whoa!
Pombit! He caught Cameron off guard. What a game changer!
Wow, and I thought that Alter Ego will be out because Geekfam had the circle, they had a full squad. Alter Ego only had 3, but they somehow managed to turn the tide. They sent one bait out there just to get information, and once they know where exactly Geekfam is at, they counter back by those flags. Amazing play by Alter Ego. Whoa!
I have to say that's one of the best finishing, comical, but yet still very good finishing. One of the best today.
Wow!
That was a 2v4. It was a 2v4 for Alter Ego.
Yeah.
It was really hard for them, and they managed to clutch it because of Pombit. He caught Damroot, which Damroot was so pivotal, was so important, was so crucial to make sure that he survived. Well, I did remember Snipe tried to just trolley him with a...
Yeah, he tries to get that bait out, right? He tries to get those shots so that he knows exactly where his opponents are. Because of those clips, they couldn't get a good idea of where exactly Alter Ego is at. But then again, the moment, like what you said, the turning point is that the moment Alter Ego takes down their main support, which is Damroot, who's way far behind, that's it. That's enough of an opening for them to move forward and finish up the rest of Geekfam.
Oh man, what a game just now. So many teams kind of surprised with the sake of the circle, just really quite a lot in the center of the bridge just now on top of Therapy, and then just go straight towards the lighthouse. It's just really unpredictable circle. But for Infinity, they had a really good run, even though they kind of being eliminated quite early, but still maintain quite a number of scores when it comes to the overall rankings later. But Geekfam, this is where Pombit just makes such a huge difference for the team.
Oh yeah. We gotta see it again, right? So I think there'll be this moment. Okay, so we gotta skip that moment. They know exactly where UI is at, and then they finish up the job. Well, gotta give credit to Appy as well. Somehow he managed to survive up to his second place finish, which is just mind-blowing.
Lucky somebody finished off Nova, Jimmy. If not, you already know what? Jimmy got the perfect angle for the side of Appy of 4 rivals. But somebody has to take him down. And nobody knows about Alter Ego, Renore. I think he kind of get the gist of idea. There's somebody there at first. So they kind of can read out who's the last person that actually been living out in the last minute. But it was a nice game, brilliant performance coming out from Alter Ego. Really great game. I'm like this. I'm speechless right now. It's just so good.
Yeah, it's just so crazy. But you mentioned a good point about Appy, right? So I don't recall who actually took out Jimmy, but Jimmy, if that didn't happen, we would have been in a different universe whereby Appy wouldn't get the second place finish. We won't know how far Jimmy would go, but definitely that point will be in the back and someone else will be at number 2. Maybe it could have been Geekfam. But thanks to Jimmy.
Thanks to Jimmy.
Well, thanks or not thanks to Jimmy, it depends how you look at it.
Oh man, and the moment Damroot actually being shot down, I mean like Snipe actually got time to revive his teammate just now. He's kind of panicking. If you saw that, he's trying to make it even faster by just ran over with the buggy.
Yep.
Just now. But it didn't work. I mean, like, Yuhai just showed... Yuhai actually go back to the back line. Like, I'm going to show you how it's done, okay? Just pick him up.
Yeah, I know, right? I think he forgot the feature exists. Because you don't really use it, right? You're like, when would you really use that feature? Okay. How often would you use
the fact that Yuhai from the front line just go back, you pick him up just like this, like saving Private Damroot.
Yeah, it's like, let me just show you how to do it. It's like, you're not getting it, you know. But anyway, speaking about getting it, Renaure, this is the highest elimination for an individual so far. 9 is the number.
Wow.
Yeah.
But so far we got ourselves 19 as a team. But for individuals, I think this is the highest by far.
It is. Yeah.
A lot of 9.
That. But anyway, yeah, 9 is the highest so far.
3 and 6%. You plus 3 plus 6 is gonna be 9 as well, right?
Okay, that's a good aluminium. Right. And
I'm broken.
Yeah. Yeah. I was trying to digest the aluminium.
Okay,
but,
thanks.
But the Infinity, they're still on top because they had a number 4 finish. So, and they had a decent amount of eliminations as well, so that's why they're still up there.
But Alter Ego actually pushed themselves quite high in the top 3. And separating FaZe from the rest of the Thai teams, where Bacon and Infinity are still maintaining the top 3, but FaZe slowly being pushed down. Looking over the Malaysians try to slowly creep into the first page. We're talking about 7-9 and Geek Fam. Got himself quite a number of placements just now. Same goes for GIDS. Now, GIDS has been very consistent the past 3 games now. Even though it's not like getting themselves chicken, but they got themselves quite balanced out when it comes to positions and also their eliminations.
Yeah, they are. They're not booming yet, but then again, they have a steady balance between the 2 elements. BN United, finally they got their first point after 3 rounds, so it's going to be 1 elimination point, and now nobody's 0 at least.
Is that really a good news?
Well, would you rather have 0? I think that's the answer.
I mean, like, yeah, at least you didn't have anybody. And now it's already the 10th match, and it's really crucial for them not having any zeros on the board. But just to recap what really happened here, just to mention where the drop coming up from all these guys, Alter Ego, definitely Sonov's coming to base all the way. So there's 2 teams actually drop on Sonov's coming to base, which was BNU, BN United and Alter Ego. Geek Fam around Ferropia, Primos, I think it was GDGIDF, so they're not that too far off. But FaZe and 4 rivals on top of Rosso is quite far actually. Infinity is not that far either, but I think the furthest away, coming up with solo player all the way down towards side of Ferropia, that's a lot of troubling for Epi only.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was so crazy that I'm sure he'll be looking back at this replay or this live stream. He'll be like, hey, Jimmy was actually behind me. It's like, if he pulled the trigger or if Jimmy just tried his luck, the Appy wouldn't be on the charts. Like we can forget about 4 rivals being number 2.
That's true. And also Infinity, they're taking this turn or this round specifically, if they compare with Roma and Sahara, they've been playing very fast and very early when it comes to rotation. But this map, Erangel, they came in very late. He came with a boat, so it's Nova, and they're just going over the other side with a vehicle. And they were tanking quite a number of blue zone for quite a bit. But aside of Geek Fam, I think in the end of the day, it's about who sees who first, right? If only Damroot wasn't taken down, maybe it's a different story. Now, I have a feeling it's actually Alter Ego that might actually take it down on Jimmy or maybe Bacon. So between these 2, it costs Happy to survive longer.
Brief memory, it's between those 2 teams, whether it's Alter Ego or Bacon time. But then again, that's not really important at this point. What's going to be important, of course, is Appy's survival somehow still. And he managed to creep himself up to a 2nd place finish because Alter Ego and Geek Fan, they were just too busy with each other. And this is where Yuhai, he parked himself in front. And the moment, since everyone was in front, the moment that Damroot got eliminated, that's it. Alter Ego can go in for the flanks. It's going to be 2v1 against Mika. And once they got Mika, it's going to be 2v1 against Yuhai. And that's how the whole domino effect kind of happened.
Yeah, also the point where Pombit actually get out from that watchtower just now. When he was in the watchtower, he couldn't actually contribute too much towards the team because it's kind of a limited view, an angle he can actually work with. Remember, he jumped out from the watchtower and spotted out Damroot straight away. That's why he sees through who is the most important person in the backline for Geek Fam. That just game changer entirely for the side of Alter Ego. It was a really good run, but what's better run is going to be for you guys, which you guys can actually, don't forget to hashtag 1 squad 1 goal with PMCC 2022. Don't forget to take part where PMCC is back with a total prize pool of 40,000 ringgit Malaysia. And you guys all are eligible to join as long as you're still student.
Yeah, so scan away, ladies and gentlemen, and of course by joining this, you stand a chance to get a ticket to play on the PMNC stage this year. So you don't want to miss out on this because, of course, from the PMNC, well, we don't really know yet what's the next stage after the PMNC. Just saying. But then again, you don't want to miss out on this chance. You do want to just give it a go. You never know what comes up. And besides winning the prizes, you get the experience actually playing in an official tournament. There will be a broadcast for this as well later on. So hashtag away, one squad, one goal, and hope to see you there.
Yeah, I hope to see you guys in PMPL next year. Because you might have a shot at that. It's so hard to get the slot for PMPL these days. The play is so good, but what's better is gonna be the new ultimate set coming soon. Whatever it is, we have no clue, but it feels like a space and time thing. Feels like everything in crumbles. I don't know, is it something in the future? Is it some sort of lightning set? That was back then, lightning set.
Yeah, it's called the Lightning Nebula set. Yeah, now I remember. I do see like somewhat of a sword there, so I don't know if that is part of it or is that like a Easter egg or something. But what's not an Easter egg is the new Nusa map because it's already out. You can try it out in game. Per round it's about 5 minutes, so it's gonna be a quick game. Every time you play this. It includes new weapons such as the NS2000 shotgun, tactical crossbow, and also a new vehicle which is a quad. So you don't want to miss out on this. Of course, do tell us what you think about this new map as well. Love Island, Pink Beach, Crystal Bay. The name's kind of sus, but you know that's for you guys to discover.
What do you mean? The name is kind of sus.
Yeah, Pink Beach, Love Island,
And I do want to know if you can actually hop onto the Ferris wheel to take a spin for a bit.
Yeah, I haven't tried it yet.
I haven't tried it as well. I'm like, the 5 minutes is just too long for me. But you know what? We're done
Gotta make a smaller map now, PUBG Mobile. Now, 5 minutes is just too long for her. She's not,
500 meters by 500 meters now.
And that's like, what, 2.5 minutes?
Maybe 1 minute. If Nova, all of them are still playing.
Yeah. Well, okay, I don't know how to compute that, but okay, yeah, I'll just agree to that.
But next one, you have another Erangel to go. And the first one, definitely, well, we mentioned about, the first game, yes, the teams are good, Alter Ego's really good, but I'm not going to take the credit away, but the fact that the circle and the flight path just all the way to the southern part. So it's kind of, is it really the player really good, or is it just a map?
Well, you got to be prepared for all sorts of circles, right, at the end of the day. But anyway, we will still have a couple more Erangels for us to come up with a better theory of what might happen tomorrow. But let's check out the team summary. So it's going to be Alter Ego and Geek Fam, the top 2 teams from the previous round. Alter Ego obviously got the chicken dinner, 13 eliminations versus Geek Fam, 11 eliminations. Alter Ego dishing out lesser damages though, 2,232 versus Geek Fam 2,355. And Geek Family spent 1 second more than Alter Ego in the play.
Well, aside from damage dished out from the side of Geek Family's way more, but the elimination is still more to the side of Alter Ego. It just shows that they know better when it comes to best utilization of their resources here. Ronaldo definitely have the most eliminations with 9 out of all the numbers up there just now, and the highest by far when it comes to individual record. But Geek Fam Mika just squeezed into the second place with 5, and GIDS Alan squeezed it into 3. Now, there's quite a gap between the first, second, and third place here.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like 9, and then you have a 4 difference to 5, and then you have 2 difference to 3. Very interesting. I thought 3 is fairly low. I would have expected some other players to get a 4 or 5 maybe in between, but yeah, it is what it is. But anyway, so far it's going to be different countries getting the chicken dinner on the board. So it's going to be Malaysia 7-9 in first game today in Sanhok. Second game in Myanmar is going to be the Infinity from Thailand, and we have Alter Ego from Indonesia in the first Erangel. So could it be Vietnam? Could it be Myanmar? Could it be China for the next chicken dinner?
Yep, so far the 3 regions that we just mentioned, nowhere near getting a top 3 or even the chicken today. Close enough, but it feels like they kind of having a bit of a slow start if you compare. Maybe tomorrow will be a different story, but still, there's going to be a second Erangel, so you already done the warm up with the first match just now.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, 3 games is more than enough of a warm up right by now. So hopefully we can see those teams, especially on the second page, to do well in the term, because we want to see, like, some back and forth, some fight. Let's not let some of the teams to just dominate all the way. Hashtag Thai teams. But yeah, we want to see a little bit of a challenge. For today at least. But we want to see a bit of a back and forth, and that's where the fun is, right?
I mean, I'm not surprised tomorrow we're going to look over a different region entirely or a different country entirely to actually take over the top 3 here, because it's not really that far-fetched for these guys. Especially you saw the pattern here that we can actually note it out. It's not about the chicken dinner anymore. It's about whoever get the most eliminations to actually take out the top 3 spot and get themselves in the extra match for the show match on Saturday.
Yeah, the
Nusa match. Yeah, so it's going to be very fast. We can actually time it out. Really, is it going to be more than 5 minutes or not?
Oh yeah, we could. Like live show, like and you're putting against like the best of the best teams, right? So
yeah.
Maybe it's going to be faster than 5 minutes. I don't.
What happened if it's actually longer then?
Then they should just give us $1,000 USD.
I wish.
Yeah.
I wish life's that easy.
Yeah. I mean, you're asking me a question that the answer I would definitely want to put out something that favors us.
Yeah.
So it is a wish list. Just saying.
I mean, like, okay. Jokes aside, I'm kind of surprised at first Erangel just, and there's so many accidents happen there, and there happen to be a lot of teams taking one vehicle only.
Yeah.
Is it so hard for them to actually spot the vehicle just now?
I don't know. I have a feeling after like 3 rounds, looking at how the trend of how they play and all that, it feels like they're taking this as a serious fun match. It's a serious fun match. So yes, they're playing it seriously, somewhat seriously, but they're also having fun at the same time. So that's why they're not doing like, okay, we must get all 4 vehicles, we must get certain whatever vehicle they need. They just go, okay, we got that one vehicle, we just take it and we just go all around and try to get as many elimination points as possible. Just like playing a classic game.
I don't know, it feels like they really couldn't find any vehicle just now, from my opinion, because there's not much vehicle that can be spotted out. And some of them are actually taking a boat, so that's really smart since, there's so many teams in between there. But I do want to see whoever tried to change a drop spot later on the second match of Erangel today.
Yeah.
Because we saw just now, because of a circle, because of a flight path, some teams are being forced to stay in the area of Primos and Ferry Pier, even Gatka. Whoever trying to go to Joggle Pool, even a northern side, like example, Eagle Esports love to drop onto Slovenia or shooting range. It's almost impossible for them to reach there the moment the circle pops.
Yeah.
So if we got a circle that kind of split the map into 2 and everybody can reach wherever they fancy, maybe it's a different story entirely.
Yeah, it could be. It could be like what you say, right? It's also affected by the kind of flight path. So let's see if anything changes in the next round. But I still feel that we will see that this kind of gameplay throughout. Like, okay, how would I define a serious fun match, right? It's like you're playing classic, but you still have the goal of like I want to be conqueror. So you're playing fun, you're having fun, but at the same time you're serious about getting that rank. So it feels that way for
it's less
at least
stressful actually.
Probably, depending on how you look at it. Right?
It's supposed to, wait, wow.
Yeah, I mean, do I need to explain?
You're 2 matches too late for Infinity.
Yeah.
They got themselves a last 2.
You're still late, so.
I mean, like, they haven't. Did it happen? No, not yet.
Yeah,
so yeah, maybe next one. They're close enough just now.
That's why it's a prediction, right?
Yeah. Infinity, on the other hand, I have a feeling they will go more aggressive than they were in last Erangel.
Yeah. I mean, they still. Well, it doesn't matter for them whether it's 1 or 2, right? They still get the invite to play that show match anyway. But I think what they will want is that they will want to have like all Thai, like number 1, number 2.
Yeah. There's a pride.
Yeah, it's a pride thing, right?
Yeah. The chance to actually brag yourself. Yeah, like example, Nova is like one of the best in the world, right?
Yeah.
And Nova didn't actually make it on top 3, and they were like, we beat Nova in this match. I mean, like, even though it's not really contributing towards the worlds later, but you still have the right to brag about it.
Yeah, it is. It is a bragging right, no doubt about that. And there's still money involved, $30,000 US prize pool involved. So, yeah, I mean, what would you do with $30,000 US?
Buy my mom a car.
Or buy your mom a car.
Yeah.
Okay. You heard that, Mr. Manager.
See, I'm just putting it out
Why
there.
I mean, like, the audience will be like, why is her manager buying her mom a car?
Well,
I mean, like,
I can explain, but yeah, I'll let you guys figure it out. Yeah.
But back to it, all seriousness. You know what? I'm waiting for some teams here. Like, example, we talk about YG. They are in the top 10 before, but then kind of being fallen off the chart because they've been eliminated quite early.
Yeah.
We haven't looked over like the Chinese team that haven't been performing today, and also BN United is like really far off from like if you compare with all the other teams. Like it's so hard to see them actually, you know, fighting.
Yeah, I mean they only got like 1 point out of 3 rounds, so
They're always being the victim of the scenario.
yeah. I mean every time they try to take a fight with another team, the team just crashes into their compound. They just lose. Like there was no fight at all so far from what we have seen, at least in the 3 rounds.
Like they are not really new players, so I mean,
Of
like,
course not.
I'm hoping for more. I'm looking for BN United to actually, you know, shine as bright as all the other teams out there. Because even though, like, example, we mentioned about, like, even LGD haven't been, you know, outshine everybody else. But we're talking about all the team across all the 16 teams out there. They have their limelight. We saw that they're really fighting. But for BN United, it's like never there.
Yeah,
Where are they?
Yeah, I mean that's why they're 1 point, right?
I mean, like, at least 1 point with a fight.
I mean, if they had a fight, it wouldn't be 1 point. That's my logic.
I mean, my logic with that 1 point, it's okay for them to fight, but they didn't finish. It's all knocked down. You know, that kind of fight. It's
Okay,
still,
yeah,
it's
I
still
see-
reasonable.
Yeah, I see the logic there. I see the logic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see the logic. I mean, you can try to fight. You
Yeah.
can put it as a 50-50 fight, but you still lose. So,
Well, in this case, they are losing.
I was about to.
Yeah.
I was about to get there, but thanks for finishing my line.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh my god! I didn't
yeah.
think that you're actually finishing there.
Yeah, but it's okay. But
Okay,
anyway,
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, never mind. I'm still waiting for the Saviors also try to make their debut here.
Yeah, the Xavier. I was actually looking forward to not only the Xavier, but I was actually looking forward to Yangon Galacticos as well.
Yeah,
What
YG.
are the reasons? Because they are the only representative of Myanmar.
True, and also Mane. I mean, like Mane is really crucial for the team because every single time that actually YG make a play, Mane has to survive. You know, a lot of time you saw YG being taken down or being eliminated quite early. One of the many reasons we saw Mane one the first one to be out. It's always that case for side of YG.
Yeah. For some reason, right? So I don't know. It looks like they try to survive. I think they have good survival skills. I think they do last quite a bit, but when it comes to fighting, it's like it's not really their thing so far. That's all we can see today. And it doesn't help that, of course, some teams try to kind of like crank up their fighting abilities, like the Infinity, like Baseland, like Bacon Time. They just crank up their fighting ability. They just go around like trying to get as many elimination points as possible.
I mean, like in this sort of tournament right now, we're talking about regional clash, where teams combining of all multiple regions here, going for a really aggressive approach when it comes to getting the points, especially with a format where the ranking points is not really that contributing as much of your elimination points. So, like it or not, they have to embrace the fact that, example, BN United and YG, they have to accept the fact that they have to force the fight, no matter what.
Yeah.
They cannot be the one waiting the fight to come over to them. They have to be the one that bringing the fight towards the other teams, though.
Yeah. So that's why we can see that teams playing actively. They're actually on top of the charts, and teams were like waiting for people to come to them, hoping to get elimination points. Yeah, but not so. I mean, we did see some like GIDS, but I worry that could be like a one-off just because of how the circle kind of favored them. But in general, I think that, you know, if you play the active role, that's how you become like the FaZe clans, the Infinity, to put yourselves up there.
Well, it's all down to, I want to see who get Pachinki. I just want somebody to actually, I mean, like, I'm surprised Xavier is actually giving Pachinki away, honestly speaking. Because I have a feeling they can actually fight SMG on top of Pachinki. Because whoever got Pachinki, it's so easy for them to rotate wherever it is the circle next one to be on the north or the southern side of the map. Quite easy. It's quite the center. But With 10 more seconds to go, definitely we wait if there's any team going to change their drop spot. That's one more thing. And wherever the circle and the flight path will be, will it favor the teams that are actually really desperate enough to win? Let's get into our second Erangel of the day.
Pang. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm trying to redo the, you know.
We missed that. No,
yeah. I was expecting us to have that, you know, but...
Some of our audience don't know what's going on. I think we should explain.
Well, okay. I mean, if it's hard for me to explain, but if you do follow the series from before, for the PMPL, of course, then you would know what I mean. Is like, okay, you have that like transition, and then you have like the and then you come into the map. So you have like that kind of like that build-up music a little bit.
Yeah, I miss the music though.
Yeah, did I explain it well?
Yeah, I miss the headbanging music.
Although you hear it for like a million times.
Yeah, I kind of missed it. So, but
the moment it's not there, you tend to like appreciate it a little bit more.
When we start to not getting something, then we start to appreciate it, right?
You know, it's the same like people, right? When the person is not there anymore.
This is going so deep, yeah.
Yeah, when the person is not there anymore, then you start to like, oh yeah, I wish the person was here.
Do you wish me? No, definitely not.
No, of course not. Yeah, you aside. No.
But I'm loving this fight part. It's splitting the map equally into two sides, which are going to be left or right side. GIDS definitely dropping around Primos. Geek again very clear. But we're waiting for Alter Ego and also BN United is going to be around the Sonos community base again. But because of the flight path, really just now was left side bridge, right now right side bridge. Let's go.
Why didn't we get this many fun circles into PMPL?
You know, like, it would be great if it happened.
I know, right? Like all the time. I don't mind. Like left, right by the bridge.
That's where things really matter that time, right?
And this time, the circle just goes to Novo perfect.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it really going to be Nova all the way?
If it does, it's going to be perfect.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I want to see that.
I have a feeling it won't be there, but I don't know. I just wish it's going to be a Brit circle again. I want to see how the players, when it comes to this tier of players, how did they actually play around the platform? But Frozen! Jimmy on the ground. It's going to be Boboiboy with the micro Uzi. Nova again, ambushed by the son of these saviors, taking them down straight. Wow.
Looks like Nova has to let Frozen go. You get what I mean? It was the second time that he gets eliminated very, very early. And so they gotta let him go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Frozen.
So Jimmy is the one that's starring that movie?
Yeah. That's why he's just beside Frozen.
My god, our puns are so dry. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, we have a bit of a fun part. This is going to be the most exciting one. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? We get a bit of a surprise for you guys. It's going to be...
Let it go. Let it go. Let go of that round and come back to us.
It's going to be a remake.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened, but...
So it looks like Frozen actually froze, or I don't know, whatever that is, and they had to let it go. They had to let the ground go.
I mean, like, it's a moment for the team coming up from Xavier, who just almost wiped the entirety of Nova, but at least Nova got themselves a second chance. Definitely there's something going on. So there's going to be a remake. We're going to have to wait for the players to get into the lobby again, but before that, Nova just now dropped on top of round 4. It's where they used to drop, right? I'm surprised Xavier is the one actually like randomly dropped into whoever else actually in that compound.
Yeah, despite like you have a flight path that's like nicely in the middle, yeah, you still get that sort of clashes. I guess it just shows that, you know, people, that's where my theory comes in, right? People are just like trying to have serious fun.
Serious fun.
Serious fun, yeah.
Or serious taunt.
Yeah,
maybe?
serious fun, serious taunt. Like they kind of like, we kind of saw someone like jump off and then we see those parachutes. Let's try and give it a go. And that's how they got those few early eliminations. And it happened to be like Nova, so it's like kind of like bragging rights if you kind of think about it.
I feel like Xavier really wants to challenge Nova in a certain way, because honestly, like Xavier, I mean, like it can be their drop spot as well. There might be a few more clashes like this. Seems like because previously Xavier's dropped around shelter area. It's not really on top of farm where they fought against M9. Now this time they drop in between Nova, which drop around the outskirts of farm. So it feels like DZV is trying to sort of mark their territory around the area instead of going for Pochinki all the way. So they have a feeling like maybe feels like they want to conquer between these two sort of compounds, possibly.
It's kind of like marking your territory as well, because we're still kind of early in this tournament. We have a lot more days to go. We have a lot more games to play, and the majority of them is going to be in Erangel, right? So you kind of like, okay, I want to pick this spot. This is mine. If you want to come, let's fight it out. And so far, based on what we saw before the remake, the results definitely do not favor Nova.
It's kind of true, but it depends. Maybe that's the reason why the remake in the first place, because things can actually turn. Because whenever we have a remake, right, we have another rematch, the same situation again. Sometimes things happen to be the other way around.
Well, I was kind of disappointed because we like the circle. The circle.
That's the biggest disappointment for you.
I was kind of disappointed. Like the circle.
He's really angry about that.
No, I'm not really angry about it. I was just describing it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. In case people like think like, oh, why are you angry? No, I'm not angry.
No, it's a bit frustrated.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I would be frustrated.
I'm disappointed.
Yeah. For me, it's more to a frustration because I wanted to see that circle.
Yeah.
How it was really in the center of a bridge just now. If you look at the center of it, it's just, sometimes, because we've got two really good circle for us, not really for the players.
Yeah, of course. I don't have anger issues, by the way. Just saying, just putting it out there, Don't send me to therapy.
He's a very nice guy.
No, I'm not. She just wants money from me.
No. I don't. Okay. But you know what? While we're waiting for the players to be back in the lobby.
Bad, I don't know.
While we're waiting for the players to be back in the lobby, I'm waiting to see if the flight path is going to change a lot. But we did actually notice a lot of players kind of drop the usual drop spot, which can be some teams like LGD around Yasnaya. There's a FaZe around Roshawk or School. Same goes for all the other teams. So I do want to see, for example, the Xaviers in the next one. Are they still going to challenge between these two teams, or are they definitely going to drop different? Because it feels like they are being a nomad. Like for the Xaviers, it's like they don't have certain drop spot for like the other teams.
Yeah, it feels that way. Because like what you also pointed out that SMG took Pochinki, which was their regular drop spot, right? So they kind of like, oh, okay, let's see where else we can go. So far it's kind of okay for them. They managed to stamp their ground, including where the areas of farm where Nova wanted to drop there as well, and they managed to defend it, so not too shabby, I'd say.
Well, in the end of the day, it's all about when the game's actually happening. We're still waiting, by the way. But just to recap a bit, today the benchmark for the most eliminations for the team is going to be 19 for the record to break. Is held together by the Infinity. And the highest for the player, who was it again? I think it was coming up from Alter Ego, was it?
Renaure with 9 eliminations.
I'm going to put that down in my note. Because,
you gotta put it in.
9 for Renaure,
Yeah.
So that's going to be the highest so far. Damage output-wise, I think it's around 1,000 over. So far, just to recap, Sunhawk taken away by 7-9 as the first chicken dinner. Coming up from Malaysia. Murama taken by the side of Infinity from Thais. Alter Ego from Indonesia taking on third, which is going to be the first Erangel or the third match of the day. So we have 2 more Erangels here, which we haven't seen from China team or the China region. Myanmar, Vietnam haven't got themselves any chicken, but does it really matter that much for chicken though?
Well, for bragging rights, other than that, not really, because it's only 10 points. And we can see that the teams on top, like, okay, the Infinity got the chicken dinner, they're number 1. But number 2 and number 2, I remember, didn't have the chicken dinner. And yeah, they're still up there. So it's all about but those teams on top, clearly what I saw is that they had a lot of elimination points. They got like 20 and above in total, at least. Minimum to be on top there.
But honestly, this is a very good sort of a warming up session for the players that are going to head over to PMPLC in the future. Like it's just within a couple of days, I think, in between.
In fact, it's next after Sunday. Then it's going to be like
it's starting off
2 days. 2
Wednesday,
days,
was it?
Yeah, then it starts on Wednesday.
Yeah.
So for PMRC it's until Sunday, then you have a 2-day break, and then it starts on Wednesday.
It's actually a very good warming up session for the guys that are actually being performing in PMPL. So it's Asia later. So most of the team, majority of this team will be playing. So it's going to be, how do I say it? a very different. I have a feeling it's going to be a very different PMPLC this season as well.
Oh yeah. Looking at how the teams are playing, especially like, well, I think the Thailand teams just they're setting the benchmark, right? On the level of gameplay. And I think you put it very interestingly. It's like, if I were to summarize that thought, it feels like this is a paid scrim.
I wouldn't say that. I didn't say that.
Oh well, what's wrong with that? I mean, you're getting paid to play this. So it's a paid scrim.
It's a bigger buck scrim.
Yeah, it's a $30,000 prize pool scrim. Yeah,
it's a lot to be paid for scrims, but yeah, as long as anything, it's gonna be a lot of bragging rights too, because we're gonna just relive the moment for Erangel match number 4 again. Speaking of which, I think we're gonna have to see. I mean, like, where will the circle be? We'll be on top right now, like on northern side, maybe. Maybe. We got a lot of southern part.
Yeah, I don't feel that they'll give us the similar type of circle again. It would be really unusual if that happens.
Hey, it feels like the first Erangel like part.
Okay, so where is this? Oh, okay. This is from the Gatka area. Yeah, from the left. Okay, a little bit. Actually,
wait and see if the circle happens to be the same one. No, that's gonna be funny.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't mind that kind of circle again.
Okay, the remake's done, so we're gonna start off again for our match number 4 here. First day for PMRC or PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. First time ever in the history of PUBG Mobile. We'll have to wait and see if there's any sort of teams that will actually change anything when it comes to their drop spot, and also it depends on the circle too.
Yeah, so if it's this kind of flight path, right? So all eyes on like the areas of the outskirts of Ferry Pier, just to see if Nova does something similar as before. Frozen a little bit too far, but looks like no, this time they're going to go into Gatka. You can see that Frozen is close by Paraboy, so he is aware that he's not going to make the same mistake again. Geek fam around the areas of Ferry Pier, just next to GIDS. And SMG is still in the Pachinki.
Okay, Nova, they are taking their primary drop spot instead of around the farm area. It's going to be this time on the Gatka field.
Yeah, that's a regular spot.
Yeah, their primary drop spot. So this is going to be, feels like the same, but actually it's almost the same, but it's a bit above the first circle that we had today, right?
Means it's not the same.
It's not really similar.
Yeah.
It's on the left side still.
I just admit it's not the same.
Okay. Yes,
it's like, oh, I want to be it to be the same, but it's not the same, so I deny. It's almost the same.
Okay, it's on the left side. I mean, like, okay.
Okay, yes, you win. It's the same.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's almost the same.
Back to its face. I don't know why Vogue is alone here on top of Ross, really. I mean, like, it's quite far apart from the rest of the team, so. He's alone, and like it feels like they're doing the same thing for 4 rivals. We know how that kind of fare. If they go solo, it didn't work out quite well for 4 rivals at first, usually.
Well, I think Volky was just like, okay, trying to get a vehicle and get back to Razor. Because we don't really see like him like getting a vehicle and trying to do something aggressive. It's like, okay, get a vehicle, come back, and that's all right. So far, so good for him. He didn't bump into any of the team. But it was a really fast move as well from SMG coming out of Pachinki after getting that UAZ. So I wonder what they're going to do. Are they going to go straight in the middle, like scout, get information? If they can get into the middle of the circle quickly, they might do that.
Possibly. But I don't know if that's going to be actually okay for them, because we saw a lot of teams actually letting... Oh, okay, Mampa is actually playing this one. Interesting.
Okay.
Quite a kind of, I don't know, because usually we saw a lot of swapping of players when it comes to changes of map, but this time it's going to be double back-to-back Erangel. Actually letting Mampa playing, it will be a lot of difference when compare. Simna not doing too shabby today, actually.
Yeah, they're all right. They're number 5 right now, which is okay. They're still in the running for number 2. But yeah, we do see a first blood given to Duke, but it's not going to be the first time you're going to see us, ladies and gentlemen. So you're going to come back to us. We're going to say hi again. Damn.
I'm Honestly, I'm out of topic at this time.
Well, yeah.
I mean, like, don't blame us. We're in a different universe entirely. Look at stars behind us.
Yeah. Look at the stars. This one, yeah, here, on that side as well.
We have another remake going on, so we're waiting for the 4th match to really actually commence later. So we're gonna have to wait. I'm not sure what's the issue right now, but don't worry, we're gonna get right back into Erangel as soon as we can. So it's gonna be a different game entirely. It's kind of everything. It's not valid anymore again.
Yeah.
What is this for?
Yeah, I'm just admiring the graphics. So if you notice, like there's this like some of the iconic buildings just behind here.
I can actually see everything.
Okay. Can you name them? Like okay,
I do know. I do know
on the other end.
KLCC. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's one from behind you. It's from the Thais.
Yeah, this one, right?
No. That,
or is it?
Yeah.
Oh, this. Yeah, somewhere.
Like,
here.
is it Angkor?
I feel that this is familiar. Like this one, yeah. Yeah, this one. I feel like this one is familiar. It feels like it feels like Angkor Wat or something.
I was saying that's like what Angkor Wat.
You say that's Angkor Wat. This feels like Angkor. Is there Angkor Wat behind here? It feels like modern buildings behind, but for this one it feels like.
Really?
Yeah, this one. I'm pointing at it.
No,
Why are you squeezing your eyes? I'm pointing at it.
I'm trying to look at the details just to know whether it's sort of Angkor Wat or not. Because
yeah,
it looks.
You can like.
You know that kind of the Sydney Opera.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels that one.
Yeah, it feels like a Sydney Opera, but like Asian style. Like yeah.
No, what do we call it?
Angkor Wat? I don't know. I gotta like search what Angkor Wat looks like again, like in this sort of setting. So.
I mean, what's the tower that's so like? I think that's one of the tallest building, right?
This one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It looks kind of iconic.
It is actually very iconic.
The one just beside you as well looks kind of like.
Kind of iconic.
Kind of, yeah. This one, yeah. There you go. This one, yeah. This one.
No, we're playing pick a building, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm like we're running out of stuff here.
Yeah.
We want to recap what? We will recap everything today.
Yeah. The only thing we haven't recapped is I don't know.
We did everything. I mean, what else for us to recap here? Definitely like, okay, let's talk about something more serious, okay? We talk about PMPL South Asia, that's one thing. And also we can talk about PMGC League, the qualification. Lucky I bring this today with me.
Oh, okay.
So,
cool.
So far
All
we
right.
do have, when it comes to South Asia, we have a lot of qualified teams. They're also waiting for South Asia and Middle East and Africa. So I do want to know, like, how do I say this? We don't get to see, like today, right? Today we get to see the clash of the regions, which can be coming out from teams of PL, right? From China region to actually fight. Even in the PMGC League qualifications, we don't see anybody coming up from China region to actually fight in this one.
Actually, there already is. As SMG is already through.
Oh, no, I mean
SMG,
like this one.
Nova. It's not in this list.
Yeah.
But but they are already through.
Yeah. I mean, like for this one only. I mean, like I know they're already through.
Okay.
But for them to actually, like it or not, we have to face the fact that some teams will be dropped out.
Oh, okay. And,
right.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's because they have a different point system.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, that's why they cannot be categorized into this list.
I know, but that's the thing that I'm trying to emphasize about that. That's why this is so important for us to actually have the PMRC, because it's so hard for us to actually put them head to head to fight against until like a certain time, which is going to be a long time.
Yeah.
And this is actually a very good opportunity for the South Asia region to actually learn something out of it. Because if you compare, you have to agree the fact that so far China is still #1 when it comes to PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, no
They're
doubt.
just so far. What makes them such a great team if you compare with all the other teams around the world? Why is it so hard to catch them out?
Well, I think it's just how their points, how their format is like there, and this is what I observe at least. So for example, like their first 2 circles, they get double points.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that actually forces them to come out of their comfort zone, to take those early fights and be prepared for early fights as well. So it's like it works both ways, right? So I think that based on that, like alone itself, like that gives them a little bit of a boost. So they know like they know how to play really, really aggressive, and that's how they overcome a lot of other teams that are comfortable to like, okay, I just drop and like, you know, I have time to loot and all that. But in that format, they don't have the luxury.
So I have a feeling, is this one of the steps that we actually will face on? Because it feels like if this sort of format going on, even though we still got 1 elimination points for each elimination or each kill, we don't have the sort of double elimination points for 1 kill within the first 2 circles.
Yeah,
right? It's not like the PEC entirely. It's sort of compromising 50-50. So the compromise part is going to be the rank system where it's kind of being lowered down. So if this keeps on going in the future, I have a feeling that we might actually ended up like this clash will be happening way more in the future, possibly.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe this is like one of the sneak peek that we actually have.
Yeah, possibly. Well, of course, we don't know what will the format be like for C, what will the format be like for PMGC.
Yeah.
So it could still change. They could surprise us and say that, hey, we love this format. PMRC worked out,
Yeah.
so why not? And it was entertaining. The fight starts from the first circle to the end, and entertainment value is good. So why not, right? It could be possible.
And also actually works well for the community too, because one of the main reasons this forces the player to actually push their boundaries to get the points, not just like waiting for something to happen. And we saw earlier today like how the teams, like example, SEM9, they start to actually really works better. If you compare it with the all sort of format, this works better when it comes to South Asia as a whole too.
Yeah, I personally, when I knew this format came out, it's like, I know that there's going to be like all guns blazing sort of format. And of course, as a viewer, you will want to see a lot of action. And this is to me the best format out of the many years or seasons of PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like, it doesn't have to be like very big amount of points. Like, this is enough to balance out the eliminations and also just give a bit when it comes to the position. And I think that's the biggest part where it forces the player to take a fight. They like it or not, in the end of the day, it's down to their skills, not depend on the luck when it comes to the circle and also the flight path, right? So it's down to the player's skill to actually force himself. Now, it's going to be the other way around. Before this, we have Primos towards Milta Power. Now, Milta Power towards Primos.
Yeah, maybe we will see a similar kind of drop because it's only like the other way around. But you do keep an eye on farm if Nova actually goes there and maybe bump into D-Savior again, or they decide to like, okay, we just want to go back to Gatka, which was fine for them in just this previous round. So if it was okay, why not? Just keep it that way. I think it's fine.
I mean, one thing that I really want to see, right, is there's any players actually going to use... I don't want to see the Blackpink cosmetics again. For once.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, right?
Okay,
you remember, was it the do they have the sort of the gliders too?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I forgot. But what I'm sure is that at some point they had that the Blackpink like full skin. But of course you can't use that in this tournament. They're given like official skins for them to use. That's why they're all wearing the same thing.
I just wish I get to see the plane. The plane, the bling bling plane.
Oh yeah.
That was really, really mesmerizing.
Yeah, but this might be mesmerizing for Yangon Galacticos, so another early fight is possible here.
And also, the flight path kind of contradicts towards the circle, which is going to happen to be in the center of Gatka. And Nova, Boboiboy is alone there. Fingers for YG.
I mean, it's 3 rounds of Erangel, and it's still like early fights for Nova. Why?
Why is YG there? I think they're trying to just cut across the corner towards this other side. Well, the Xavier's got Loki first. There you go. Yep. Was it Duke again got first blood?
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Logan just right behind him.
It's meant to be then.
Yeah, it's meant to be. It's like no matter how many times you remake, you're still gonna get it. So it's okay for him. But BN United also, when one of them went out early. So again, BN United, they need to step out the game.
Oh man, for BN United, I'm not sure where they're at right now. I think I have a feeling they're around the Sonoska military base, which shouldn't be a lot of problem for them because it's only Alter Ego around the corner. Is it Alter Ego? No, it's not Alter Ego getting onto them. It's going to be Infinity actually. Nova getting another YG player. Sundo next, down to 2 pairs. And YG feels like it's the same sort of pattern for them as a start. For Eagle Esports, they are trying to go as far north as possible, especially the circle is not that far off if you're actually starting off from the northern part, but...
Oh? Okay. So it looks like Zuno's went for a swim.
Yep.
I hope that we don't hear something soon.
I'm so scared that we're listening to something soon.
I
Honestly,
know, right?
I mean, like, please, no.
Yeah, okay.
This is torture for us.
Yeah, it is. I'm sure they hear it. But
oh man,
what's not torturing? Well, FaZe Clan, they started off like super duper well, but now they're starting to drop off. Infinity's going up really, really strong. They just got another knockdown.
Yeah, it was against Eagle Esports. I think Eagle Esports just... I wish we can actually just head over to something else right now.
Yeah, I know, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, as you would have expected, here we are again.
Hey! Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back.
Welcome back, guys. We miss you.
Yeah, we miss you. That's why, you know.
We miss you too much.
Yeah, we miss you that much.
Like the moment you mentioned when we start to lose something, then we start to remember them.
The moment we saw the drowning, that's where it's like, okay, yeah.
Oh, I mean, this is like the first time in my life that I actually have to go through this.
Is it?
Yes.
Weren't you there for PMPL Season 2?
I was, but it wasn't this long. Like that time we had a break.
It was an hour.
Is it really?
Yeah, we were on screen for like almost an hour or something. Or were you not casting the time?
I was casting. Right. I mean, like, at least that time it wasn't the first day.
Yeah, it was.
At least we had a lot of points to talk to.
Oh yeah, true. It was like somewhere in the middle of the season. Yeah, it was somewhere in the middle of the season that time, and I remember it was very.
At least we get to recap a lot of what is going on since the start of the season and stuff like. But today,
and we had three people.
Yeah, at least we got more ideas and more brains
to
work with, and we can pick each other's brain out. But this one is just day number 1, game number 3 done, game number 4 a bit tough to get in there. Well, hiccups are what's making things memorable sometimes.
Yep, we'll remember this for sure.
Well, entire life and entire career.
But nevertheless, well.
Yep. What do you want to talk about? Let's go. Pillow talk time.
Yeah, pillow talk time. Like, what do you like to eat?
Oh, we just ate just now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we did. Yeah.
You want to have another go for your dinner?
I actually wouldn't mind though.
It was really good.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a drink after this. Yeah. But tomorrow's another day of PMRC.
I wish everything goes smoothly tomorrow, but definitely, I mean, even the players feels like, oh, it's a repeat of stuff again.
Yeah. And the more they kind of do it in such a short span, right? It kind of like gives them an idea of like, okay, you're starting to reveal like, oh, this is what you're gonna do, this is what you're gonna do, this is what you're gonna do.
I mean, like, for the teams that fought against the Savior just now, definitely they already have a clue like, oh, we already know your trump card now, we will change stuff for the next one.
Yeah.
Or maybe they're just gonna give that away towards the Saviors entirely when it comes to, or was it farm again just now? I think it was around farm and shelter around the area again, right?
Yeah, thereabouts. I'm starting to be like, which game is it again? Like, which one is it again?
Which Erangel?
Which Erangel again?
I mean, like, not the first one. Wait, what? How many Erangels we have today?
Yeah, which one is it again? But what circle was it? The previous one. Okay.
Which one?
It was the first one. The first one was a right side.
You mean like the third match or the fourth match?
The one that before we came back. Before I came back to
the first one was it was this side.
Yeah, it was the right side.
Right side bridge.
And it was the left side.
And then it's back towards this a bit here, and then it was Gatka all the way.
So the last one was a Gatka.
Yeah, the last one was up here, Jogopo and Gatka.
Alright, okay.
I was showing him the map here. I actually print out map.
Yeah.
So it's like around here.
You can't show it on screen before it disappears.
Really?
Can you give it a try?
No. I don't want to be screaming at.
Oh, not bad! Hey, not bad, not bad.
I actually printed out quite a,
I thought that it would like
my
disappear.
prediction of the drop spot of the team.
Oh, not bad. I thought it would disappear.
No, I think it's too deep for green to actually disappear. It has to be bright. I'm like, oh my god.
Everything's too deep
out.
now. Yeah.
I mean, like at the same
If it was
time.
Sanhok, maybe. I don't know.
Oh yeah, Sanhok possibly. You know, I wish like one day, right, we get have sort of a 3D sort of a hologram.
They're
they're really
here,
cool.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we can like, okay, this is where they went.
Yeah.
They went here and they went.
But we have to look at the camera. What
yeah,
talking
we're like,
about?
yeah, it's like, here, yeah.
Oh,
But you know the one that they like, draw out like
Yeah.
a movement or that. It would be nice to look like
I used to use that. I actually have the
like
opportunity.
the
to use
hologram.
it. Oh, the hologram. I mean, you don't. Are we talking about Avengers now?
Yeah, it's like that level of like that glow.
I mean, like, it would be great. I mean, like, but to that extent of technology, I mean, like, it's still kind of hard to actually do that. I've seen a hologram that people actually did by themselves with fans. It's sort of you spinning out the fan really fast.
Oh, that one, yeah.
The waterfall thing, we watched it before.
Yeah, that one.
I mean, like, if there's a fan spinning in, like, in between us,
There's like
we have to talk like this.
yeah, there's like zzz, and then you get to see like the lights, something like that.
I'm sorry, guys. We try to do this as fast as possible. It feels like there's a bit of a technical issue, so while we're waiting for it, we've been covering so much when it comes to what topic we talked today, including a recap what really happened. But at the same time, what we mentioned about PMPL, right? PMPL Southeast Asia. So the teams are actually, I mean, I don't memorize every single team there is, but definitely a lot of teams actually playing here today will actually advance to PMPL South Asia, right?
Yes.
Except for the teams that come out from China.
Yeah, obviously China is not involved. Let's see, which team that has never gotten into C? Actually, none. Actually, all of them. Boom? Yeah, Boom has it.
Hey, Boom.
Yeah, Boom has it. As far as I recall.
I feel like Boom had been there before.
Okay.
But I don't know, maybe it was like a different version of it.
Or maybe like the previous season.
Yeah.
Like that. So if Boom is in, then everyone else has been there.
I mean, like, but it depends on which side of perspective we want to talk about. Like, who hasn't been in South Asia? Is it going to be the organization or the player? Because, like, example, Tom did mention that this is the first time he's playing this level, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So when it comes to players, there's some of them are.
Wow. I mean, if you want to go player, then we'll be like, okay, give
there's
me
more things to talk about.
Give me half an hour. Yeah, give me half an hour.
I mean,
that's hard.
I mean, like for Alter Ego, I think I've seen Renare play South Asia before. So,
Renare, Potato,
yeah.
They played before. Supuna played before.
Yeah. GIDS definitely.
Yeah. GIDS, all of them played before. Except maybe Boom.
I think maybe Boom.
Yeah,
Boom is not like that, like in the previous season. But for Sam 9 though, I think the only person that actually haven't been playing for C is gonna be, was it Harm? Harm and Adips, was it?
Yeah, probably Adips too.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's the newer one. Let's see who else. Xavier, obviously everyone played. Yeah. But for Eagles, it's like
Eagles, we had them back then.
Bit empty. Namshit definitely, Datcon definitely, Twanzi definitely, Chua definitely. Yeah. I think it's only the one.
Empty is the one.
Yeah.
We haven't seen. And also the subs is going to be Mune DMT.
Yeah.
The one that actually would have DMT at the back that they haven't been playing before when it comes to... Maybe they were like subs for different teams back then. We haven't got a clue.
Chua definitely has played.
Yeah.
He's like Boyka now. He's like old man status now for the Vietnamese.
It kind of make me miss a bit Boyka though when it comes to sea level. It's been a while we actually see him perform, but I think he kind of comfortable where he's at right now.
Yeah, he's done. He has joined the Kuza club, the Moscow Cute club. Yeah, he's done.
I mean, like if we actually put it like that way, right? The teams, the players, the individuals that actually start off before PMPL actually being given birth to actually exist. Like back in the days of PMCO. A lot of the players that played PMCO now being a coach. Most of them retired.
Yeah. You're right. Who stayed? Obviously the BTR boys. Not the BTR boys stayed. Jumper stayed. Mamparang stayed.
Yep.
iShot stayed. Yeah, iShot
iShot wasn't in PMCO.
I start to forget right now.
No,
It's
he
too many.
wasn't in PMCO the first one. He was in the second one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the first one, Infinity wasn't there as well, but Tony was there. I remember.
Do you count Kuza?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, he's technically he's still playing. Technically. He's like Boyka. Technically he's still playing.
Technically.
Yeah. They're still registered as a player.
Oh wow.
Okay, there you go. So let's go to be a left side.
And also the circle, the flight path really on the right side all the way. So I'm looking over for YG again. Now Primosk? Was it Primosk?
It's prison.
Prison, and there you go, sorry. But why both of them actually ended up here?
Well, that's one of my only theories. It's serious fun. They're having serious fun. So why not? Just go for it. This is what Frankie is doing right now. Boom, goes down. It's going to be Loki going down as well. And I didn't really like that view, but Sando, 1v2. Let's go, Sando. Show how Sando you are.
Yeah, not really. Sando.
Yeah, not that Sando.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's again starting off with only 2 players coming up from YG. It's going to be a bit problem again for them. Not really great. And I have a feeling, I'm like, why did YG forcing this fight too much? Just like how...
Oh, wow.
Oh, speaking of
okay.
boom.
Ooh, boom. Boo-hoo-hoo.
Yeah, that's going to be easy one for sort of the Xaviers. Geek fam, they start to scout themselves quite early. A lot of teams, actually 3 teams, losing a lot of men. FaZe even lost one of their members there. What really happened?
I know, right? We're like, what, not even 3 minutes in, but we already lost like 5 players. It's just like, everyone's just like, okay, let's go for it, boys. 2 more games to go. Let's just go rampaging.
I do want to know who's actually, who they actually lost on the side of FaZe. If it's Ventores, it's going to be a bit of a problem there. Ventores always being the playmaker for the team, though. Oh, wow. 5 man, no problem.
Yeah, 5 man, no
4 man.
4, yeah. There's no 5 man. If there's a 5th man, all of a sudden, I'll be worried.
I mean, like, that happened before, you know. When
Wait, what? That happened before?
The enemy team, I mean, like, not a really 4, but it's like a +1 of a different team entirely hopping into the same vehicle.
Yeah.
That was really funny.
Yeah.
That happened before, so that was really hilarious.
Okay.
But I think this is a good sign that we can actually have it a go.
Yeah.
And you guys can scan now because finally we get our 4th match of Erangel commencing.
Oh yeah. An overall chart so far, on an average basis, Thailand is that one nation doing the best at this moment. Like the only team between them is Alter Ego, and that's only like what 2 points between them and FaZe Clan.
Yep. And but at the same time, look at how far stretched Infinity with 1st and 2nd place. Though it's still quite a number. There are 15 points in between. Still a big stretch when it comes to like with Chicken Dinner 10 points. I mean, like there's still a lot of elimination you have to get through that just to cut across the #1 spot. So Infinity definitely starting off the day really solid, really strong. But Alter Ego around Sonov's community base just busy opening doors here. LGD. Now, LGD is a team that I'm looking forward to see how much they can push themselves against these teams. They can right now tie with the side of GIDS. But even though we feel like SMG, when it comes to China team, right? Feels like they perform better than LGD, but actually LGD plays better than SMG, and overall they're still at like the best position if you compare with the Nova and also SMG.
Yeah, well, okay, yeah. SMG's best performance was that Myanmar round. They got a 2nd place finish and a couple of elimination points together with it. But other than that, it was like we didn't really see much of SMG. And plus, again, going out early in this sort of format is very, very punishing. So if you're not consistent, like, or you can't get those elimination points, you would easily drop. And that's where LGD takes advantage of it. Just slowly and surely creeping up, and they managed to get above SMG.
I have a feeling tomorrow things will change quite a lot when it comes to overall ranking. I don't know why. I have a feeling, just a bit of a hunch going on. But SMG on Gatka field, cutting across, I have a feeling they might want to get into the circle as fast as they can. If you notice one thing about teams coming up from China region, they love to play the center of circle as much as they can.
Mm-hmm.
Like, including, you remember Jimmy in the last map, right?
Yeah.
He was alone, but no, regardless he's alone or not, he has to be in the center of the circle no matter what the condition is.
Yeah, I know, right? So, I guess that's also kind of like because, like, he thinks the opposite out of what would people normally do. Like, okay, if you're the last man standing, you would normally like, okay, I'll play super safe, I'll wait at sides, slowly go into the circle, but not many people would think that, oh, okay, you're playing alone and then you just go straight into the middle of the circle and then you just be there and pray. And that is what people do not expect you to do as a single player. And that kind of worked out for him.
Be there and pray?
Yeah, be there and pray. I mean, you're a solo player in the middle of the war zone, right? So the best thing you can do is like just
but the one that
say your
prays,
prayers or something.
The prayers that actually answered is only Abby that time.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, man. Now, a couple of them already chugged into the blue zone quite a bit. We're talking about 4 teams possibly. Infinity, one of them. FaZe as well. Sam9. No, not FaZe. It's Sam9. And Eagle Esports and also Boom. Now, Boom already had a rough start before this. It feels like they're having the same sort of situation quite early on as well in this round. Frankie and the rest of them did knock one down. LGD on the hunt here, taking down on Frankie, finish off Suki, make sure that he couldn't survive. Now these Xavier's losing more men, only left with only 3 now. Saying goes for YG! Memory! Oh, he whiffed it.
Looks like no memories there for him. Unfortunately, he couldn't land those shots to get that elimination point that they needed so much to get onto the top spots. But hey, 2 more rounds to go anyway, and they're still in this. Yangon Galacticos, on the other hand, unfortunately only 2 players, that Romeo and WT17, but at least they are somewhere in the middle of the circle right now.
Thing is, kind of hard for them because every single time we're looking over YG, it's always them running away from somebody else. Back to us, LGD, Suki. They are actually really on the hunt right now. They spotted out on jumper, 4 rivals separated between themselves. It's going to be in between them, trying to just break their formation. It's going to be inside of LGD, looking at the circle, which is going to pop anytime soon. It's going to be right in the round 3 mosque of Ferry Pier again. Oh boy, GIDS and Geek Fam really having a go because they need to defend as long as they need. YG on the other hand, Nova coming in as well, while 4 rivals struggles to get themselves inside of a circle, hop themselves into the vehicle, but they have a lot of team tailing from behind, including these Xaviers and also LGD.
Oh, 4 rivals just lost jumper, and now they'll be playing as a trio, unfortunately. Still tanking out the blue, while Alter Ego, looks like they're like prepping themselves up for a race there.
Or maybe they want to, you know, block the bridge. I know, we haven't seen the bridge being blocked for quite a bit
But
now.
they are still on the military base side. I don't know.
I mean,
if they want to block, they should like go the other side and like block, right?
I mean, if they want to, I mean, like, maybe. Yeah.
They just want to make it look cool. Like 3, 2, 1, go!
They're just having fun.
Yeah, just having fun. Like, serious fun, right?
It's serious fun.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go, Ferry Pier, and now Nova just hopping around Ferry Pier. Well, Geek Fam having, never mind, it's not their discipline, trigger discipline at all. While Mika tried to pin them down, it's going to be Jimmy taking on Damn Root. Running him down is a brutal way to go, and Jimmy taking down on Damn Root, one of the most important player coming up from Geek Fam. And Jimmy tried to find 4 more with M16 in his hand. And they're going to park here for a bit. Ferry Pier is their spot to take. And Alter Ego coming up from the other end in Geek Fam. How will they respond to as Damn Roots lost here? YG, well, losing, left with only 1 player again.
Yeah, only 1 more for the side of YG. It's going to be tough for them. But then again, it's going to be tough for Boom as well. Boom also will be playing with the last player. But no, it's going to be Hexas out. That means Boom is out. Number 16 for them. No points in the bag in this round. But this is also an opportunity for BN United to come out of that number 16 spot.
But if they actually... I just wish for once, I want to see BN United who start the fight first. It's so hard for us to see them actually try to engage in any fights. They've been playing very passively the entire day today for BN United. So like it or not, they have to step up the occasion. They have to actually grit themselves towards the fighting, the war zone, and just trying to, you know, take the advantage in their hands. On this side, we do have Sam9, who are coming in a bit later than the rest of the team that actually still in the outer circle. For Rivals, on the other hand, we're running away from, who was it again? Was it the Xaviers who've been chasing them before?
Yeah, it was.
It's quite far now. BN United, speaking of the devil, they right now on the screen have to feel like they're fighting against Infinity next one. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm waiting for when they will start to, like, you know, move away from each other, but looks like everyone wants to go to the same direction. But speaking about direction though, so SMG, now we are beautiful. What a name. Volky at the high grounds now around the areas of Quarry. Looks like they will be the one to try to stop SMG. As Volky, will he be scoping? Nope, he's going to let them go.
Oh. It's okay to actually leave the unnecessary fights for now. And we had gunfight. Oh, Ventura taking it on pig feet from SMG. Feels like having a bit of a trouble there for SMG. Pig feet finished off by Tony K. FaZe, here comes the rest of the FaZe clan coming in to get the fight against 4 Rivals. Ventura is shooting on towards the side of 4 Rivals. They're in the same car, same vehicle. But in the meantime, Alter Ego taking the fight against Infinity, who we thought will actually fight against BN United. But never mind, BN United got escaped from that sort of predicament.
Well, points is still points. Doesn't matter. Just like what Dap is trying to do right now. But unfortunately, the counter fire into Dap from Cute will take him down. Namchin takes down Romeo. That means that Yangon Galacticos is out, number 51 elimination point. And now we move on to LGD, getting points out of Sam9.
Oh, Primos is going to be... The place is so hard for us to actually get a Primos circle, by the way.
Oh yeah, it's very rare.
Such a rare occasion. Back to the side of LGD, they are coming in late, but Sam9 just going to cut across, but I'm not sure if they're going to go unscathed towards the side of LGD. We have Bacon Time waiting at the gatekeepers on the side of the northern circle, but Eagle Esports waiting on top of Quarry. The one that actually coming in late, coming up from the right side, the Xaviers, same goes for LGD now, having a bit of a long rotation. Going against Bacon Time, next one, Nova with order, and also the rest of the team still well and survive, but Mamparang. Bacon Time be gatekeep this for the longest time. But on the side of BN United, it's always them running in Bacon final finish off Mampa, and Sam9 will be eliminated, and BN United got caught in the crossfire with GIDS waiting at the other end.
Ooh, looks like counter fire coming in for Remember onto Frozen. Frozen gunned down, but Paraboy is there to pick him up. Should still be alright with this kind of elevation and this kind of geography. Should be okay for him. But that's going to be Alter Ego trying to get into the circle, but Geek not going to be making it easy for them.
High. The movement coming up from the side of the Xavier. Nova, keep their eye out to the side of Alter Ego, who just walked straight into SMG realm. GIDS taking still the fight against BN United. They don't have the fight at all from the side of BN United. It's always them being taken in ambush. And GIDS, Alan taken down on Max. And it's going to be left with only a couple of members left for BN United. While Nova taking the fight against Alter Ego. It's going to be being the bait. Yep. Boboiboy actually taking up the bait against Potato, who's just trying to circle around the corner. And this kind of a really tough spot for Boboiboy. It's too far off from the rest of Nova.
Yeah, a little bit of shift there for the circle. Looks like the circle moves towards the main peninsula. And it's going to be a little bit on the left according to that minimap. Lamborghini goes down to Tuanzi to a long range. Remember being gunned by Volky. Volky finishing off Remember from SMG. Now the long range from Paraboy onto the other side. And this is the current circle, ladies and gentlemen. Still a little bit of water to play.
And now coming up on the northern side, Eagle Esports tries to stop LGD from moving in. FaZe coming up, Ventura squeezing into where Alter Ego already waited up. 4 Rivals waiting in the other end as well. Geek fam on there, and then they're taking their own sweet time here. Nova heard the gunshots, want to take a bit of a part of this sort of scuffle. 4 Rivals taking the Alter Ego on their hands. It's going to be Fnatic on the ground, but Nova, Paraboy still away that elimination just now. Memory on the side of SMG, losing a lot of men. Last member remaining and survive there. It's going to be Memory. LGD, they got themselves the leeway to get into the circle here. All they need to do is taking the Eagle Esports down.
Oh, but speaking about teams that go down, SMG number 12. Again, another early elimination for SMG. Now Alter Ego out as well. Number 11, 1 elimination point for them. Down to the top 10 teams. 33 more players to go.
Infinity, They have got Tunny on the ground, bleeding out. Nusa and Logan trying to make wonders for the team here. Trying to open up spaces. It's going to be Nusa on the front line. Taking a bit of shot coming up from GIDS from the high grounds. Spotted out on one of the members here. Snissel on the high grounds, on the hills. Well, he's being actually cornered by a lot of players. Nusa still valiantly actually trying to push forward and pushing a lot of utilities towards his right side. Bacon Time, on the other hand, clipping a long shot distance against LGD, all the way downtown. It's quite a far-fetched shot there.
Yeah, Bacon Time currently at number 2. Only 15 points separate them from the top at this moment. The Infinity, they are still in this though. Namshin goes down, so it's going to be Paraboy getting one of the Mika. Nice nade coming in from Paraboy there, but the Infinity, they want more points in the back. So far, no elimination points for them just yet.
Talking about Infinity, still at the number 1 spot. No elimination yet, but as long as they can secure themselves a chicken after this, they got quite a number of 0.1. Actually, from Eagle Esports taking on LGD. Same goes for Nova. They start to move here. Slowly, they're warming up towards the game. LGD butting in from the high grounds. Want to shut down on Eagle Esports, but Geek taking on FaZe fight. Eagle Esports taking on LGD back-to-back here. As Tuan tries to spot them out, it's just so hard for LGD finish them off straight away because of how steep the cliff is.
Oh, Chua now together with 1Z. They need to fend off another team on the high ground. That's going to be LGD. LGD goes down, but the nade coming in onto the side of the Eagles. That's down to Chua. 1 versus MVM. Let's go.
Chua tried to outplay with his own maneuvers to the side of LGD. We have
nade.
MVM cooking up, dropping it. It feels like a perfect one. Chua. Oh, it's so close. It's so close, but he got one first diss down for the side of LGD. Now, MVM, like you know, he has to push it. He has no choice.
Oh! That nade, it was about a matter of time. And that nade finally landed nicely on the Chua, eliminating the Eagles at number 10. And now, looks like LGD, the team that we talked about, they are stepping it up. 10 elimination points in the bag for them.
The one that actually inside of the circle is going to be Bacon Time, but coming in from the sidelines, LGD, never mind. BN United is still there, Infinity as well, GIDS is still there. We're talking about FaZe, again, gatekeeping. Geek Fam tried to gatekeep against Nova as well. BN United, Silence and Shunas have to fight against Infinity. Logan's right across them. Now they have to pluck their courage up because they have to take this fight. Geek Fam is going to be a 3-way war versus FaZe and also Nova.
Oh, Nova, Power Boys first order. They are close by together with Geek Fam. And now FaZe Clan, they're playing by the edge of the circle. They have a compound at this moment. Nova is starting to close in. Nova, they're still at full squad going up against Geek Fam. It's going to be Yuhai as well as Snipes. The duo is going up against Order and Powerboy, the top 2 players in the world. We're talking about here. Yuhai right in front of him. He missed it. He didn't know. Order goes down. Yuhai finishes the Order. But the nade from Paraboy. Paraboy goes down. Snipes. Revenge.
My God, what is happening? Who bought into that business just now? Paraboy finally finished off Yuhai, and now we do know who's winning when it comes to 1v1 between Paraboy and Yuhai. He can flank that one out, but Infinity is on the run. They're taking the advantage, finish off Nova straight away with Infinity claiming himself more with 1 defeat. That's going to be 1 from Powerboy himself, but Nova still got 2 more remaining men to work with. And now we're talking about Infinity and Bacon Time with the most men. Singles for GIDS with 4 men well alive.
Oh, now it's going to be LGD versus FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan, they have the compound. Now the circle doesn't favor both of these teams. They need to move. Looking over at 4 rivals. 4 rivals know exactly where Nova is at, but they're currently in the circle. They're not going to reveal their position. They're going to stay put there. Nova, the team that's currently entering the circle. BN United just below them, but FaZe Clan on the other side. They need to be aware.
Nova, how can they actually evade themselves in the center of the attention of 2 teams here, being sandwiched left and right, or silenced? Feels like he wants to cook up Nate. FaZe got himself quite a solid compound to work with. LGD tried to flush them out from afar. Almost shredded his vest just now from Blaze of LGD. But FaZe coming out from MR5. He knows exactly where to look over and where to shoot. Even Torres tried to open up space for the rest of the team. FaZe slowly pushing up to the side of LGD. MVM running and back to us. Brownie, but feels like a perfect angle just now. Throws Frozen taking out Tony K and Jimmy taking advantage of the current state. LGD taking on Venturas.
Oh, now the long range coming in for Jimmy onto the other side. Suke gets a 1 for himself. And that means that FaZe Clan is out at number 8, 3 elimination points. And now LGD stepping it up, 11 elimination points for them as of now.
Down to 7 teams, 20 players left. LGD, they want this so bad. They've been struggling, fighting with 11 eliminations in the back.
Oh, we have teams super close to each other at this moment. LGD having high ground advantage, but NV, Nova, being spotted out by 4 rivals. Voki knows exactly where Frozen is at. And now MVM onto Jimmy. Jimmy got down from the high ground. What a nice nade as well that assisted MVM. Sukik on the other side. 30 more seconds on the clock before the zone closes in. LGD needs to move, but MVM being shot at from the other side. The Infinity knows exactly where LGD is at. Sukik gets one to Jimmy. And that's going to be 1 left for Nova.
Take a bit of upgrade of loot from the death box nearby. LGD tried to rotate a longer rotation, but the thing is, Bacon Time thinking the same thing. 4 rivals in between taking themselves at the high ground, but Infinity found out where GIDS at. And it's going to be grenade elimination coming out from Gotani as well. BN United, they're just staying inside while LGD Suki just hunting for more. Nova is going to be next. One explosion taking on Frozen. LGD eliminate one more team Nova and just adding more 13 eliminations in the back for them.
Oh, but the Infinity, they're still in this. They know exactly where LGD is at. The tapping coming in from Gotuni onto MVM. MVM almost got down. 1% of health left for MVM. MVM still alive. Infinity, they're still in the circle at this moment. Gotuni not going to let them go just yet.
Gotuni with a mini 14, spotted out. Here comes the spray.
Tapping.
Oh, whiffed it. So close. The recoil is just so hard for him to control. 4 rivals happy. It's not praying this time. Definitely going for the kills, going for the eliminations. LGD Suka is just really wild. He's a monster right now. Taking on Ice against Bacon Time. LGD and VM always open the front for the team here. Being the front line, trying to finish off Bacon Time. Ice. In the meantime, he can actually secure by Suki.
Beautiful long range coming in for Shirty. So it's going to be GIDS. They're still currently in the circle, but LGD, they need to fight their way through. They're still on the outside of it. And the zone is starting to put pressure onto these teams. Bacon Time as well. They're currently on the outside, but they can't find a way in. Just look at the number of teams around them. The Infinity as well, stopping LGD from afar. It's going to be beautiful tapping coming in from Gotuni. Wants to secure the elimination point. Suking now asking for help, but help cannot arrive. It's going to be hard for it to be picked up.
Just too hard. At the same time, the Blues are closing in with a further 50 seconds to go. It's going to be 7th circle. GIDS is going to be Boons with the shrouded helmet, spotted RMB and United Chinois on the other end. Now, I don't think Micro Uzi can actually reach that far, but Nuzi definitely going to finish off Suki there. Coming out from LGD, left with only MVM. There's no way MVM can actually save his teammates. But the moment Appy and the rest of 4 of us popped out, it's going to be LGD and VM try to spread him down first, because that's going to be the first person that actually they can actually see. Bacon Time got the high ground here, Cloud. Feels like the circle just shifted to the southern part.
Oh, yeah. Bacon Time, they have the high ground advantage. They know exactly where LGD is at. MVM won't be forced to move because he's right behind the circle or right behind the zone. Yes, he will expose himself. Armstyle knows exactly where he is. 50% health down. Gunned down by Armstyle. Armstyle with the rest of BAC or Bacon Time. Not going to let MVM go that easy.
Appy tried to find sight of MVM. Bacon Time start to move with their vehicles. Definitely be hurt by Appy. So he tried to prune down as low as possible. But the thing is, their circle still being touched by all the teams around here. 360 degrees. There will be somebody at the certain angle somehow. Newsy spraying upon the sort of GIDS. Gotani being the front line. Try to push forward. Last hand grenade in his hands there. And now let's still have a couple more, but that side pick from Nuzi didn't whiff it, not even a tiny bit.
Oh, they looks like not needed to toss onto the second floor. Second floor is currently clear, but the tapping coming in from 9 Noise onto Booms, and Booms will be gunned down. The point will be given towards Bacon Time. Bacon Time will secure another elimination point, but the Infinity, they're playing by the edge of the circle. They're still in it.
Infinity tried to just randomly shoot in the blind. There's too much smokes in between. 4 rivals still hanging around the corners. LGD and VM is just behind them. This boy, man, they have the footsteps. And completely 3 players there. They're cooking up the nade for 1 player. It's going to be LGD.
Oh,
he
FBM.
whipped it. Oh,
Oh, looks like
BN
it's going to be silence from BN United, actually eliminated FBM. It wasn't 4 rivals, but it's okay. They kind of say 4 rivals indirectly. And now the Infinity knows exactly where Boom is at. Scope onto the other side. Nade from outside. Where did that come from? All the way from downtown.
Voki spraying over towards the side of silence, but here comes another nade out style. Double nade, down we go for Bamburi. It's going to be grenade elimination coming from outer Bacon Time. Taking a lot more eliminations there, slowly but surely. Got himself 2 points in the bag. Infinity, Sunny, swap over from the hand grenade to us, trying to spray about M416 to a GIDS. Shirty trying to spot out inside of BN United. Happy playing this very quiet. Can see on style, but trigger discipline. It's all about the trigger discipline.
It's all about the trigger discipline. Same goes for Gatuni. He knows exactly where his opponent is at. BN United, this time they managed to survive up to a top 5 finish, so placement points is sure for them. And now Appy waiting for the right moment. See Shirty on the left. At the same time, we can see that Nuzi goes down to the zone somehow. Appy spots him out. He's going to pull the trigger. No, he's not. He's going to do. He's still going to wait for the right moment. He's going to wait for the rest of the explosives there, but Silence going to shoot from afar.
Oh my god, so close to finish off Logan straight away. That was really close. Got Tony still hoping that GIDS will actually get taken down by them, but Appy taking out on Noise. But Appy spotted out by Bacon Time. Infinity taking on GIDS. Appy, you know how Boki for the entire team, left with only 2 members, but they're going to be just fine.
Oh, that's a very sneaky move. They're coming from Appy as well as Boki, the duo, to eliminate the entire squad right from them. But now the Infinity, they're currently at the foot of this hill. GIDS will need to move out as well. They do have the circle. 1 more second to clock. Now the zone starts to close. 1 minute before they'll be pressured by the blue.
But Tony has his eyes out for GIDS. Very strict towards this guys. Not even a leeway will be given there. Voki, on the other hand, pump himself up with the energy and the boosters, making sure that he can actually clutch for the rest of the team that left with him and Appy alone. GIDS don't have a shot here. They need to go, but Tony definitely waited for the longest time for this. But Snissel slowly approaching. Voki being shot down. Appy left. Silas going for the rush, but Snissel being knocked down from the back line. Infinity fighting GIDS with 4 rivals being finished off. Close enough. They finished off BN United just now.
Oh, now they just need to focus onto the high ground, but Snissel on the other side, putting pressure onto the Infinity. Cartoony will be got down. Logan will need to pick him up, and now the Infinity, they need to do this quickly. Snissel will need to move 50% help, but Appy will pick up his teammate. Looks like Voki goes down immediately to the zone.
Close enough. Still can revive Voki here for the side of Appy. He managed to back him up. This feet revive for a bit. Run a couple of smokes to actually help them for a bit more. All the teams are trying to go for the reset. Whoever get the reset fastest actually get the upper hand here. Infinity, the only thing that disadvantage at their side is going to be the ground. They're on the lower ground. They need to have a bit of a hike. Logan trying to push forward. And Snizzle and Booms trying to actually reset themselves for GIDS. But 4 rifles got the shot by Appy.
Logan! Solo 1v1 takes down Appy, and now Logan, can he do it single-handedly? That opened an opportunity for Gatuni to come up.
Gatuni again has his eyes on GIDS. Will not ever let Booms go, no matter what the consequences are. 4 rivals down with only 1 player left. It's going to be Voki. Snizzle, boom, let's go. Yes, it's going to be down to 2. It's going to be Infinity versus 4 rivals. Oh, this is going to be a tough one. 2v1. Can Voki actually clutch this? But never mind, Snizzle is still there. Snizzle make it through.
Snizzle made it through somehow. He's still alive. Okay, Voki waiting for the right moment. Now Voki not exposing himself just yet. Gatuni getting closer and closer. Voki knows. Oh no, Voki goes down. It's going to be the Infinity. Now the Infinity from the lower ground. Unless Snissel, can he clutch 1v2? If not, it's going to be another chicken dinner for the Infinity.
Oh, it just missed 4 tiny big for the off angle when it comes to that Molotov. Now Logan definitely knows where that came from. Snissel with AK in his hand. One of them is actually proning down. It's going to be Tanya and both Logan are going to push down. Snissel 2v1. Can he clutch this one? The shot! Infinity again. What a splendid game coming up from them. Got themselves double chicken in a day.
Wow, this is crazy. This is crazy for the Infinity. I mean, the zone did a favor. They had to go from the lower ground to the high ground. They had GD on the other side. They had 4 rivals on the high ground against them, but somehow they still win. Oh my goodness, this is, oh man. The Infinity, still one of the best teams in the world for me, in the world. Man.
Has been proven with the numbers here just now. And definitely I want to see how much elimination they got themselves this time. They're still holding the record of 19 eliminations in a match. That was the Myanmar match, and they won match number 2. So I want to see how they finish off this time, because last time we saw them, we got quite a number of elimination, but not too much if you compare with LGD. I mean, like, LGD really rise up to the occasion, level up this time when it comes to this match alone.
Yeah, LGD definitely a very different team. I think they managed to get at least like 15 elimination points or something like that. So it's a big step up here for LGD. That will definitely push them up to maybe a top 5 finish. But we need to tabulate the scores. But the Infinity, my goodness, I'm lost for words. They are insanely good.
Just know where to look and how to peak. And for the side of Nova, it's not too shabby either, because they got themselves quite a number of eliminations. But if you compare with LGD, the first match before the previous matches is just so different. They got themselves 14 eliminations at this highlight. By the end of it, I think they got finished off like 15 or 16 eliminations by the end of the day. They got so much eliminations, just didn't stop moving. And for the side of 4 rivals, it's again a good call for them. But GIDS, like I mentioned, have been very consistent. But one of the most consistent team is going to be Infinity, definitely. They got themselves 7 eliminations, almost make it 8 or 9 in the last one. Definitely finish off with a 9. And I think they are still holding the record with the double chicken in a day, the most eliminations, and the best performing team by far.
No doubt. The Infinity, this is crazy. It wasn't an easy route for them. They had to travel a lot. The circle didn't really favor them. The circle went across the road. It went out to the high ground, and they need to fight their way through. I mean, they needed to win that fight against Appy. Then only they can take over that high ground. So it was crazy. I'm just lost for words for the Infinity on how good they are in terms of beating the odds.
I mean, like, they had more men, but the conditions are they're having it a tough run to hike a really high hill just now. With 9 eliminations, 10 points, it's going to be total up 19 points, but closely behind. Even the rank points, just 2 points for the side of LGD. That's a scary prospect to see. Actually, LGD got themselves 14 eliminations just within 1 round. This definitely will actually push quite high when it comes to overall rankings later on.
Yeah, and that's how important the elimination points are, right? It's so significant that it really pushes you up really, really far. Even LGD gets more points in total as compared to 4 rivals, even though they got a 2nd place or a 3rd place finish earlier on, only giving them 12 points. GIDS with only 4 eliminations, but it's a 10-point total haul for this round. And then after that, it's like 8, 7, 6, 5, 4 points. No points in this round for SMG as well as Boom. But then again, the Infinity, the first team in day 1 itself to get a double chicken dinner.
For the side of the MVP, the player of the match, or the most important player, or most valuable player of the match is going to be Infinity. Got Tunny just now. I mean, like, Infinity, each one of them deserving. I mean, like, we saw how so well they were when it comes to tossing up the nades. Especially we saw Mela when it comes to double nades. 1 nade to rule them all. And this time, before this, it was Newsy. Now it was Tunny. All that's left is going to be Logan for the MVP.
Now you know why I say I'm a really big fan of the Infinity. Yeah,
you said those in the production.
Yeah, that guy. Before talking about him, like I am a big fan of the Infinity even before. Like I even like basically I'm a big fan of the Infinity, and this is one of the reasons why. Just look at how good they are of going against the odds.
I mean, like, they got like half more than what Bacon Time had. Like, Bacon Time have to have at least 30 points to actually catch up to where Infinity is. And they got themselves, what a day today. and back towards the top 3. FaZe pushed back down Alter Ego towards the 4th place. If no, the team's got themselves chicken dinner, but if they lose one match or they've not been playing very aggressive, not very proactive in their matches, they're losing a lot of elimination points here.
And top 3 Thailand is back again. It's back again, top 3 ties. It could be the top 3 ties by the end of the day. Just one more round to go. Although, yes, Alter Ego, LGD, points are close. 7-9's points not too far away. GIDS as well. But then again, looking at the current state of how these teams are actually playing, the Thai teams definitely have this sort of like a way of playing that is really suitable with this format and also the teams around them.
Feels like they found themselves the secret recipe that they've been needing for quite a bit.
It feels like they have already been practicing what's needed to be at this stage. So that's why it just like came natural for them.
But just recap it, what really happened. We saw earlier before the flight path was really far on the right side, but the circle is just entirely different thing now. GIDS and BN United. Now this is surprising for me because why? BN United, they lost a couple of men quite early, but the contenders they have to fight against, I think it's also another one. GIDS, I'm surprised at how they actually dropped here instead of Primos. And it's actually 3 teams on Sonov's coming into base. There's also Alter Ego around their corner. So that's actually a boat ride.
Yeah, it is.
For GIDS.
Yeah.
So they took a shortcut straight into Primos where they used to be like their original spot. And the rest of the team that actually came in, except for GIDS, the rest of the other 3 teams came in a bit later than usual.
Yeah, because Primos is GD's natural spot, so
Yeah.
that's why they're not too hesitant about going straight into Primos. And the boat ride really was, to me, the boat ride was smart. They didn't follow the regular routes of the roads and all that, so it was smart. They went straight in there and nothing could stop them because it was very, very early stage at that point as well.
But I also want to point out, like BN United, I was hoping for more. I mean, like, yes, they got themselves in a quite a good position just now, but it wasn't reflected when it comes to the point because they didn't get a lot of elimination. You need to get a lot of elimination with this kind of format these days. So for BN United, they always got a clear shot every single time. Like example, Frozen was actually just behind him, but they were having 2 men, but none of them actually tried to do something about it at first. They're stealing a lot of eliminations here and there. For the side of this is where Infinity, like, I know why you said you have so much respect. It was an open field, it was an open street. They have to cut across and climb up the hill as well. That was such a lot of, it's like too much work to do at a very small time.
Yeah, I say very often that each individual from the Infinity is like a full squad by itself. It's like if you're going up against whether it's Gotuni, whether it's Logan, whether it's Nuzi, it doesn't matter. It feels like when you're fighting one person, it's like fighting 4 of them. So the fact that Gotuni, or was it Mela, the one that actually went up and fight with Appy?
No, it was Tony.
Yeah, Gotuni. So it was a 1v1, but then again, look at that. The high ground lost to a low ground, and the loss wasn't like very close. It was like still 50% health.
And the fact that
crazy.
The fact that he actually can squeeze himself up to the high ground. I mean, like, yeah, and that kind of a sort of a steep height just now. It's kind of hard to actually see whoever's actually down there for those actually having that high ground. But at the same time, it's not really easy for those actually on the low ground to actually climb up at the same time. I mean, like, 4 others had like sort of had a bit of an advantage there to actually toss a couple of utilities, but he ran out of resources. But before we run into our last match here, don't forget to share the stream and also stay tuned because we have 1 more matches of Erangel to go. We're gonna head the break for a bit. See you guys in a couple of minutes.
It's here! The long-awaited new Nusa map is finally here! With a size of only 1 × 1 kilometer, Nusa is currently the smallest map in PUBG Mobile. It may be small, but it definitely offers a massive amount of content. Not only are there new firearms, what's more, there's also the highly interactive tactical crossbow. Setting huts on fire and repairing zip lines are not a problem. Speaking of map interactivity, Nusa is simply full of surprises. An elevator that lets you go to different levels of a building, a pool that restores your health, fast-moving zip lines, and crates in the wilderness can all better assist you in drawing up tactics to defeat enemies. Even if you get careless and get defeated, there's no need to let it get you down. Nusa's Super Recall will allow you to respawn once more. The small, fastest-paced map lets you rank up faster. Alright, I'll leave it to you to explore the rest of the content for yourself. Hope everyone ranks up and gets that chicken dinner. The new map officially launches on September 13th. Stay tuned.
Assalamualaikum, welcome back ladies and gents to the first ever PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, Regional Clash of the Year, which is brought to you by Tencent Games, PUBG Corporation, Lightspeed and Quantum Studios. We're down to the last match for our last Erangel in day number 1. I'm going to be Chi and this is going to be Cyclop. Will be your people that talking behind the scene and everybody that's, you know, talking about the puns and everything, the dry humor and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, but what's not so humorous is, of course, for the game that's happening right now. Like the Infinity they are proving themselves to be like that team that needs to be taken down if anyone wants to take the number 1 spot.
That's true. So far, they got themselves a double chicken for a day. The only team they got themselves, they didn't just set the record for double chicken in a day. They got themselves the highest elimination when it comes to the team overall, 19 eliminations. But we're waiting for their final match where they get another record. But before that, there's going to be something for you guys as well.
Yeah, it's going to be the first local animation collaboration together with PUBG Mobile, and it's going to be announced soon in October 2022. There's about 2 weeks more to go till we enter October. Exactly where October, don't ask me. We don't have that much information. We don't even know what kind of skins or what kind of content that's going to come out. So keep an eye on the PUBG Mobile game. It's going to be PUBG Mobile x Boboiboy collaboration, and I think Boboiboy at this point it's so popular that even like viewers from Indonesia definitely would know.
Yep, and one more thing that's not just Boboiboy popularity, but this is all over the world right now, as the new Nusa map is already available for you guys to actually play. And this is one of the fastest, smallest map for you to get yourself that chicken dinner or push yourself to get more rank points and whatsoever. It's going to be 1 by 1 kilometers with a lot of town in a very small map. How many towns are there? Like 3, there's going to be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 11. I think around 10 to 11, right? So
and the fact
number.
that it's a small map and you have a new shotgun in there, like it's like perfect, right? Like it's the perfect place to use a shotgun.
That's true.
Small, yeah.
And also, I love the monster truck. Like, you know, you got all the big things in a very small map.
Oh yeah, shotgun's big.
Yeah.
The ATV-ish is big as well. The quad, they call it, is big. So, and there's a Ferris wheel. It's big as well in small map.
Yeah, the smallest map always get the best things. And like, but what's not really small is going to be our team later on. All the 16 teams across the regions of South Asia and also the China region here will clash for the last map, which is going to be Erangel in the first day, which we have actually 4 days in total for them to actually contest on. So today's the first day. This is going to be a huge one for them because they have to mark their territories first.
Yeah, pretty much. Not only that as well, there's a middle checkpoint where by the end of tomorrow, the number 1 and number 2 will get a slot to play the Nusa match, and they will have an opportunity to win $1,000 if they get the chicken dinner. So for now, I can say that, well, there's the focus. Everyone is Infinity. You get Infinity. You get Infinity.
It's very funny here. It's elimination and damage output by Tony himself alone, and this is the highest for the eliminations. 13 pulled over by Tony. Before this, it was Alter Ego Runare.
Yeah.
But this time, it's going to be a side of Infinity with 13 by Tony himself. When it comes to teams to focus, I mean, like LGD, they are scary.
I think 13 is like throughout. It's not like in one match for Gatsuni. Yeah, so Runare, if you talk about one match, I think it's still Runare with 9.
Is it overall in a day?
Yeah, I think it's overall in the day for Gatsuni.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we haven't got the highest set, but for LGD, that was 19 eliminations as well.
Yeah, because if you kind of think about it, they only got like 9 eliminations, so it doesn't make sense if it's like 13 for Gatsuni. So it definitely must be the entire day.
Yep, true. Now, back towards the side of also the 19 elimination just now. Was it? I don't think that's overall. That's the last match just now, right? Because they got secured 90. I'm not sure if the numbers are right, but do correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay, the 13 for Gatsuni is throughout the entire day.
No, not that. Never mind.
Then which one?
The one that with the teams with the most eliminations. Because just not the record. I mean, like in the second match, we got Infinity with the 19, right?
Yeah.
But just now, in the 4th spot, when after the players, the focus on the players, we got the team's focus, right? The one on the right side was LGB. It's match number 4 or 5 of Team to Focus.
Okay.
So they got 19 eliminations out of it as well.
So that's the entire day as well.
But is it really the entire day?
Yeah, because they only got like, 14 in
the last match.
Yeah, in the last match.
So that's like, within 4 games, 1 game they got 14. And the other...
The other 5?
The other 5 is distributed among 3 games.
Yeah.
It's quite a huge leap there.
Yeah, it is.
That's scary. scary team.
Okay, I was expecting you to be surprised
Now,
earlier on.
I was asking whether that's going to be their most elimination, because if they actually got 19 eliminations, they might actually hold the same record as the Infinity, because I saw Infinity was having lesser number in that. I kind of question, is this like Infinity supposed to get more?
No, Infinity is still 19. In a single game, Infinity is still 19. The previous round was 14 for LGD.
Okay, but wait. Before we're talking about more about the facts and numbers, it's all about our prediction here again this time, which is going to be our last match, Infinity and Xavier's. Very interesting.
You're a bit late.
I mean, like, yeah. But I mean, these are the two teams who actually want to see who's the best in South Asia right now.
Yeah, the Xavier, obviously they were champions, right? So they have that one badge or reputation. The Infinity right now, they are showing that everybody is like below them, and their below is not like few points gap. It's like double. It's like almost double. Yeah, almost double from their number 2 spot.
So I want to see the USB champs right now. Can they actually put out their big foot forward by telling the Infinity, you know what, you've been performing really splendid today, but for the closing, maybe the Xavier can actually take it away. But there's also, don't forget about Nova. Now, we haven't seen anything about Nova at all today, honestly speaking.
Yeah, I think the best game was like the just right before this, that Erangel, the Erangel number 4.
The Jimmy?
Yeah, that was the Jimmy one.
The Jimmy trying to hide?
Was it the Jimmy trying to hide?
And try to shoot Appy?
Oh yes. No, not that one. The one just before this. I know we had a lot of Erangels today, but the one just before this, I can't really describe it now. I have it in my head. It was them like looking over FaZe Clan. That game.
Oh, okay.
That was their best game so far. But even their best game, I do think that it's not that level of significance yet. That's why we don't really like have it embedded in our heads just yet. But yeah, I mean, one more round to go, and let's see if anything changes.
I mean, this is what's scary coming out from the China region teams, right? Sorry.
Yeah, comeback is real for them. Like they have done that before. Again, I'm not ruling them out because we've seen that in the last PMGC. They were behind, and then somehow they managed to catch up onto the number 1 spot. So definitely not ruling them out just yet. We still have a lot of games to go.
Yeah, the best example here is going to be LGD. We just calculated just now. Within one game, they can actually have 14 points. And previous round, like the entire day, 3 rounds, they got themselves only 3 or 2 or 4 points around there somewhere. Out of nowhere, they just within one round just can gather themselves 14 points and above. So it just shows that LGD, SMG, and teams like Nova, whenever they feel like doing it, they can actually just do it away. That's what's scary about them. We don't know when they can turn things over. And I'm waiting, is it going to be tomorrow or by end of today?
Yeah, and they are starting to like have a little bit of progression as the 4 games pass by. That's why their 4th game was like one of the best so far. Does that really mean that they will excel in game number 5? Of course not, but based on the trend that we're looking at, they are on an upward trend.
Gotta have to wait and see. Will it be going downward for once or not? But another team that I want to focus on is going to be Bacon Time. Always, every single time. I have to point out that aside for Infinity, definitely they have been consistent. Now, the top 3 teams, every single match, I think they're always in the top 5. Infinity, FaZe Clan, also Bacon Time, GIDS. There's one more team here. GIDS always there, like in the last few circles. Even if they're being eliminated quite early than the rest of them, they always make it through the final circle there. If you talk about the circle just today in Erangel, then we start to compare about Sanhok and also Mirama. They've always been there as well. It just feels like some teams there, especially when it comes to teams that play not really in the center of the circle, happens to be surviving quite longer than the rest of playing in the center of it.
Yeah. So maybe then the best way to play in this sort of setting or with this sort of teams is just to play in the middle of the circle.
And that's what happened to most of the Chinese team, which they didn't actually survive long enough.
So there's no real formula yet.
Yeah.
It's like it's either that or something else. So it really depends on scenario, I guess. We don't really have like this trend yet so far.
I mean, like mostly we saw in the case of Infinity, they failed to do so in the first match where they tried to play in the center of the circle. Remember, it was Sanhok, right?
Yeah.
But the rest of the teams, like I think it was SMG or LGD, all the Chinese teams trying to play the same thing. And Nova especially loved the center of the circle. But the moment Infinity realized that it's better for them to actually play at the edge of a circle, things work out quite right for them. I mean, like, it feels like the best position right now is play at the edge of the circle.
Now that I kind of recall it, right? Sanhao actually, the Infinity, they play by the edge of the circle and then they start to like slowly go in. It's just that they bump into another team and then it didn't really work out for them on the outside. But I guess at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because the following round, they still played like on the outside of the circle, they fight their way through. And when they do that, they have a lot of opportunity to gain elimination points. So that's why they could like gather a lot of elimination points because they play from the outside. Because they play from the middle, it's more of like teams coming towards them and they hoping that targets come right in front of them for them to shoot. But if not, then they wouldn't get as much. So I think that for them to get that many of elimination points, they have been playing on the outside of the circle.
Yeah, especially if you're in the center, yes, you get a lot of targets to actually aim down. But our problem is you're being the target for the other team, so it's coming in all around the circle as well. We're happy to just hop into our final match of the day, which is going to be Erangel of day 1, match number 5, when it comes to our PMRC, the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. And this is going to be it. Again, it's on the southern part for the flight path. Again.
I know, right? This like what? The third time at least? Or maybe all of them, or maybe at least 2 out of 3 that we get this kind of like downward-ish circle.
At 2 out of 3.
2 out of 3, yeah, 2 out of 3 makes more sense.
We don't include the one that actually...
No, not at all.
It's 2 out of 3.
Yeah, then it's 2 out of 3.
I think just last match, actually, we have a bit more towards the upright or a vertical flight path. That's it. That's
Yeah.
the only one. Yeah.
Oh, keep your eye on the side of Milta. Look at the number of teams. There's like what, 3 teams at the areas of Milta.
Yep. It used to be Infinity drop spot here, but Logan is a bit late when it comes to parachuting himself. I'm not sure that's something that happening in between the air, or I don't know what's happening to Logan, but he's very far off if you compare with the rest of Infinity. We have Eagle Esports going along the same way, as I think there's going to be, I'm not sure, is it the Xavier? No, who's the ping parachute?
Okay, alright, looks like we're gonna see a little bit of a road rage there, but not gonna happen. Now looks like that one play, but they circle this time on the right side, so the Infinity, well, they're currently at number 1 and they get the blessing of the circle as a start.
That's really a good call for them. But side of Eagle Esports fighting against Boom across the street here. Yummy and also Bohu, Namshin and also Chua. No, they don't have a lot of gears to work with. Definitely no helmet on the side of Namshin. Couldn't pick too much. You have to be extra careful. Boom do have all 4 men, but GIDS taking on Sam9 on top of Corey. Of all the places, there goes the shotgun finish off. So the first blood taken down by the side of Booms by GIDS.
Such a strong start for Sam9. Getting that first chicken dinner in Sanhao, but after that, they just went missing and they're slowly slipping down the charts. So right now they're at number 7. With this kind of a start, it gives opportunity for Geek Fam, 4 rivals, teams around them to climb up against Sam9, and this might push them outside the top 10.
I mean, like, maybe due to the reason that they're always being contested on top of Shelter by the Xaviers and also, I think it was, who was it again? SMG possibly, or even Nova. They changed their drop into on top of Corey and it didn't turn out quite right because GIDS happens to drop there as well, even though they used to take Primos, but feels like Sam9 trying to find himself a new home. While LGD heard the gunshots and heard the movement coming from Bacon Time. I'm surprised that QTech don't have anything at all to work with, not even a weapon there.
Yeah, it took him a while to loot. Okay, because the flight path is like on the southern side, right? So they kind of like just arrive into Jogopu. So the benefit of the doubt was that we just arrived, haven't got the opportunity to loot yet. So yeah, it's gonna take its time. But then again, the circle's on the right side. Gotta make that quick.
Is it quick enough? A lot of teams actually don't have a lot of loot to work with. We're talking about level 1 of everything, or might missing a couple of gears. Just having a couple of ammunition, just not too much to actually have a long fight. But you guys watching at home, don't forget to actually scan around where the PMCC 2022 is back with over 40,000 of prize pool. It's going to be a Ringgit Malaysia, and also you guys can actually have a shot to actually play PMPL next year, 2023. back towards the game. Xavier actually shot a bit on the side of FaZe, even Taurus. Oh, a lot of teams don't have vehicles as well.
Yeah, still searching for their own. So sometimes it's about the RNG, right? Like you kind of get the if you get it, then you get it. And sometimes because the RNG gods don't smile on you and you don't get it at all. It reminds me of PMPL Season 3, the last game. Dogma Flash region at that time, they drop into the regular drop spot, but then the circle is like on the way far end on the other side. And throughout, from the regular drop spot around Fairpier, they ran all the way to the circle that's around the areas of Mansion, and they didn't get any vehicle at all. Like there was 0 spawn, and they all went down to the zone.
Yeah,
it was really tragic.
I think we interviewed them for that as well, right? There's one interview that actually mentioned that, like they didn't get any vehicle at all.
Yeah, I was at the, I was together with them that time, so I remember that super clear.
Because I used to remember, I think it was Fredo having the same spot where he was trying to play a real Team Secret at that time as well. I think it was like last 2 seasons, and they had the same sort of RNG not being blasted at all. But here comes Nusa taking a shot against the side of Eagle Esports. Namshin on the ground, finish off straight away. That's a really clean execution. But Chua, he tried to place a really hot angle grenade. Oh,
wow.
God. There was like, that didn't work so well for him. That just double-edged sword.
I mean, that was like counting his lucky stars, right? Like, like he would have gone out that time. But Nusa didn't take advantage of it, so Chua, Chua doesn't have any first aid. He only have like, what, 5 bandages. And not only that, Gartuni is coming in.
Oh, man. I mean, like, you reap what you sow in this case for Chua. Oh, and the death box of his friend just now is just too far. It's in open space as well. There's no way he can actually loot that one out. He need to go for this engagement. He need to build this place.
Ooh, flying car.
Flying car. See, this is what we call death is coming nearby.
Yeah, they like send the whole cavalry against Chua, and Chua is like, hey, dude, I'm only like one person. Can you not do this to me? And plus, they are still on top, but looks like a lot of confidence here for in the Infinity round. Rightfully so, of course. So 4v1, Chua, it's going to be tough for him. Nusa goes in, and there goes Chua.
Oh, that's a really brutal way. There's 4 of them to pin down on one Chua. Now, Eagle Esports down with only 2 men, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I calculated it right. Yep. They lost 2 men quite early. Quite early if you compare. Like, there's always one team losing 2 men. Before this, it was YG. And previously, it was BNU. There's always one team losing quite early on. In the first phase, by the way. It's just still the first circle.
Yeah, and despite it's still the first phase, but the Infinity, they got 2 points in the back right now. I wonder how far they can pull off before the day ends. Like, okay, here's the theory, right? So if you play like the regular 15-point chicken dinner format, right, before this, and there's like 5 games, like getting 60 points is a good benchmark. Like it's a good pass for teams. Like take scrims into example. But the fact that the Infinity with this format of way lesser placement points, they still get more than 60 points. To me, in a regular 15-point, they would have gotten like at right now almost like maybe 80 or 90 points.
I mean, I'm not surprised.
That level of impact.
I mean, like, if the normal ranking points, I'm not surprised if they hit the 100 mark by today.
Yeah.
That's just how scary they are. I mean, like, look at the difference between the second and the first place. We're talking about second and first place, not even the first to the 8th place. That's like already 30-ish sort of difference there. Imagine if you want to catch up coming up from Boom, as example. It's just 5 points, 6 points for BN United. That's like 60 to 70 points of difference there by end of today.
Yeah, it is very significant. 66 today is way more significant than 66 in your regular days.
True. Because of the rank system, is really hard to gain. So, like, the only way for you to garner your points is going to be by eliminations there. And they're working really well for the side of Infinity. DX, or the Xaviers now, having a bit of a visitors coming up across them. Is it going to be Nova frozen again? Frankie spot him out, spray it again, and it whiffed it. Wow, what a flip from Frozen side. But it actually saved the hell out of him. These Xaviers not happy enough, try to take on Frozen, but it's too far from their reach.
Lamborghini now trying onto Silence. Managed to get away together with his teammates. BN United still survives. BN United finally getting out of that number 16 spot at least. But oh, the circle, wow. This is a rare circle.
It has been a total rare circle today.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm loving the day.
I mean, like, we'd never get Primos. Now we got all the way. How much further right can we go with the circle? It's like only 30% of land left for these guys to actually have space to work on. Not much spaces to run with. But on the other end, we're looking over Boom, who tried to take down on Eagle Esports, who are actually just passing by. And where they're at right now, we have so many teams still inside of the blue zone, by the way. Because of a circle, just hard shift all the way towards the eastern side.
Yeah, I know, right? It's including Mamparang, he's still on the outside the zone as well. So 7-9 right now, they are number 7. And they are playing with 3 players. SMG on the other hand, also another team that's like slowly slipping down. Right now, SMG, like what they were like what top 5 or top 7 or something, and now they're like number 14.
Sorry. Yep, that's true. I mean, like, we're looking at sort of a trend here, okay? Triple Thai teams up there, and then we have Indonesian and then China, and then Indonesian and triple Malaysian teams there.
Right.
And we have China, and then we have Vietnam. It's like, feels like we might end up the day with a triple sort of regions continuously after this. There was a chance of that. Like,
wow.
You know?
Okay, so the only one that needs to move is like what, LGD swapping with
that's quite
with
far.
Boom. Yeah.
Boom is too
good
far.
luck doing that. Yeah. Good luck doing that.
Or maybe the Xaviers and Eagle Esports are actually pushing upwards. I mean, like, Eagle Esports is going to far-fetch. But back to the side of Boom, taking a fight. This time, I'm looking over. YG will be taken down. Miss for a bit. Hexas trying to take one down. Boboiboy taking on Boom as well. Okta on the ground. YG taking on Boom. I'm like, this is going to be a 3v war all day here.
Yeah, it's going to be multiple warfare right now. Order gets one to Romeo. Yangon Galacticos may lose one player. So it's going to be another point in the bag there for Nova. Nova, number 10 at this moment. But then again, we still have a lot of games more to play. The Infinity. Gatuni all alone, scouting and getting information for his teammates before he returns. And they have to circle anyway. Then they're somewhere in the middle of it. So no big reason for them to really commit on the outside.
That's a bold move coming up from Tony, by the way. And VM spraying over sort of GIDS. Now, this is going to be a bit of a problem for MVM since he's quite inside of the blue zone. But the rest of the team will actually arrive on it on the ground. YG not working out very well for them. Down to last man here. Eagle Esports singers for them as well. Well, GIDS taken down on LGD, who's happened to be transitioning himself into Milta. This circle is just making it so hard for the players to predict what's going to happen next.
LGD still on the outside of the circle, but now FaZe Clan on to Bacon time. Looks like it's going to be the first knockdown there for FaZe Clan this round. On to 9 Noise. 9 Noise will be finished off by MR5.
And look at how fast the team's actually been going down, swept away by the fires and the bullets. And it's going to be down to only a couple of teams, yeah? We're talking about only the top phase, but it's just really hard for them to actually have a space going on in sort of circle. Even the airdrop is dropping right in the middle of the sea. Both airdrops, by the way.
I know, right? One on top, one on bottom. It's like, yeah, I want to give you an airdrop, but I don't want to give you an airdrop.
Not really.
Yeah. I want to give you, but not really.
Oh man, this
Good
is
luck
kind of
getting
mean.
it.
This is like really torturing the players. I mean, like, BN United can swim over if they want to. It's not that far, but still they need a boat to actually go towards the airdrop. Back to the side of Alter Ego, they are scoping now, or actually in the middle of a war zone between Geek Fam. There's also 2 teams right above them. And the Xavier's around the corner too. LGD, who happen to finally squeeze into Milta, I have a feeling they might run into another team after this.
4 Rivals maybe, or Sando on the other side. But Sando, the last man standing for Yangon Galacticos, he's not going to make those big moves for sure. But LGD is going towards 4 Rivals.
Wow, straight head on Appy. He whipped it, he got the clear shot just now. Pamburu exploded one of the vehicles there. And BM retaliating. Alter Ego taking on LGD from afar. What a nice view for the potato here. Just gonna take it away underneath the noses of 4 Rivals. LGD too soon eliminated.
Potato managed to secure that elimination point for Alter Ego. Alter Ego currently at number 4. They can still go up the charts. And now they just need the points in the bag. Voki might be the next victim as Pawnbit tries to gun him down. Voki, 10% of health left. Managed to secure himself behind the building, but Voki shot down by Tony K instead.
Tony K trying to go for the rush here. Try to finish off 4 rivals from the flank side, but where's the rest of FaZe? Are they closing into towards the 4 rivals as well? All I can see right now is just Tony K alone, while they have another team coming up from behind. It's going to be Nova creeping in, but here comes Tony K, Appy trying to take the shot down. And it's going to be a bit too late for the rest of FaZe Clan to actually follow up Tony K. Right now, it's going to be a clean execution coming up from Appy. It's going to be easy one. Nobody contesting him, but look at the circle again. Infinity right in the center of it.
Infinity in the center has a compound. This is a perfect scenario for the Infinity at this moment. Now it's going to be a challenge for the other teams. Now FaZe Clan trying to get onto the other side, but first they need to fight with 4 rivals as Appy goes down. The long range coming in. And now speaking about long ranges, Alter Eagles doing the same on the FaZe Clan.
Now looking on their side coming up from the west, it's going to be 4 rivals, FaZe, GIDS, Bacon Time, Nova, YG and Alter Ego. This is going to be really a hectic side of a circle. With 4 rivals taking, FaZe taking Appy already. Bamburu trying to pop a couple of smokes, trying to make sure that he can survive longer with Voki alongside with him. There's only 2 men left for the side of 4 rivals. GIDS on the other hand, try to run for more execution and more elimination. Nova taking a bit sweet time against Bacon, while GIDS now taking advantage, trying to cleaning up 4 rivals, getting them from the back.
Oh, Fnatic spots out movement coming in from 4 rivals. 4 rivals. Let's see where they're going to go. They're going to go towards the southern side. And now the zone is starting to close in. They need to find a way through. But then again, look at the number of teams just around them. Sam9 on the right side. On the left side, there's another team as well. Xavier right in front of 4 rivals. Where are they going to stop?
Hopefully they will not stopping here. I'm talking about they are in the middle of the crossfire. Xavier's waiting. They are almost being blown out by the Vic. I'm not sure how smoked up it is, but so far it's still going to be okay. But definitely now smoke up will explode. So Vuki have to actually get out from there. And Boboiboy on the ground. They're quite in an open plane, in an open field. There's nothing to cover themselves with. Nusa will toss out a nade. That seems like a perfect angle. And there goes Logan to get on snipes. And Nusa going to finish off the job to clean up the deal. But Frankie steals it away from the back.
Xavier coming from behind. My goodness, stealing that away from the Infinity. But anyway, it's going to be number 50 for 4 rivals. But the long range coming for Lamborghini, stopping Harm at his tracks.
Lambo spots out on Harm. Sam9, nobody nearby to actually pick Harm back on his feet here. Lamborghini and the rest of Xavier, still 4 men well alive. GIDS split it into 2. Bacon, they're being rushed in by GIDS, but it's kind of a sort of failed attempt here. Daybot spotted out on the members. DBS on Bacon's times, and this really
whoa!
Straight in the face. Now Shirty now on the ground, down to the arm side of Bacon. Now trying to find himself that last person, but Alan already exposed himself to a sort of order from Nova. He couldn't spot the last member just now.
Oh, and Humpty out by Zoba. Order takes out Alan. Let's go. That is it for GIDS number 42 elimination points. Now Mela put the pressure on the Geek fam on the other side. Of course, Infinity, they do have this compound as their fortress. Looks like Nova, they are dominating with 5 elimination points, but Yangon Galacticos is out as well.
And down to 12 teams here within the 4th phase of the circle quite early on. Now Mamparang will actually be finished off by the blue zone, giving himself away. Xavier's taking the southern part of the circle, trying to dominate it. BN United will be their next contender, or they try to take down Infinity, who's still inside the circle with the most solid compound to work with. Got him to very near airdrop, but the one actually trying to push forward is going to be Nova. They're trying to demolish Bacon time, but FaZe might butting in as a third party.
Yeah, the high ground fight here between Nova as well as Bacon time. Almstar trying to get away, but then again, he might run into FaZe Clan. He's still on the outside of the circle at this moment. Almstar waiting for the right moment. Looks like he's going to hold on for positioning points, considering that he's the last man standing. Ice will be finished off by Paraboy.
Eagle Esport fit. It's so hard for us to actually have a clue about where he's going for. It's quite in the center of the circle still. So Eagle Esport, that one man with a small shot to work with. Order almost shredded his helmet even, and this vehicle is not safe for him to drive. Jimmy chugging into the blue zone for a bit while Xavier is slowly pushing towards the side of Infinity, who got himself the strongest compound to work with. Alter Ego take a snap out of Frankie from afar. It feels like, I don't know if Infinity can secure one more chicken dinner. It's just a heck of a game for them.
Well, so far, so good for the Infinity, but I guess what we'll need to wait is the next phase of the circle to see if it's still smiling onto them. But Xavier, unfortunately, they'll lose another player. Now the long range coming from Mela, putting pressure onto BN United on the other side. And looks like the Infinity, they could still be in the circle though.
Tap of AK is so hot coming up from the side of Boom. Really a long shot there. So managed to take down one potato on the ground. BN United, Silence Rabies slowly, patiently spraying and tapping over with the AKM. On the other side, Alter Ego. Now, oh, he spotted Rabies from afar. How? It was a very long shot from Mela Infinity, and they've done it again.
Oh, they already have 5 elimination points for the Infinity. They still want more over Geekfam, and Damroot sprays on the Silence. Damroot the last man standing, but Silence now trying to find refuge. Silence 10% of health left, but it's going to be Silence. Looks like his vehicle being exploded, but who's going to secure the elimination point? It's going to be Damroot for Geekfam. Secures that point onto BN United. Duke will be knocked down. Lamborghini close by, but needs to deal with Mela. Mela starting to close in onto Xavier. Mela not done yet.
Here comes the kick of a nade. Tried to toss over to Lamborghini. That's going to be a last nade. Toss over to the side of Xavier. They're down to only 2 men. Lamborghini so close to being obliterated. One more nade here coming up from the side of Mela. This is a grenade god from Infinity. He always never misses. And Nuzi just finish it off with 4 eliminations, and we're going to place himself at 11 for the side of Xavier's.
Oh, it's going to be Alter Ego number 10 with 3 elimination points. At the same time, we can see that SMG, they do have a compound. 5 elimination points so far for Xavier. They're currently dominating, and Damroot, who survives for Geekfam. Unfortunately, he's on the outside of the circle, but the good news is that he has a buggy. He can use it. He can move towards the right side. There's still some space for him to play with.
But it's a bit of a risk because there's so many eyes onto him at the same time. BN United Tusk, along with Shu Noah's, scratching their hats on how to actually move even further from where they're at. FaZe in the open, pop himself a lot of smokes in between. Same goes for SMG. Got himself a bit of a covers here, but FaZe victorious with a sniper. All he needs to do is just one tap to the head, and that's it.
Well, looks like he's not going to pull the trigger. Interestingly, but then again, Boboiboy is going to pull the trigger onto Nova. Order just gone down, and now looks like Boom, they're still on the outside of the circle. They need to find their way through. 28 more seconds on the clock. Nova will stop them at their tracks.
Now here comes Order on the ground. Boom, Hexas are going for the rush here. Try to finish it off straight away. Hexas trying to actually cook up the nade. They took down Jimmy on his ground. And it's down to Frozen on the back line. Same goes for PMRC Nova. They're in trouble right now. PMRC and Jimmy is just too far. Frozen couldn't help them as well and tried to scope them out, but it's just nothing. It's so hard to actually pinpoint at this stage. But at the same time, Infinity is going monster. These guys are monsters for Infinity. They just don't know when to stop. But PMRC, stop them from their run here.
Oh, it's going to be one down there for the Infinity, but they're not out just yet. Nova down to PMRC, so it's Frozen. Frozen, one of the newer members of Nova at this moment, trying to fend off the rest of Boom. Boom, they managed to find their way into the circle at this moment. PMRC hears exactly what he want to hear. He knows that there's some movement happening here from Boom. Boom managed to find their way through. It's going to be Frozen at the forefront against Boboiboy.
Boboiboy cooking up the nade. Just going to toss that around the window, or maybe even the door. Now he's going to walk into the door. Try to close it and open it, and he can see through what's happening here. Definitely found out where Frozen is. He's proning on the ground, cooking up the nade. This is going to be a double down. Frozen actually outside. They haven't got a clue. He's put it out.
Yummy.
He might as well just get one more on the ground here, even though Frozen's trying to run away from the side of Boom. But hey, you know what? He spotted out Yummy. He wants to get it in the back. He's really greedy for this.
Oh, Yummy trying to go in for the flanks there. Well, we can see that Boboiboy is just right in front of him. The nade been cooked up for the longest time, but he's not really seeing it. Okay, the projectile nade will land nicely. Yes, it will. Beautiful nade there for Boboiboy.
Perfectly angled by this guys. What a nice calculated
PMRC.
But that's going to be it for Boboiboy, who finished off the rest of Nova. PMRC last member just now. finish off at 7 play. We're down to 6 team with 7 points for the side of Boom.
Boom managed to fight their way through, and now they have a compound, but we'll need to wait and see. Do they still the blessing of the circle once the zone closes? Now on the other side, we can see here that Damru will be taken out by the Infinity, so it's going to be another point in the back. 12 elimination points right now for the Infinity.
I mean, like, how much more they want it to be in their pockets there. FaZe will be the next target as Nusa giving the pressure on their side. As MG is running cut across the corner, man, they just gonna shoot whatever they move. They're coming up from Nusa. Infinity never had this enough. They're gonna take in the business of what's happening between SMG and also FaZe, who's being rushed in by the side of SMG. Beautiful coming up from the flank side. Tani trying to actually spot up by Boom, but they couldn't see them. Infinity just blocked themselves so perfectly well right now.
Oh, Tony K mobs up, and now it's going to be points there for FaZe Clan. SMG will be finished off. Now it's going to be the Infinity. Got to the Gundam, but beautiful indeed coming from him.
Tony K randomly just shoots about and got caught. That's going to be SMG finished off by Tony K. There was a blind shot at first. What a nice, perfect spray coming from Tony K of FaZe. Now it's down to Infinity. How can they actually get into the circle? This might just be finally a FaZe game for one.
It could be a duo here for the Infinity. No way they're going to get. No way they'll be able to pick up Gotuni. They need to fight their way through. It's going to be Nusa as well as Mela. Now the duo is going to do it to the end. 8 more seconds on the clock before the zone closes in. They do not have a compound. A lot of open space between them and FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan can stop them from coming through.
Gotuni being let bleed to death upside is bleeding out. Hexos,
Exhaust.
take down on
Right.
Mela. There's gonna be
Whoa!
explosion. That's gonna be it for the vehicle exploded, and Yummy want to finish it off straight away. It's so crucial for Mela to survive. It down to 1 man only for the side of Infinity here. All of them are quite in the open to be revived. Too risky for them to actually put it at stake. FaZe having 4 men, Boom having a go with a 3. Feels like all they need to do is just taking it into their way for FaZe. They are the one that feels like might just win this one.
Oh, it's going to be tough now for Nusa. How is he going to get across? How is he going to get into the circle at this moment? 50 more seconds on the clock before the zone closes in. Nusa, a lot of space between him as well as his opponents. Mela will be finished off by Tony K. This could be the moment for FaZe Clan, like what you said.
FaZe Clan, I'm like, they got themselves a level elimination. Tony K, every single time he actually finish off someone, he always just steals away the elimination from the teams that actually been struggling to actually secure that one time of elimination. Nusa, Yummy spot finish off. What a perfect crispy spray from Yummy.
So it's going to be number 3 there for the Infinity, but they managed to get 12 elimination points. So that's going to be good enough for them. Definitely will still be at number 1. Now it's going to be FaZe Clan or Boom for this final chicken dinner for today.
Boom definitely have a shot here. All they need to do is play about their positions. They need to spot out on Venturis. They're actually in the far flank. And it's so crucial for them to take down Venturis because Venturis can backstab them anytime they want. The moment they missed out Venturis, this is going to be a bit of a problem for Boom.
Oh, long range coming for Bobo. Oh! But the counter fight coming from Tony K. Beautiful indeed. Boom now down to the last 2 men. And FaZe Clan, they know they have the upper hand advantage. They're going in. Hexas is down. Last man, Yummy against the wall.
Oh, seems like a perfect angle, but never mind. He actually just a bit too short for that nade. Yummy be surrounded by 3 of them. Yummy got 1. And FaZe Clan taking a winner chicken dinner to end our day of day number 1 PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. What an ending.
What an ending it was. FaZe Clan getting the chicken dinner, and again Thailand showing their supremacy in this tournament. I wouldn't be surprised at the other day, like even Bacon Time could be up there as the number 3.
I'm not surprised there because you know what? What I want to know right now, I mean, like maybe Bacon Time being pushed down, but I do want to see the gap in between the first and second. That's one thing. It feels like this is too dominant for the Thais right now. They are undefeatable. We're talking about the entire day. 3 games taken out of 5. 3 games taken by the side of the Thais, and 2 out of the 3 is actually coming out from Erangel. So they're really strong when it comes to the knowledge of Erangel. When it comes to Erangel as a whole, the Thais really know it better than the rest of the teams.
Yeah, even like the Infinity, despite them not getting the chicken dinner, but they managed to get 12 elimination points. So that is definitely good enough. So still showing that supremacy here, and this PMRC so far.
what a team. Very superior performance coming out from the side of Infinity. Even though they get kind of being decimated quite early, but still managed to secure a double digit. I think most of the ties actually got themselves a double digit eliminations there. And the fact that nobody tried to contest them out from this compound to start with, that's already a big win for them.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, it's kind of tough, right? If you want to contest a compound, because if you want to try and crash it, the third party is a nade. But okay, that nade, that got a highlight, right?
I mean, that is just a perfect angle. The reflected nade just now was insane. I mean, like, how do you calculate the perfect angle to do it? But FaZe, I love how Tony can play. I have a bit of a, how do I chuckle on that point, because why? Every single time the team is actually having a Warzone out in the open, it's always Tony K stealing the way bit by bit, and he didn't even invest that much when it comes to ammunition. He didn't do much, he just steals the way. He's so smart and intelligent when it comes to the timing, when to shoot and when not to.
Well, that's the highlights there, and FaZe Clan coming in with this chicken dinner, 25 smokes used, 14 nades, and well, no molly in this round. But look at the number of Boom. They fought their way through as well. It wasn't an easy fight for Boom for this round. The Infinity, well, they kind of got the circle, so it's kind of like a comfortable round for them.
For the side of FaZe, look at how smokes they actually put out there. 25. I think this is one of the most utilities actually being used in a match. 14 grenades. 14 out of all the teams out there, and it's not even double digit. They got themselves quite a number of loot for FaZe.
Yeah, I know, right? Okay, but let's see the points. This is where it all matters, right? So 24 points there gathered by FaZe Clan with 14 eliminations. Divinity, 12 eliminations. Still netting themselves 17 points. That's a lot. Boom with 14 points. And then it's going to be the single digits. Nova with 8 points. SMG 6 points. The Eagles as well as the Xavier 5 points each. 3 points for Geek as well as Bacon Time and Alter Ego. GIDS 2 points. 1 point for LGD. No points in this round for BN United, Sem9, Yangon Galacticos as well as 4 rivals.
Now, for YG, it has been a really tough day for them. I hope they come stronger for tomorrow. But this time, we saw how great was Yummy's performance. This was really yummy, really crispy all the way. I mean, like, the spray was just on point for him. He got himself 4 eliminations, not the most, but when it comes to his contribution of the damage he dished out, it's quite a lot. 1000 Nova with 53% of team contribution. Now, that's quite a long distance as well. We don't have aim assist anymore. We're almost 300 longest elimination distance. That's a really fast shot coming out from the side of Yummy.
I think what stood out for me was that he dished out 1,083 damage, but only managed to get 4 eliminations, meaning that he did a lot of work for his team, but his teammates finished them off.
Oh, Tony K finished them off.
Oh yeah, or Tony K.
I think it's a couple of times Tony K actually steals that kill away from him just now.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
But here comes our top 3 eliminators. A double from Infinity, 1 for FaZe, Tony K. For day number 1, 17, 16 for Nusa, and third place Infinity from Tony. All coming up from the ties, and they've proven us they are back and still want to get for more, because today is just the first day.
Yeah, it is still the first day, but it looks like it's going to be a tie. Wow, yeah, it's going to be a tie. How should I put it? A tie dominance. Yeah, thank you. Thai dominance day. The FMVP so far. Everyone's from Thailand. Got Tony, Nusa, Tony K, Star Logan. You know, I'll predict what's going to happen right now. After this, I'm going to see a story from Zephyr celebrating this graphic. Or something similar to that. Yeah. I have a feeling he's going to do that.
Yeah, because this is going to be MVP race, FMVP race for the entire thing. And none of the other countries or regions actually have a shot at it right now.
Yeah.
Look at the gap, my God.
There you go. 1, 2, 3. It's like Thailand and the rest.
Thailand and the rest.
Yeah, Thailand and the rest of the world.
It's just insane. Look at how big of a gap. Even the third and fourth place, still a lot of catching up to do. But if you compare with first, second, I mean, like, first and second's already got, like, what, 30-ish sort of points in between. Almost. And the second and third is still doable. I mean, like, from the Infinity is just a different level, a different ball game entirely.
Yeah, let's not forget that this is a new format, right? So if you see that there is a gap like 9 points, actually 9 points is a lot.
True.
Yeah, you gotta think about it. You need to gather a lot of elimination points to catch up to that. And Bacon Time, no chicken, no problem for them. They're still up there.
Yeah, the thing is, the chicken is just cost like 10 points. And even with the same form, and like the very new format where the rank points quite fewer than the usual one, Infinity almost got a triple digit there. That says something. 83. Imagine if we have the usual format. I'm like, possibly they ended up the day with 150 points there.
Yeah. If there was like the regular format point system, I think the Infinity would have been like 100-ish points.
Really scary.
Yeah, by now. So it is significant. The gap between like number 1 and number 2, it is actually really, really big.
Too big. I mean, like usually the closest one is second place, right?
Yeah.
Second or even third to fourth is a bit of a gap. But this is number 1 and number 2 gap. Just between those are already huge enough. The gap is just feels like maybe how many games is that based on this point, sir? 3 games possibly. I feel like it's gonna be 3 games.
Yeah.
2 to 3
Yeah,
games.
thereabouts. Yeah, because it's a new format, right? So
Yeah.
we're getting used to it as well. But it's about 3 games.
I mean, like the maximum point that you can actually get nowadays in a match is going to be like 20-ish points. Based on the chicken in is like 10 points only.
Yeah.
So the most you can get from elimination so far is going to be like double-digit 19. Or most of the average we saw a high volume elimination is going to be like 14 to 12 around there somewhere. So 24 in one round. That's almost the max that you can actually get.
Yeah, thereabouts. So that's why we need to kind of like tune our head to like, oh yeah, it's only a 9-point gap. No, 9 points is a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a
one
lot
chicken now.
Yeah, it's one whole chicken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot of a thing.
Yeah, it's one whole meal there.
You mentioned about 7-9 before, right? They had a good run before, which is going to be starting off the day Sunhorn. It feels like they drain out quite a bit when it comes to the stamina the entire day.
Yeah, it was a very fast drain, right? It was like, first gear, it's like, yay, 7-9, getting a chicken dinner. Like, it wasn't an easy circle as well. But after that, it's like, they just got missing.
They got themselves in a better position at first. And then they're slowly losing the position, like, slowly missing and gone.
Yeah.
But the one that actually reversed, the longer they play, the better they are, is actually LGD.
Yeah, actually, LGD is starting to rise up. I think even Nova is starting to get better.
And also Alter Ego, don't forget about.
Oh yeah, Alter Ego as well.
Wow.
Yeah, they're starting to like kind of like swap.
And also, I'm surprised how they're actually building up their stamina along the way instead of running it down. You know, like Sam 9, a lot of the team that are having a bit of problem is that they have a very good stamina at first and just draining it out by the end of the day. But this team's is the reverse entirely.
I know, right? It's like the definition of like, oh yeah, it's still warm-up round, you know, the first few rounds. They took it as the real definition. Like, yeah, now we're warmed up and then towards the end, like, okay, they're starting to show why they are in this PMRC.
I mean, on a cough, sorry.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah, especially teams like the Chinese teams, right? Because we've seen so much of comeback. I mean, we've seen multiple comebacks from them. I won't be surprised if tomorrow we'll see a very different sort of performance. For the better, that is.
I mean, I wish that gonna happen because if the Thais can do this within a day, I'm not surprised any other regions are trying to do the same thing within a day as well. But it's just how much they can able to, you know, work things out quite right for the entire team, because we saw some teams having a bit of a problem, especially when it comes to their first drop spot. That some teams, in this case YG, always have one member a different place entirely and the others at different places entirely, and so one won't be picked off by the other teams.
Yeah, their starting was, it's always a bit iffy. That's what made them lose like players early on, like 1 or 2 players very early on. And if you lose like 1 or 2 players very early on, what can the 2 players do? There's nothing much. They can only play for placement points. And the fact that placement points don't give as much return, it's not the start that you want. Not at all. Not even like, oh, I try to play the healing game. No, it's just no.
I don't think we saw any healing game today.
We saw a little bit. It's probably like 1 or 2 teams, and that's about it.
You don't have time to even press the heal at this point.
Yeah, I remember. I remember it was the Xavier played the healing game, but it doesn't matter. It's fine. Okay, the day is done, but we're not done yet, though. Let's go on to the interview, ladies and gentlemen. Bam.
Jason, it's good to see you again. You know what? You mentioned today earlier when Tom was in the screen, and like by the end of the day, we see 7-9 is going to be Jason. You're right.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
See, I called it, you know. I'm like the prophet right now. All right. So, Jason, okay, great start today. That chicken dinner, I think a lot of 7-9 fans went woohoo. But what happened after that? Like, the momentum kind of like fell off.
Could say we had some struggles. You know, in PMRC we are facing off against like I could say the best teams in the world. So we got that first game, but it was like a sort of confidence boost. But after that, you know, the teams in the tournament is still pretty strong. So we had some struggles here and there, and hopefully. We did our best today, and you know, just stay on top for a little bit.
Jason, you mentioned about struggles here. I mean, like, not meaning to actually pry on it, but at the same time, I am a bit curious about what kind of struggles they're actually facing. Is it some sort of teams, or is it just the entirety of the tournament as a whole, or is there a certain point that actually give a bit of accentuation towards the struggle that you're going through for the team?
I think struggle-wise, it would be definitely play style, because it's Southeast Asia and PEL as well. So like most of the teams have different kinds of rotations, different kinds of fights being taken, and a lot of factors that comes in. So sometimes we all just have to adapt. I think we're adapted pretty good today. Just that we'll have to see the next 3 more days to see how we adapt towards like most of the teams on how they rotate and how they fight, and most of the time. And I have to be real honest, their firepower is substantially amazing, I would say.
Right. So based on teams we are playing this, right? So is there any team that really, as in like opponent team, that really stands out to them? It's like, okay, that team is like, it's just that pain.
I think we all know right now. I think if we look at the score, it will be definitely Infinity. You know, they are the ones who are like squashing everybody at the moment. But you know, right now we just set our eyes on them because they're just better players in general. And for now, it's them. You know, it's just Infinity.
Okay, Jason. Now we want to wrap things up. Thank you so much. But before we close this interview, I want you to give a bit of a confident boost for the team of 7-9. If they're going against Infinity tomorrow, what do you have to say to them?
I have to say that, you know, when you guys go into the lobby, don't think about anything. If you see them, it's a 4v4. You know, you have four guns, they have 4 guns, and it all comes down to who has the strongest will and the most tenacious battle of all. So we just have to stick it through. You know, just play the game as usual. If we lose the fight, we lose the fight together. We win the fight together.
Thank you so much, Jason. I think that can be taken by all the other teams as well. But we wish you all the best for tomorrow. Have a good night rest. Thank you so much for joining us this interview. We wish you all the best for 7-9. That's a very good insight coming up from a team manager, and also that's really that's needed for the teams out there that's really losing their grip right now.
Yeah, especially like 7-9 started off really hard, but then again, I mean, there's still many more games to go, right? So first day is kind of like this introduction. It's like, okay, this is how it is. So you kind of know what to expect tomorrow, especially newer players like Harm, like Adibs, like trying to get the feel of like playing against these.
Yeah, they're really nervous, by the way. It's their first time though.
Yeah, Harm didn't say that, right?
Yeah, he was really kind of nervous. You can saw the interview. You kind of sensed it throughout the interview early on. But when it comes to the flight path, a lot of the southern part flight path the entire day here today. But the circle is just insane. I mean, it's happy for us, but it's really mental for the players.
Yeah, it is. It is crazy. And the fact that Infinity, they are still in a very strong position. Look at how the circle favored them till the end.
But I mean, like, mil top power all the way through that, and Infinity is their most comfortable place to work with, and they know exactly when to transition inside of the compound when they need it to. Look how fast they move, just to make sure they got the strongest compound, because they are in the center of the circle. And the fact, you know what, if they got that compound to work with, right, even those teams coming out swimming, they can actually shoot from that point of view. You saw how high they climbed just now.
Yeah, I know, right? So the areas around the outskirts of Milta, is definitely one of the hot spots because of the high ground, because of how the terrain is. So if they get to control that, they will definitely be in prime position. So I understand why there are a lot of teams try to get up onto the high ground, because anyway, if the circle shifts down, it's easier to go from the top to the bottom from there.
It's true. And FaZe, I have to say, they were kind of clumped up at first, but the climb coming up, look at how Boom actually got this. I told you before that if they didn't take down Ventura, it's going to be a big problem for Boom. Now, if Ventura's been taken down quite early, Boom actually might have a shot there.
Yeah, we can see his positioning there.
Yeah.
He's playing like the anchor role, right? So it's like the damn root role. If you can take out someone like that, like a damn root, like a Venturus, because they're playing that role in that position, the team will be so exposed that the opponents can actually move in. But of course, to catch someone like that is never easy. But if you can do so, then perfect. That's a game-winning condition.
If you look at how the teams come out from Thai, especially, what's the difference between them and the rest of the other teams out there? Especially if you look at FaZe Clan and also Infinity, like each of this team, they have this player, like individually, if you rate these players, they have the courage, they are very bold to actually move forward by themselves. I'm looking forward for the teams to actually do that, the others to do that the same tomorrow.
Yeah, we are looking forward to tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. What an exciting day it has been. Insane new format, a lot of action from start to end. Definitely don't want to miss out on day number 2. And that is it for day number 1 for the PMRC. So my name is Sir Cloud, together with Choo Choo. We'll be seeing you again tomorrow, same time, same channel. And that's all for us for today. Bye!